Chapter 1758. When Patrice and Alice arrived not far from the battlefield of the magic forest, the scene before them was already intense to the point of no return. This scene was imprinted in the eyes of Patrice and Alice. A person stood on the ground, unmoving like a mountain. Behind him, there was a crimson spatial ripple. Numerous pitch-black sabers, swords, spears, and other pitch-black weapons shot out from the ripple and soared into the sky. In the sky, another person was standing on a broom, facing round after round of shooting, displaying unparalleled flying skills. Not only was he in a sorry state, but he was also nimbly shuttling back and forth among the shooting weapons. There were also small wooden cubes floating around him, occasionally shooting out lasers and landing on the ground. The pitch-black weapons and the dazzling laser beams collided intensely in the void between the two figures, one still and one moving, one above and one below. Waves of smoke and dust were stirred up, and strong gales were produced, attacking in all directions. From the looks of it, the two seemed to be exchanging blows, neither giving way to the other. However, Patrice and Alice were clear. Marissa's situation was extremely bad. This was to be expected. Even if Marissa's magic cannon was powerful enough to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was impossible to win against Wu Yan just by relying on powerful moves. After all, although it was said to be able to threaten opponents of a higher realm, it was still just a threat and not dangerous. If it did not hit the opponent, it would be useless no matter how powerful it was. Furthermore, this kind of threat would have to depend on what kind of opponent it was. Against an initial Type 9 opponent, relying on the magic cannon, if Marissa found an opportunity to play some tricks, if it hit the opponent, it was not impossible to win. However, it was a pity that Wu Yan was not an initial Type 9 opponent, but a true peak Type 9 opponent. If they fought seriously, it would only take an instant for Marissa to be defeated. As for the battle that seemed to be a draw, it was actually extremely disadvantageous to Marissa. The reason was simple. Even the full-powered magic cannons couldn't damage Wu Yan's noble phantasm, let alone the weakened lasers. As a result, this intense showdown on the bullet screen was at most just on the surface. The truth was that Marissa's laser could only deflect the noble phantasm's trajectory. Otherwise, Marissa wouldn't need to continue dodging the noble phantasm's attacks. However, Wu Yan's relic looked like a dazzling array of flowers, but it was just a relic that had turned into iron sand. By using electromagnetic force to control them, he could easily control the direction of the noble phantoms, allowing the noble phantoms that were deflected or evaded by the Marissa to continue pursuing the Marissa. It was an easy task. In other words, Marissa's attack had no effect on Wu Yan, while Wu Yan's attack was a real threat to Marissa. Wu Yan didn't move an inch from the start. Instead, Marissa flew all over the sky in a rather pitiful manner. You can see this from the fact that Wu Yan is still standing on the ground. Oh no! Alice cried out in surprise. If this continues, Marissa will definitely be defeated. White! Patrice shouted as she endured her heavy breathing due to rushing over. Stop it! As if that wasn't enough, Patrice and Alice also rushed over. They intended to stop Wu Yan. Umph! Wu Yan snorted when he noticed Patrice and Alice's arrival. He finally made a move after remaining motionless for so long. He raised a hand, and a circle of light formed by mana fluctuated above it. The ripples spread out in the air. Buzz! A magical ritual containing intricate geometric patterns rose from the ground and expanded to a radius of more than 20 meters. With the periphery of the magical ritual as the source, a cylindrical light curtain rose and surrounded the battlefield where Wu Yan and Marissa were. Patrice and Alice almost crashed into the light curtain. Their hands were pressed against the light curtain, but it was as though they were pressing against glass. They couldn't pass through the light curtain. A barrier? Alice stood up in astonishment. In just an instant, he didn't even chant an incantation and created such a large-scale barrier? No, it's not just the scale of the barrier. Patrice frantically touched the glass-like barrier. With her attainments in magic, she instantly discerned the truth of this barrier. Its defense is rather high. Even Marissa's magic cannon won't be able to penetrate it without at least 10 shots. Marissa's magic cannon? 10 shots. Alice jumped up in fright. In just an instant, not even a second, She didn't even chant an incantation. Is this barrier that advanced? I'm afraid it's more than that. Patrice smiled bitterly. It seems that Haku's attainments in magic are higher than I imagined. Don't you have a huge collection of books in your library? Alice hastily asked when she saw Marissa dodging in such a sorry state, as if she could be hit at any moment. Don't you have any other ideas? It's not difficult to break this barrier, but it will take time. Patrice was vexed. But during this period of time, Marissa might be injured at any moment. While Patrice and Alice were having an anxious conversation, Wu Yan seized the opportunity when Marissa's magic power was fading to launch a large number of noble artifacts. Sensing the rapid, fast, and frequent pitch-black weapons piercing through the air, Marissa had no choice but to pick up her 8 trigrams furnace and endlessly pour her magic power into it. Once again, a dazzling light beam shot out. The magical light beam struck away all the noble artifacts in its path and tore through space. In an earth-shattering explosion, it arrived before Wu Yan like a meteorite. But before that, a wave of iron sand swept out from the crimson space behind Wu Yan and wrapped the incoming magic cannon like dumplings. Boom. The powerful magic cannon was like a dud. It was wrapped up and formed into a ball of iron sand and exploded. In the sky, Marissa passed through the smoke and fire caused by the collision of the noble artifact and the lasers with her flying item. She held the 8 trigrams furnace in her hand, and with a confident smile on her face, she rushed in front of Wu Yan. Next, Marissa waved her hand and blocked the cannon like 8 trigrams furnace in front of Wu Yan. Love charm, or spark. After the tender voice sounded, a burst of dazzling light burst out from inside the barrier. Boom. Like a wild clap of thunder, an astonishing roar resounded, carrying with it a violent gust of wind and soaring flames, filling every corner of the barrier. Boom. However, almost at the same time that the strong wind and the flames soared, a gust of mana vibrated violently and dispersed all the flames in the surroundings. At this moment, Patrice and Alice finally saw it. Marissa rushed toward Wu Yan and aimed her 8 trigrams furnace at Wu Yan. A charred hand emitting light smoke was holding it. That was Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan actually used his hand to block the 8 trigrams furnace when Marissa's magic cannon was about to fire. In the end, Wu Yan's hand was injured, but he was fine. What? Marissa widened her eyes in disbelief. What welcomed her was Wu Yan's murmur. It's over. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the 8 trigrams furnace. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. He raised his other hand and clenched it into a fist. Violent blue and white electric currents flickered on it. Marissa. White. Outside the barrier, Patrice and Alice screamed at the same time. Wu Yan's hand that's covered in blue and white lightning went straight for Marissa's head. She couldn't react in time, and he didn't hold back. At this critical moment, a few figures appeared behind Patrice and Alice under the lead of a graceful maid. The moment they appeared, they witnessed this scene. The suave figure in maid attire was startled. She rolled her blue eyes and gritted her teeth. Without hesitation, she shouted at Wu Yan. Actually, the person Madame Patrice and Miss Alice like isn't that black and white mouse. Instead, it's you, Sir White. Chapter 1759. Actually, the person Lady Patrice and Miss Alice like isn't that black and white mouse, but you, Lord Bai. These shocking words caused the chaotic battlefield to fall into a state of stillness, as if time had come to a standstill. The fist flickering with blue-white electric arcs abruptly stopped before it struck Marissa's face. The fist wind didn't lose its momentum as it blew against Marissa's face, causing her resplendent golden hair to flutter in the wind. Looking at the fist that stopped less than 5 centimeters away from her, a drop of cold sweat slid down Marissa's cheek. Wu Yan stopped paying attention to Marissa and turned his head towards the outside of the barrier where the sound came from. His originally gloomy and unsightly face that was tainted by negative emotions is now filled with astonishment. As for Patrice and Alice, their faces alternated between green, white, black, and blue. In the end, their faces turned into a rose-red color. Let alone Patrice and Alice. Even Remilia and Fran couldn't react in time. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at the culprit behind this sentence. Luoyi. That sentence just now was said by this head maid who had the beautiful reputation of being perfect and chic. Furthermore, looking at Luo Ye's stiff face, it was clear that she shouted out in a moment of desperation. Of course, it was just shouting. However, Luo Yi didn't think of anything. Of course, Wu Yan, who was filled with negative emotions, definitely wouldn't have thought of Luo Ye's considerations. He looked at Luo Yi in astonishment and was at a loss. What you said is true? With a swish, all the people present cast their eyes on Zhu Yi. Under everyone's gazes, Luo Yi calmed down. Under Patrice and Alice's sluggish expressions, she nodded her head. Of course it's true. Luo Yi. You. Perhaps it was because these words were too shocking, causing Patrice and Alice to stutter. They looked at the indifferent Luo Yi. He couldn't even spit out a complete sentence. Instead, Remilia, who was holding Fran's hand, was the first to react and chuckled. So that's what you're planning. Noticing that Patrice and Alice were about to panic, Remilia lowered her voice and said. He explained Jie's intention. Since Yakumo is jealous that you two like that black and white mouse, he intends to teach her a lesson. Then, let him think that the two of you like him, and the source of his jealousy will disappear. Hearing this, Patchouli and Alice understood Jie's intention. They looked at each other in dismay. One had to admit that Luo Ye's method was the fastest way to solve the problem. Since Wu Yan is jealous of Patrice and Alice for liking Marissa, why don't we just make him think that Patrice and Alice like him instead of Marissa? This way, not only will he be able to stop Wu Yan, he will also be able to get rid of the jealousy in his heart. Why not? It was because they understood this point that Patrice and Alice couldn't refute it even if they wanted to. However, admitting it was even harder than refuting it. How could these two young girls with extremely tender skin do it? However, there was no time for Patrice and Alice to dilly-dally. Really, under the influence of his negative emotions, Wu Yan appeared to be muddle-headed. He didn't think too much about it and looked at Patrice and Alice with a perplexed expression. The two of you don't like Marissa and like me? Patrice and Alice's heart skipped a beat. Just as they were about to retort, Raven Knight whispered from the side. Lady Patrice, Lady Alice, admit it for the time being. Admit it. Patrice and Alice were shocked. They shook their heads without hesitation and shouted in unison. How? How is that possible? Why are the two of you so serious? Remilia snickered at Patrice and Alice as if she was watching a good show. She revealed her cute canine teeth. In any case, even if you admit it, Yakumo-bai will understand that it's only a temporary measure after the moon's drug wears off. So what if the two of you admit it? You make it sound so easy. Alice was infuriated. But if I admit it, how am I going to interact with him? How am I going to interact with him after the drug wears off? That's too embarrassing. Patrice also weakly begged to give up. Remy, let's think of another way. Then think about it. Remilia agreed without hesitation. As long as the two of you can think of another way, there won't be a problem. Patrice and Alice were speechless at Wu Yan's words. On the other side, Wu Yan's expression darkened when he saw Patrice and Remilia whispering to each other. The two of you aren't lying to me, right? As he spoke, Wu Yan raised his fist in front of Marissa's face. The blue-white lightning arcs flickered even more violently, causing Marissa to sweat profusely. Remilia rejoiced in Marissa's misfortune. Well, since the one being taught a lesson is that black and white rat, I don't mind. Since Milady doesn't mind, then there's no problem. Marissa nodded. Teaching that black and white rat a lesson isn't a bad idea. Teach it a lesson. Flan, who didn't know what was going on, also laughed. She even said that out of kindness. Don't worry. Patrice and that doll's sister, Fran, played bullet screen games with Marissa before. Marissa is very sturdy and won't break. However, not only did Fran's words fail to comfort Patrice and Alice, but it also made the two young ladies' hearts skip a beat. In the end, it was Patrice who mustered her courage and blushed. He cried out as if he had given up on himself. Yes, that's right. The one I like isn't Marissa. It's you. Instantly, the flickering blue-white lightning fist in front of Marissa dimmed a little. The haze in Wu Yan's eyes also cleared up. It's effective. Remilia seemed to be excited and urged Alice. Quick. You two. How could I possibly say that? Alice couldn't help but take 2 steps back, shaking her head like a rattle. Her face was filled with panic. And this will. Wu Yan's gaze was fixed on Alice. Alice's body stiffened, and she couldn't react. Miss Alice. Even Dark Knight began to urge her. If you don't say it, that black and white mouse will be in trouble. Aye. Alice was at a loss. She looked at Marissa, who was sweating profusely under the lightning fist, and didn't even dare to speak. She closed her eyes and blushed as though she couldn't see anyone and shouted. I also. Like you. The entire place was silent. Wu Yan glanced at Patrice, who had an unnatural expression on her face. Then, he glanced at Alice, who had her eyes closed in shame. He sneered. Where's the evidence? This time, it wasn't just Patrice and Alice. Even Remilia and the others had stiffened up. Seeing this, Wu Yan's face darkened, and a hint of viciousness surfaced on his face. You're indeed lying to me. After speaking, he wanted to strike Marissa with his hand covered in blue-white lightning. Wait. Patrice called out. I'll give you the evidence. Everyone's gazes converged on Patrice. Patrice looked like she wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She gritted her teeth and clenched her hand that had been on the barrier all this time. She had been trying to undo the barrier all this time, but she managed to undo the barrier. Then Patrice hesitantly walked in front of Wu Yan. Seeing Wu Yan's frown, she steeled her heart and tiptoed. Chirp. After hearing this sound, Wu Yan was stunned, and so were all the girls. Patrice moved away as though she was electrocuted and cried out in panic. Do you believe me now? Wu Yan nodded in a muddle-headed manner. Then he looked at Alice. Alice's whole body stiffened. Don't tell me I want it too? How could I do that? Just as this thought surfaced in Alice's mind, Remilia's words filled with admiration entered Alice's ears. Patrice is truly noble. For that black and white mouse, she was even willing to give her first kiss. However, Remilia didn't know that Patrice had already given her first kiss to Wu Yan. That's why Patrice is willing to give him a kiss to cover up her lie. Let's not talk about kissing. Patrice has already done more intimate things with Wu Yan, hasn't she? But when these words fell into Alice's ears, they provoked her. For Marissa, Patrice was willing to give her first kiss? Then I can do it too. With such thoughts running through her mind, Alice looked at Wu Yan with a gloomy expression. She whimpered and closed her eyes. Then, she charged at Wu Yan and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. As though throwing caution to the wind, Alice cut the Gordian knot. The moment she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace, she tiptoed. Chirp! A second erotic sound echoed in the surroundings. Ugh! Not only that, but Alice also let out a panicked whimper. This was because Wu Yan hugged Alice tightly and stuck his tongue into her mouth, entangling with hers. Chirp tisk chirp ha. In the next moment, the sound of intertwining became even more erotic, causing people's faces to turn red, reverberating in the air. Chapter 1760. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. Remilia, Patrice, Zui and Fran gathered together. Even Marissa was present. They scattered around a bed and looked at Wu Yan. Apart from Fran, the rest of them blushed. After Alice offered up her first kiss for the sake of the so-called evidence, she was entangled by Wu Yan. After a passionate kiss that would make anyone blush, Wu Yan, who was already a bit muddle-headed, collapsed right before Alice was about to suffocate. It wasn't hard to understand. After all, the source of jealousy had been eliminated. The negative emotions were naturally reduced by half. Wu Yan's heart once again emerged and clashed with the evil. Thus, Wu Yan fainted as usual. Afterwards, Remilia and the rest sent Wu Yan back to Scarlet Devil Mansion and let him lie down. They maintained this state and didn't speak for a long time. It couldn't be helped. The people here were all young ladies who had never experienced love before. How could they not feel embarrassed after being kissed so passionately by Wu Yan? Other than the innocent Flan who doesn't know anything, even the careless Marissa is blushing. One can only imagine how intense the kiss between Wu Yan and Alice was. Of course, no matter what, Marissa had a carefree personality. Not long after, She patted her cheeks and sighed. I didn't expect it. I haven't seen Babin's little brother for a day or two, and Lingming's husband was snatched away. Hearing those words, Patrice felt as though she was struck by lightning. Her body trembled, and she choked out those words after a long while. Marissa, if I say that what I said to Haku wasn't true, would you believe me? Of course I believe you, Marissa said with a I know we all know expression. She looked at Patrice. She gave a thumbs up. Although Lingming is my good friend, she is also my greatest opponent. Thus, I will not tell Lingming about today's matter. Don't worry. Patrice, who had long expected that Marissa wouldn't believe her words, revealed a broken smile. She no longer spoke. But there was no other way. Who asked Patrice to take the initiative to kiss Wu Yan for the sake of proof? Marissa couldn't possibly know that Patrice only did this because of the ripple she had with Wu Yan. Thus, she took the initiative to kiss Wu Yan for the sake of proof. Patrice naturally couldn't spread the news, and could only swallow the bitter fruit. It's over. Marissa completely misunderstood me. It's really over. Pondering over this, Patrice's mischievous smile turned even more bizarre. Coupled with her pale complexion due to her frail body, she looked exceptionally terrifying. If Patchouli looked like she was broken, then Alice looked like she was broken. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Hiding in the corner of the room, Alice had her back facing everyone present. No one could see her expression clearly, but a sinister laughter kept coming out from her body. My first kiss is gone. Marissa even saw me kissing a man. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. While laughing sinisterly, Alice's body would emit a sinister black aura from time to time. This caused Shanghai and Penglai, who were floating around Alice, to shrink back in fear. The carefree Marissa was completely oblivious to the thoughts of Patrice and Alice. She grabbed her hat as if she was distressed. But both of you like this little brother, and this little brother is Lingming's husband. What should we do? This sentence caused Patrice and Alice to tremble. Patrice's smile became even more sinister while the others' laughter became even more sinister. Remilia felt uncomfortable as she waved her hand. All right, if you want to make fun of Patrice and Alice, wait for Ma Yinbai to wake up. After all, their first kiss was snatched away and Patrice and Alice can't get married. Can't get married. Patrice and Alice seemed to have suffered a blow as their bodies trembled violently. Who says we can't get married? Seemingly feeling pity for Patrice and Alice, Marissa jumped out as though she wanted to stand up for Patrice and Alice. Patrice's eyes lit up and Alice also turned her head over. However, Marissa's next sentence caused the two to fall from a state of shock to a state of hell. Ma Yinbai's little brother has a lot of money. If he can raise Lingming, adding Patrice and Alice wouldn't be a problem. Marissa, Sha. Alice almost flipped out. Her words filled with resentment caused Marissa to shrink back and not dare to speak anymore. Sigh. Remilia shook her head as if she had a headache. She looked towards Patrice, who was muttering, "Can't get married," and asked, "Patrice, can't you think of a way to deal with this fellow? I won't be able to take it if this fellow continues to cause trouble for a few more days. But we can't directly affect the effects of the medicine given by that moon person. What can we do?" Patrice stopped muttering when it came to serious matters. Instead, she revealed a pained expression like Remilia. This is all because Patrice volunteered to test the medicine in order to enter the Forever Pavilion. In order to enter the Forever Pavilion, he wouldn't want to neutralize the effects of the medicine. The only thing we can do is to keep an eye on him during the few days when the medicine takes effect, and prevent him from causing trouble. In other words, we have to deal with the trouble this fellow will cause in the next few days when he loses control. Remilia said in a displeased tone. This fellow has only been in the Scarlet Fiend mansion for a few days, and he has already brought us so much trouble. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him enter the Scarlet Fiend mansion. Sister. Hearing Remilia's words, Fran, who was lying beside Wu Yan and taking care of Wu Yan, turned around angrily and glared at Remilia. Sister, you promised Fran to live with brother. Are you going back on your words? Sister, Remy can't go back on her words. Patrice didn't wait for Remilia to speak and said to Fran in a vengeful manner. But now Remy also likes him. Patrice. Remilia jumped up and glared at Patrice warningly. I don't. What? Patrice looked at Remilia with an unperturbed expression and asked. What? I don't like that guy. Remilia repeated as if she wanted to increase her persuasiveness. Never. However, let alone Patrice, even Marissa, Alice Xiaoyi, and Fran were looking at Remilia with distrust. Especially Marissa, who directly exposed Remilia's worries. If you don't like that Yakumo bro, why would you come to my place for him? Moreover, you did it under the sun which you hate the most. I said I don't like him. Remilia choked and glared at Marissa with glowing eyes. Do you believe I won't suck your blood dry if you keep talking? I don't believe you. Although she said that, Marissa covered her neck and looked at Remilia vigilantly. Don't think I don't know your appetite isn't that big. You didn't just drink one person's blood, and you only drink type B blood. I'm not type B. You. Remilia was furious. How did you know? Humph. Marissa proudly puffed up her chest and said in high spirits. In Fantasyland there's nothing I, Marissa, don't know. Unfortunately, Emoye's cold voice exposed her. You only heard about it when you were stealing from Scarlet Devil Mansion, right? Marissa's expression turned sluggish and looked at Zuyi with dissatisfaction. I only borrowed it, not stole it. I don't care if you borrowed or stole, you sneaked in, you black and white rat. Remilia snorted and she glared at Wu Yan who was lying on the bed. She started complaining. Looks like my bed is going to be occupied by this guy. How about we lock him up? Marissa said with some excitement. This way, we won't let him go out and cause trouble. Even a black and white rat like you knows how to break the wall and escape when you're caught stealing. Do you think Lord Bai is an idiot? Zuyi stood up and came to Remilia's side. Miss, how about letting me take care of Lord Bai? Hearing this, Remilia, Patrice, Alice, Marissa, and the others looked at Jean Yi with strange expressions, making Jean Ye's expression turn unnatural. Remilia sighed. What a sinful man. Chapter 1761. Thinking about it, ever since he drank Yonglin's medicine for the past 2 days, if he wasn't feeling dizzy or tired from the clash of the two natures, he would have fainted and spent most of his time lying in bed. Yonglin's medicine was supposed to only affect a person's heart and mind, but in the end, it created such a burden. It was indeed unexpected. However, this also proves that Wu Yan's heart has been trying to resist the evils brought about by Yonglin's medicine. He hasn't stopped at all. However, no matter how much he resisted, there would always be an opportunity. There would be times when he would be taken advantage of. There would also be times when the negative emotions would erupt due to excessive suppression and become difficult to suppress. The bullet screen game with Marissa proved this point. Now that things had developed to this extent, neither Remilia nor Patrice dared to treat this as a good show. After all, strictly speaking, even if the bullet screen game between Wu Yan and Marissa was considered to have followed the rules of the rune card, who knew when the negative emotions would cause Wu Yan to break the rules and directly attack others? If that's the case, Boli Miko-sama might even make a move and clash with Wu Yan who's under the influence of negative emotions. And clashing with Barry would be equivalent to clashing with the entire Fantasyland. At that time, it would truly be troublesome. Regarding this, Remilia's face had a grumbling expression. Patrice also had a headache, but she still seriously instructed Zuyi to watch over Wu Yan. Zuyi seemed to have the same intention, and nodded without hesitation. Then, Fran, who wanted to stay behind to take care of Wu Yan, was pulled away by Remilia. Marissa also trembled in fear as she brought Alice, who was still emitting black smoke, and left. Zuyi was the only one left in the room. He stood by the side and looked after Wu Yan. It was rare for him to not be by Remilia's side. He looked after Wu Yan for an entire night. Until the next morning. Ugh! Wu Yan, who had been sleeping on the bed, suddenly let out a soft groan. The groan was extremely soft. However, his voice reverberated clearly in this incomparably silent room. Along with the sound, Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! As soon as he opened his eyes, Wu Yan felt a stabbing pain in his head. He couldn't help but cover his forehead and look around with a dazed expression. This is Scarlet Devil Mansion? Am I back? The dazed expression on his face gradually faded. Wu Yan's clear consciousness returned to his mind, but his face was filled with a strange expression. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although his head was still a little dizzy, Wu Yan still remembered everything that happened when he was awake, even when he was under the influence of negative emotions. In other words, he got jealous out of nowhere and got into a fight with Marissa. Then he got confessed to by Patrice and Alice. Then he got kissed by the two beauties in front of everyone. Wu Yan remembered all of that. It was because of these memories that Wu Yan felt his headache worsening. If he had a choice, Wu Yan would rather not remember these things. She actually got jealous of Marissa because of Patrice and Alice's Yuri plot and fought with Marissa. Was there anything more shameful than this? In order to prevent himself from doing that, Patrice and Alice sacrificed a lot. Later on, Wu Yan even hugged Alice and kissed her wildly under the eyes of everyone in Scarlet Devil Mansion. How am I going to face others in the future? Hachi Yonglin. Wu Yan could only treat this as humiliation and blame it on Hachi Yonglin. I was really screwed over by you. Grumbling, Wu Yan patted his head and sat up on the bed. But when he sat up, Wu Yan discovered that there was another person beside him. Dazzling silver hair drooped down due to gravity. Some laid on the edge of the bed, and some scattered on the owner's cheeks. Along with the owner's long breath, the hair moved up and down along with the owner's cheeks. Her beautiful and long eyelashes seemed to be stained with a little bit of water vapor, reflecting a beautiful luster. The young girl sat on a chair beside the bed, lying on the edge of the bed. Her eyes were closed, and she breathed out sweet breaths with a serene face. Without a doubt, the young lady was in a deep sleep. Moreover, after taking care of Wu Yan for an entire night, she finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. Needless to say, the young lady sleeping on the edge of the bed is Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi? Looking at the sleeping Xiao Yi lying on the edge of the bed, Wu Yan was startled at first. Then, he guessed what was going on and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Really, you've caused me a lot of trouble. While saying that, he looked at Sakuya's peaceful sleeping posture. Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand to gently brush away the strands of hair that are hanging on Sakuya's cheeks. He also gently caressed her pretty face. The smooth feeling instantly passed through his hand that touched the young lady's skin. However, Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. He was completely immersed in Xiao Ye's peaceful sleeping face. In other people's eyes, Zui Yi was an all-round person who could even be said to be perfect. Her performance was decent, she was smart and capable, and her temperament was extraordinary. No one could find fault with her. Therefore, she was given the title of perfect head maid. In the past, Wu Yan had more than once admired this highly capable and capable head maid. He also admired Nageo's work ability and other aspects of her. But looking at Sakaya's peaceful sleeping face, Wu Yan understood the reason behind it. No matter how good her performance was, how decent her temperament was, how extraordinary her work ability was, and how smart and capable she was, the young lady in front of him was just an ordinary young lady who was less than 20 years old. No matter how tense her heart was, no matter how restrained her behavior was, and no matter how much she paid attention to her every move and performance, Xiao Yi couldn't continue to maintain her perfect and chic image in her sleep. Because this was the only time Xiao Yi could relax, and not pay attention to the gains and losses. Without the powerful ability to control time, without the strict requirements for her behavior and performance, Xiao Yi was just an ordinary young lady. This point could be proven by the peaceful and ordinary sleeping posture of the night. Perhaps, this was the first time Xiao Yi exposed her sleeping posture in front of others? Looking at Xiao Yi's peaceful sleeping posture, Wu Yan's heart was filled with uncontrollable tenderness instead of tranquility. This tenderness might have been completely transmitted to Xiao Ye's heart through the hand stroking Xiao Ye's cheek. Xiao Ye's eyelashes trembled a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. When the wine-red eyes and the blue eyes met, time seemed to have stopped. Wu Yan didn't stop because of Xiao Ye's awakening. He still stroked Xiao Ye's cheek, and the tenderness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Sakura didn't make any move due to her current situation. It's as if she's immersed in the rich tenderness surging from those wine-red eyes. She maintained her lying position as she stared at Wu Yan without blinking her eyes. Her eyes rippled with emotions. Everything was understood without words. Not knowing when, Wu Yan moved closer to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi looked at the face that gradually enlarged in her eyes. Xiaoyi didn't want to avoid it. Except for the ripples in her eyes, she didn't make any other move. Under such circumstances, the distance between the two was constantly shortened, and their lips were getting closer and closer. At a certain moment, Xiaoyi gently closed her eyes. Ugh! The instant their lips touched, Ruoyi let out a nasal sound. Her delicate body also trembled slightly as she instinctively opened her mouth. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Wu Yan stuck out his tongue, caught the soft lilac tongue, and entangled it. Chirp! This time, Xiaoye's eyelashes trembled slightly, but she didn't refuse the overbearing invasion of the tongue. She used a jerky and passive movement to slowly intertwine with it. In this perfect atmosphere, it was obvious that Xiaoyi was moved. She gave her first kiss, which she had never thought of giving to anyone before. To be honest, Wu Yan himself didn't expect Xiaoyi to accept his kiss. No matter what, the two had only known each other for a few days. The relationship between them was not so much love, but more like mutual appreciation. It was far from being so intimate. However, it was also true that Xiaoyi didn't resist. Therefore, under the influence of the atmosphere, Wu Yan reached out and carried Xiaoyi to the bed. Chapter 1762. Fantasy Town, Remilia's room. Ruoyi was lying on the spacious bed. Her maid attire was slightly messy, and her pretty face was covered with a red glow. Her blue eyes were filled with moisture, and her breathing was extremely heavy. There was also some perspiration on her face, which gave her an extremely alluring feeling. Wu Yan placed his hands on either side of Luoye's head and pressed his body on top of her. He looked at Luoye's flushed face and watery eyes. She seemed to be very aroused. His breathing also became heavy and his hands moved around Luoye's body through her maid uniform. Kacha! With this extremely soft sound, one would not be able to hear it if one did not listen carefully. A button on Luoye's maid uniform was undone, and her white skin was exposed inch by inch. A cool feeling came from her chest and Luoyi could not help but notice that her maid uniform was being undone. Her face became redder and the water in her eyes became denser. She stared at the person on top of her, and did not move her eyes away for even a second. In this situation, Wu Yan's hand reached for the second button on Luoye's maid uniform. If this button was undone, then Luoye's chest would be completely exposed. This made Luoye's eyes finally show a trace of shyness. Her hands that had not resisted could not help but lift up. She pressed them against Wu Yan who was on top of her. No. Don't. The perfect and elegant head maid who had always been neither servile nor overbearing was using a shy expression to say no? If it was another man, what would he do in front of such a delicate and lovely person? Wu Yan did not know. He only knew that his words almost made him lose his rationality. Wu Yan's hand, which was about to unbutton the second button on Luoye's maid uniform, was now free. He grabbed one of Luoye's hands and brought it in front of him. He gently kissed this slender and soft jade hand. Luoyi seemed to have been comforted by Wu Yan's action. Wu Ye's eyes couldn't help but tremble. She no longer resisted the hand that tried to undo the buttons of her maid's dress. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but reach out his hand again, and put it on the button of Ye's maid uniform. Just as Wu Yan was about to undo the buttons on Bai Ye's maid uniform and release the softness hidden under the maid uniform, Bai Ye's eyes lit up. At the entrance to Remilia's room, the door was forcefully opened. Yo, I'm here again. The sudden voice gave the two of them a huge fright. Ah! The confusion in Xiao Ye's eyes instantly disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the awe of the past. Apart from that, there was also a trace of panic as he cried out in alarm. She forcefully pushed away Wu Yan who was on top of her. She sat up and covered her slightly exposed chest. Being pushed away without warning, Wu Yan followed the trend and retreated to the other side. Looking at Xiaoyi who had regained her consciousness, what emerged in his heart was not embarrassment but uncontrollable anger. As mentioned before, although the relationship between Wu Yan and Xiaoyi wasn't bad, it wasn't good either. They both appreciated each other very much. They could barely be considered friends, but they weren't very close. The reason why Xiaoyi didn't refuse Wu Yan's intimate action and not only accepted his kiss, but also accepted him to take a step further. If things continued to develop, they would definitely have a relationship. It was all because of the atmosphere. In such a good atmosphere, it was believed that as long as people liked each other, they would more or less inevitably have some intimate contact with each other. It was precisely because of this that this perfect and chic head maid would let down her guard and accept Wu Yan's invasion. In other words, this sudden voice had broken a great opportunity to have intimate contact with Black Knight. With Xiao Ye's personality, if he wanted to make progress with her again, he was afraid that the atmosphere would no longer be able to decide, and it wouldn't be that easy. How could an opportunity for the perfect and chic head maid to let down her guard be so easily encountered? Thinking of this, Wu Yan's heart surged with a sullen feeling like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, there was also an indescribable emotion that definitely shouldn't be expressed by Wu Yan. That was the anger that couldn't be suppressed and instantly filled Wu Yan's heart. Driven by anger, Wu Yan turned his head hard and looked in the direction of the door. Then, holding a broom, Marissa's face with a carefree smile appeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. "Oh, already awake?" Marissa didn't seem to notice what Wu Yan and Xiaoyi had just done. She just looked at Xiaoyi, who was sitting on the bed with a red face and clutching her chest, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Under Marissa's curious gaze, Xiaoyi used the fastest speed in her life to stop time and quickly jumped off the bed. She buttoned up the front of her body and tidied up her messy clothes. After doing all this, Xiaoyi glanced at Wu Yan, who lowered his head and couldn't see his expression. She patted her cheeks and suppressed the panic and shyness in her heart. She took a deep breath and calmed down before releasing time stop. Until now, Xiaoyi only needed to talk to Marissa with a calm appearance as usual. Then she could cover up everything and act as if nothing had happened. However, in the next moment, something that disrupted Zuye's plan and exceeded his expectations happened. Misty Rain Marissa. Looking at Marissa, who was standing at the door, Wu Yan's eyes were full of anger. His rationality was completely suppressed by anger. Didn't your family teach you that you need to knock before entering someone's room? That voice was filled with anger, causing Xiaoye, who was just about to say his excuse, to freeze on the spot. "Dubich, what?" Even Marissa seemed to be surprised, but she quickly shouted with a face full of anger. "I came to see you with good intentions. Why are you so angry?" If it was the usual Wu Yan, hearing Marissa's words, no matter how big his anger was, it would be greatly reduced. But at this moment, Wu Yan's anger not only didn't diminish but also became more and more exuberant, causing him to coldly say such words. "I don't think our relationship is so close that we can visit each other." Marissa was stunned. Clearly, she didn't expect Wu Yan to say such words. Lord Bai. Xiaoyi had been observing Wu Yan ever since Wu Yan lost his temper. Seeing the uncontrollable anger in Wu Yan's eyes and his unreasonable words, her expression finally froze. Could it be that it's the medicine of the Forever Pavilion's moon people again? Marissa also heard this sentence. After being slightly startled, she revealed an expression of sudden realization and looked at Wu Yan. In other words, the little brother from the Babin family is abnormal again? Xiaoyi didn't even have time to nod when Wu Yan's face was also filled with anger. "It seems that not only did your family not teach you the most basic etiquette, they also didn't teach you the most basic manners." After speaking, Wu Yan directly got off the bed and stood up. With a face full of anger, he walked towards Marissa. "Could it be that yesterday's lesson didn't make you understand the gap between us? If that's the case..." Magic power began to flow around Wu Yan's body. "I don't mind letting you have a taste of being defeated again." Sensing the magic power flowing from Wu Yan's body, Xiaoye's face changed slightly. Marissa was stunned for a moment and spoke in disbelief. "You want to play bullet screen games with me again? Isn't this what you like to do the most?" Wu Yan's voice had already lowered due to his anger, causing Marissa to tremble with fear. "In that case, you should be happy that I'm here to accompany you, right?" That. Marissa was baffled and felt that something was wrong. She took 2 steps back and smiled embarrassedly. "How about, when you're back to normal, we'll play another round of bullet screen games?" "Back to normal?" Wu Yan was so angry that he laughed. I'm very normal. After speaking, the magic power flowing around Wu Yan's body soared and rushed out like a whirlwind. In the next moment, Wu Yan turned around and disappeared on the spot. Lord Bai. Xiao Yi, who sensed that something was wrong, didn't even have time to activate her ability to stop time before Wu Yan disappeared. She could only scream. Stop! Bang! In the next second, Xiao Ye's voice was drowned out by a muffled sound. Chapter 1763. Boom. The muffled sound was like a thunderclap that resounded throughout the entire Red Devil Hall, causing the demonic maids who were about to work to be filled with fear and panic. Not long ago, a muffled sound suddenly rang out in the Red Devil Mansion. Soon after, the second miss of the Red Devil Mansion, who had been staying in the basement, ran away from home, causing the entire Red Devil Mansion to almost flip over. Now that the same thing happened, the fairy servants couldn't help but panic like birds startled by the twang of a bow. In the hall of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Remilia and Fran ran out from one of the surrounding corridors. Patrice also appeared from another corridor and met up with the two of them. What's wrong? Remilia's small face showed a hint of surprise. What happened this time? This sound seems to be coming from your room, Remy. Patrice's beautiful face was filled with uncertainty. Could it be that something happened to Fry again? Big brother. Fran was startled. She leaped off the ground and tried to fly toward Remilia's room where Wu Yan was. However, the corridor leading to Remilia's room shook violently. Boom. Along with the vibration of the corridor, a dull roar once again reverberated throughout the entire Red Devil Mansion. A turbulent flow of magic power gushed out from the corridor like a flood and blew up like a gale. Amidst the torrential magic power turbulence, Marissa miserably flew out on her broom. When she caught sight of Remilia, Patrice and Fran, her expression lit up. She rushed over as though she was escaping. Save me. Your butler killed someone. Marissa flew towards Remilia, Patrice and Fran and jumped down from the broom while shrieking. She hid like a cowardly tortoise under the dubious gazes of the three young ladies. She hid behind Remilia, who was the smallest of them all. Your butler killed someone. Your butler killed someone. Marissa, what are you talking about? Patrice furrowed her brows. In the Red Devil Hall, other than Juyi, there isn't a single human. Could it be that Bai killed Juyi? Or did some human rat sneak into the Red Devil Hall? Remilia shot a glance at the trembling Marissa behind her and sneered meaningfully. Then just kill him. Why do we need to spread the news everywhere? In Fantasy Village there were no written rules that forbade killing. There were rules that forbade demons from causing trouble in the human world and killing people in broad daylight. Don't think that the Fantasy Village was peaceful just because Ling Meng and Marissa quarreled all day long. In reality, human lives were not that valuable in the Fantasy Village. One of the instincts of monsters included attacking humans. Other races also more or less treated humans as their food. Therefore, other than in the human realm, it wasn't strange for someone to die in Fantasy Village. Even if they were lost in the fantasy country from the outside world. If they could find the Boli Shrine and obtain the protection of the Boli Shrine, they might be escorted into the human realm. But if they were to encounter a monster and get eaten, no one would think about it. Including Ling Meng. Including Marissa. Therefore, killing people was not worth making such a big fuss in the Fantasy Village. Moreover, Remilia wasn't wrong. No human would sneak into the vampire's base except for Marissa. You heartless bastards. Marissa shrunk her body. She hid behind Remilia's back and shouted. The one your butler wants to kill is me. Just as Marissa's voice fell, a strange light flashed across her eyes. The magic power turbulence that swept out stagnated and dissipated. Wu Yan walked out step by step with a gloomy expression. The fury in his eyes was about to erupt. Look. Look. Marissa grabbed Remilia's shoulder with one hand, and she pointed at Wu Yan, who was walking towards them step by step. She started yelling at him. That murderous look, someone will definitely die. Even without Marissa's words, Remilia, Patrice, and Fran also felt that it was abnormal for Wu Yan to be so angry. They looked at each other in dismay. Lord White. At this moment, Black Knight abruptly appeared beside Wu Yan and grabbed Wu Yan's arm. Please calm down. Black Knight. Let me go. Wu Yan struggled to get up. Today, I must teach this unfortunate black and white a lesson, and let her know what etiquette and manners are. I am not some unfortunate black and white. I have a name, Misty Rain Marissa. Marissa protested, but Wu Yan's furious glare scared her out of her wits. She shrunk back and hid behind Remilia's back. On the other side, Remilia and Patrice cast inquiring gazes at Black Knight, who was tightly grabbing Wu Yan's arm. Black Knight bitterly smiled and nodded, instantly understanding the situation. The reason why Wu Yan is so angry is because of Yonglin's medicine. Seeing Wu Yan's furious expression, Remilia and Patrice glanced at each other in confusion. Wu Yan didn't seem to be the same as yesterday. He didn't attack Marissa out of jealousy. Besides, with Patrice and Alice's confession, there shouldn't be anything on Marissa that could make Wu Yan jealous. What was going on here? The day before yesterday, he was too arrogant and conceited. Yesterday he was jealous. Today he's brimming with anger. Patrice suddenly raised her head after muttering to herself for a while. That moon person's medicine is effective for 7 days, and its effect is to trigger the most fundamental sin in a person's heart. Could it be that the most fundamental sin is? What's wrong? Remilia hurriedly asked when she saw Patrice's glowing eyes. Patrice, did you think of something? Yes. Patrice nodded. She looked at Wu Yan, and she replied in a low voice. I think I know what sin the moon person's medicine triggered. What? Remilia's eyes lit up. Even Fran came over to look at them. What sin is it? It's hard to explain in such a short time. Patrice shook her head and said to Remilia and Fran. In any case, no matter what White does today, don't make him angry. Don't make him angry at all. Remilia tilted her head to the side. Why? That's because I'm afraid Haku will be very irritable today. Patrice sighed and advised. So, Remy, you have to remember to control your temper. Don't get into a conflict with Bai Qi right now. If you get into a conflict, Bai Qi might do something irrational. Do you understand? What are you talking about? You make it sound like I lose my temper all the time. Remilia complained. I am the owner of Scarlet Fiend Mansion. I won't get angry for no reason. Liar. Fran exposed Remilia's lie without hesitation. Big sister is the best at getting angry. She's like a child. What did you say? Remilia glared at Fran furiously. Patrice couldn't bear to look at Remilia as she clutched her head. See, didn't you get angry with just one sentence? Noticing that relying on Remilia isn't a good idea, Patrice stood up and softened her tone as she told Wu Yan. White, no matter what Marissa did, you should have taught her a lesson. How about we just let it go? Wu Yan stopped trying to break free from Sakuya's grip. He glanced at Marissa, who is hiding behind Remilia, and then he glanced at Patrice, who is pleading for leniency. His anger dissipated quite a bit as he snorted and he warned her. If there's a next time, I will tie you up and hang you outside Scarlet Fiend Mansion to guard the door with China. Got it? Marissa nodded her head and didn't dare to disobey. Wu Yan's anger subsided. He turned to Patrice, who sighed in relief, and he asked her. Muck, come here. Don't stay with that unfortunate black. Ha! Patrice stared blankly at him. Why? Why? Wu Yan frowned. Aren't I the one you like? Patrice's face stiffened and she was petrified. Wu Yan's face sank. His eyes were burning with anger. Hurry up. Seeing Wu Yan about to explode again, Patrice cursed herself for reaping what she sowed. She obediently walked over to Wu Yan. Chapter 1764. Fantasy Village, Scarlet Devil Mansion. At this moment, Patrice was seated stiffly on her seat. Due to her sickly condition, her pale face was flushed with a blush. Her eyes were filled with bashfulness, anger, and shame. She didn't even budge, as though she was a wooden block. On the side, Remilia, Fran, and Marissa were also sitting in their own seats. Zuyi was standing behind Remilia as usual. However, the expressions on the 4 girls' faces were very interesting. They all had their own expressions. Remilia was slightly dissatisfied. Fran was slightly envious. Marissa was giggling as though she was watching a good show. As for Zuyi, His gaze shifted to Patrice's position with a complicated look in his eyes. Under the gazes of the four young ladies, Patrice was like a young lady who was being humiliated. Her face turned redder and redder, and her delicate body started trembling. In the end, Patrice could no longer endure the gazes from the surroundings and turned to her side. Wu Yan is leisurely sitting there with a fork in his hand. He's eating the meat on the plate in front of him, one bite at a time. Why is he only using one hand? Because Wu Yan's other hand wasn't free at all. It was resting on Patrice's shoulder. In other words, Wu Yan placed his hand on Patrice's shoulder and hugged her. He hugged her tightly like a pair of lovers. They looked very intimate. Because of this, Patrice was behaving in such a manner. However, it was clear that Patrice couldn't hold on any longer. She weakly squeezed out a voice. Bye, since you're eating, why don't you let me go first? Wu Yan stopped his actions. He glanced at Patrice's bashful and indignant appearance and found it hilarious. Actually, after Patrice left Marissa's side, Wu Yan regained his composure. He instantly understood that he was once again affected by the effects of Yonglin's medicine. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's casual nature, he might be angry at Marissa for ruining his plans, but he wouldn't go berserk to the point of attacking Marissa. Driven by his anger, even though he knew that Patrice confessed to him to get rid of his jealousy towards Marissa, Wu Yan decided to go with the flow and let Patrice come to his side. Needless to say, this could only be caused by Yonglin's medicine. However, today's situation was different from the previous 2 days. On the first day, Wu Yan was extremely arrogant and conceited. On the second day, Wu Yan's reaction was one of extreme jealousy. Today, however, Wu Yan is acting extremely irritable. Even if it's just a trivial matter, he would still get a little angry, let alone Marissa's ruining of his plans. In 3 days, Wu Yan went through 3 different states. His mental state also manifested 3 different kinds of emotions. Could it be that in the next 4 days, he would have to display 4 different emotions? Then, what kind of emotions would they be? While he was pondering over this question, Patrice had already arrived by his side. At this moment, Wu Yan felt awkward. After all, he couldn't possibly apologize to Patrice and tell her that he couldn't control himself and ask her to leave, right? Because he was jealous of Marissa yesterday, he played a barrage game with her. Patrice and Alice had to confess to him to get rid of the jealousy in their hearts. Wu Yan felt very embarrassed. He didn't know how to face Patrice. Therefore, Wu Yan decided to make the best of it. In other words, Wu Yan had accepted Patrice's confession and made her his lover. As for Patrice, she knew that Wu Yan was in an extremely irritable state. Therefore, in order not to anger Wu Yan and cause trouble for Wu Yan, she could only play along with Wu Yan's act. However, even though she had lived for over 100 years and was a witch with profound knowledge and high attainments in magic, Patrice had never come into contact with such matters apart from having some lesbian feelings for Marissa. Right now, Wu Yan was hugging her shoulder and receiving everyone's gazes. Patrice felt dizzy and couldn't take it anymore. Wu Yan inwardly exclaimed at her pureness, and at the same time, a mischievous attitude arose in his heart. Wu Yan said in a righteous tone, "How can that be? How can eating be more important than you?" In other words, rather than letting go of her lover to eat, she might as well give up on eating and be intimate with her lover. Such words of love not only made the young ladies who had never been in love, but also the innocent Fran blush and felt extremely mushy. It also made Patrice want to find a hole to hide in. By the way, after living for over 100 years, Patrice had never heard anyone say such words of love. Not to mention Patrice, who had lived for over 100 years. Even Remilia, who had lived for over 500 years, couldn't take it. "I say, if you two continue to be lovey-dovey in front of me, do you believe that I won't chase you out?" Remilia clenched her teeth in anger. She didn't know why, but she was angry. Scarlet Devil Mansion forbids impure relationships. If you want to be lovey-dovey, go back to your room. Remy, you. Patrice looked at Remilia angrily. She clearly knew that he was forced to do this, but he still buried himself in it. Could they still be friends happily? On the other hand, Wu Yan nodded and hugged Patrice even tighter. He then gently blew into her ear. "Then let me finish this meal first." Feeling the warm breath and soft whispers in her ear, Patrice's expression changed and she almost moaned. She endured the strange feeling and quickly nodded. Wu Yan released Patrice and she heaved a sigh of relief. I say, little brother, aren't you being a little unreasonable? At this time, Marissa seemed to have forgotten the pain after her wound healed. She spoke with a dissatisfied expression. I don't object to you being lovey-dovey with Patrice, but don't forget, you still have Princess Ling Meng and Alice confessed to you. What do you intend to do? What do you mean by I still have Princess Ling Meng? I don't even have the slightest bit of relationship with Princess Ling Meng, okay? Wu Yan inwardly ridiculed and rolled his eyes. He spoke with a matter-of-fact expression. Don't worry, I will treat them well too. Remilia, Patrice, Koyi, and Marissa didn't react for a split second. But when they did, shock surfaced on their faces. Could it be? Remilia spoke with incomparable astonishment. You intend to have a foot in 3 boats? What do you mean by having a foot in 3 boats? This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to reveal a dissatisfied expression. I only wish to divide this love equally among the 3 of us. Remilia and Marissa nearly fell over. Isn't that the same as having a foot in 3 boats? Wu Yan wanted to retort, but an ice-cold gaze swept over him, causing him to turn sluggish. He secretly glanced behind Remilia. Sanyi used a frighteningly cold gaze to look at Wu Yan. The tray in his hand was unknowingly twisted. Only then did Wu Yan snap out of his complacent state. He almost pushed the head maid to the ground, and now he's saying that he's going to step on 3 girls. And she's not one of them. Even if the atmosphere of the Black Night gathering was just the atmosphere, they should be itching to cut him into 1,000 pieces, right? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, Patrice coughed. Her charming face turned even paler, and attracted everyone's attention. Patrice. Remilia seemed to have thought of something, and a worried expression surfaced on her face. Are you all right? I'm fine. Patrice waved her hand nonchalantly. It's just an old ailment. Hearing Patrice's words, Wu Yan frowned. You have asthma, right? Patrice looked at Wu Yan in astonishment. How did you know? Wu Yan didn't reply. Instead, he put down his fork and knife and held Patrice's hand. Patrice struggled for a while before she said bashfully. What? What are you doing? What am I doing? Wu Yan's lips curled up. Helping you treat your illness. Chapter 1765. Scarlet Devil Mansion Underground Library. At the end of the library, there were several hidden doors that could only allow one person to pass through at a time. Behind these doors, there were rooms for people to live in, and some were warehouses for storing miscellaneous items. There were only 2 rooms that could be used for people to live in. Needless to say, one of these rooms belonged to Patrice, and the other belonged to the imp. However, at this time the little devil was not in the room. Instead, he was tidying up the messy books in the pile not far from the room, categorizing them and placing them back on the bookshelf in front of him. However, from the way the little demon kept glancing at one of the 2 rooms that could be used as a living space with indignation in her eyes, it could be seen that the little demon's thoughts were not on those books at all. The room that the imp kept glancing at wasn't her room, but Patrice's. Just a moment ago, Patrice entered the room. Furthermore, she wasn't alone. Of course, the imp didn't know that Patrice wasn't willing to bring anyone in and didn't dare to. It was too dangerous to be alone. This thought was confirmed when Patrice brought the imp into her room, and the imp spoke. Take off your clothes. Patrice almost couldn't believe her ears. She froze on the spot. Wu Yan thought that Patrice didn't understand his meaning, and decided to remind her again. Take off your clothes. How is that possible? After realizing that Wu Yan wasn't joking, Patrice didn't do as he said. Instead, she crossed her arms and shouted with a flushed face. Didn't you say you wanted to treat my asthma? I didn't know that I needed to take off my clothes to treat asthma. How can I treat your asthma so quickly with normal methods? Wu Yan didn't care about Patrice's panic. He waved his hand casually. If it was that easy to cure, you wouldn't have relapsed. You haven't recovered for 100 years. What can I do? It's a hereditary disease. It's not like it's an acquired illness. Patrice's tone carried a hint of resignation. She cast a doubtful gaze at Wu Yan. I haven't been able to find a cure until now. Can you really treat my illness? Since I've said it, I naturally have a way. Just do as I say. Wu Yan spread his hands. So, you just have to do as you're told. Take off your clothes. Wu Yan closed in on Patrice as he said that. Patrice had an embarrassed and anxious look on her face. It was as though she was about to cry. No. No matter what, isn't this too difficult? As Wu Yan approached, Patrice couldn't help but retreat. Her arms were still crossed in front of her. She looked like a delicate and pitiful girl who was about to be violated. My disease is a hereditary disease. It's very difficult to cure, but it only happens once in a while. Since I'm fine now, it doesn't matter if I don't treat it. Who would leave their illness untreated? Looking at Patrice backing away with a blushing face, Wu Yan felt like he's turning into an evil person. He rubbed his nose and he pounced on her. Since you don't intend to do as I say, I'll have to do it by force. Ah. Seeing Wu Yan pouncing towards her with an evil expression, Patrice screamed and wanted to escape. But in terms of physical strength, how could a pure mage like Patrice be Wu Yan's opponent? Therefore, Patrice didn't even have the chance to turn around, and was hugged tightly. Feeling the thick male aura, Patrice finally panicked. She raised her fists and pounded on Wu Yan's chest without caring about her image. You. Let go of me. I'll scream. I don't want to say that no one will hear you even if you scream yourself hoarse. But if you want to scream, then go ahead. I have already set up a barrier so no one will be able to hear you inside this room. Wu Yan snickered when he heard this line that all girls would say when they are being violated. So no matter what I do to you, no one will come to save you. You. Patrice struggled. If you don't let go of me, I'll make my move. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yan ignored Patrice's weak struggle and chuckled. Because you're not my opponent. Under Patrice's horrified expression, Wu Yan placed his hand on the edge of Patrice's clothes. No. Want. Ah. In the next second, in the room that only the two of them could hear, a sorrowful wail that only the two of them could hear, reverberating endlessly. Wu Yan stood in the middle of the room with clothes scattered all over the floor. Looking at the scene in front of him, he couldn't say anything for a long time. Woo-woo. Patrice whimpered as she curled her body into a ball and laid on the bed. Using her slender hands, she attempted to cover her naked body, but her efforts were in vain. No matter how Patrice tried to cover herself up, her voluptuous and slender figure wasn't something that could be blocked by a pair of hands. Her actions were merely to comfort herself, and to give the only person who could enjoy this beautiful scenery a pleasant feeling. Looking at Patrice's naked body, Wu Yan's heart was filled with amazement. He could only find one word to describe it. Beautiful. If he had to find another word to describe it, then there was only one. Snow White. This word was often used to describe a young lady's beautiful complexion. However, it was an exaggeration after all. Wu Yan didn't believe that anyone could have skin as white as snow. Because if it was white to that extent, wouldn't it be equivalent to losing the color of one's skin? However, this young lady before him used facts to tell Wu Yan that in this world, there really were people with skin that could be described as snow white. It couldn't be helped. Due to her years of illness and inactivity, Patrice's skin was so fair that it would cause one to feel dizzy. However, it wasn't the kind of paleness that would cause one to feel uncomfortable. Instead, it was a jade-like luster that was smooth and flawless. Especially Patrice's delicate thighs. Her skin was so tender that it was almost transparent. Her pair of slender and elegant legs, coupled with the soft curves of her slender waist, outlined a heart-stirring curve that would make one's blood boil. What was even more unbearable was Patrice's voluptuous, delicate, and firm bosom. It was a dazzling snow white, glossy and jade-like. Its scale could be described as perfect. One wouldn't be able to grasp it with one's hand. It was so voluptuous that one couldn't shift his gaze away. Right now, her voluptuous breasts were tightly protected by the sobbing Patrice. However, one could still see the dazzling soft flesh around them. Wu Yan couldn't shift his gaze away. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Patrice shrunk her body while sobbing in shame. Don't look. Looking at Patrice's timid appearance, Wu Yan's heart couldn't help but soften. He sat on the edge of the bed and stroked Patrice's soft purple hair. Don't worry. You look very beautiful like this. Patrice lifted her eyes and met Wu Yan's gaze. She had been suppressing the irritation in her heart a moment ago, but at this moment, her eyes were filled with gentleness. Her heart couldn't help but tremble as her charming face flushed. Patrice couldn't help but have such a thought. Letting him look at me doesn't seem to be such a frightening matter. Patrice couldn't help but jump in fright. She hastily shut her eyes and cried out with a flushed face. Since you want to treat me, then hurry up. Hearing Patrice's words, Wu Yan recalled that he was here to treat Patrice's asthma. Even if he wanted to do something delightful, he had to treat her asthma first. Wu Yan took a deep breath and he closed his eyes. He started caressing Patrice's soft and supple body. In that instant, Patrice's delicate body jerked. However, Wu Yan wasn't in the mood to observe Patrice's expression. His consciousness was immersed in his own body, awakening a certain consciousness slumbering in his body. Canon, can it be treated? Not long after, Canon's serene voice transmitted into Wu Yan's mind. Because it's an illness and not an injury, it will be a little difficult. But it shouldn't be a problem. All right. Wu Yan nodded heavily. Then let's begin. In the next moment, a gentle white light flashed in the room. Chapter 1766. Buzz. Under the urging of mana, a soft white brilliance flickered in the entire dim room like a sun. When it was at its brightest, it was so bright that people couldn't see anything clearly. Even when it was at its darkest, the light could fill the entire room. Patrice had curled up into a ball with her back facing Wu Yan. Even though her perky buttocks would be exposed to Wu Yan's eyes, it was better to expose her back instead of the front. In order to treat Patrice's asthma, Wu Yan used the angel's holy light ability to place his hand on Patrice's back. As Patrice's back was facing him, he naturally placed his hand on her soft back. But unknowingly, Patrice's body began to relax and lay flat on her back. Her delicate body was exposed and her blushing face gradually turned into a healthy rosy complexion. Patrice, who had been closing her eyes to sense the condition of her body, was astonished. Patrice knew her body better than anyone else. Due to her asthma, Patrice's breathing had never been smooth. Even when her asthma didn't flare up, her breathing was more difficult and weak than ordinary people. But now, Patrice could clearly feel that not only was her breathing gradually smoothing out, but her breathing had also become stronger. What did this prove? This proved that the asthma that had plagued Patrice for 100 years, and would cause unbearable pain whenever it relapsed, was disappearing at a rapid pace. How could Patrice not be astonished? Patrice's asthma wasn't an ordinary disease. It was a hereditary disease. Like Natsuki, Patrice was born a demoness. However, she wasn't like Natsuki, who had signed a contract with the devil and gained powers. Instead, she was born with powerful magical powers and wasn't of the human race. Perhaps it was due to the massive amount of magical powers that she was born with. Basically, all the witches in Patrice's family suffered from asthma. Even Patrice carried the cause of her asthma, causing it to be a characteristic of her body that she carried around with her. Since it was an illness that was like a characteristic of her body, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to use medicine and magic to eradicate it. Even with Yonglin Hakamara's medical skills that could cure almost any disease apart from reviving the dead, she couldn't cure Patrice's asthma. Remilia had even attempted to remove Patrice from the fate of being asthmatic, but failed as well. But now Patrice's asthma was truly disappearing. This wasn't something that could be done with just the healing ability of the angelic holy light. It also required the help of the angelic holy light's miraculous purification ability to get rid of this disease that was absolutely a burden to the body. Patrice's asthma was a characteristic of her body. In fact, it could also be treated as a curse. Of course, it couldn't be considered a curse, but it could also be attached to the human body. Compared to a curse that placed a specific burden on the human body, Patrice's asthma could be said to be rather similar in nature. Due to this point, Wu Yan ingeniously utilized the purification ability of the angel's holy light to dispel any negative effects. Together with the healing ability of the angel's holy light, he removed Patrice's asthma from her body and proceeded with the treatment. Because Wu Yan can only rely on a portion of his familiar's power, he can't do this alone. That's why. Therefore he awakened Canon, and allowed her to control his ability. Through his body, Patrice could receive a comprehensive treatment. And the facts proved it. This method was indeed feasible. The pale complexion on Patrice's face was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and was gradually being replaced by a rosy complexion. As time elapsed, the rosy complexion on Patrice's face gradually returned to normal, while the unhealthy whiteness gradually disappeared until it was completely gone. She acutely sensed that her breathing wasn't as labored as before and her body felt much lighter. Patrice couldn't help but release a limp, lazy, and comfortable moan. Wu Yan shuddered violently and laughed bitterly. Please, if you don't want me to lose my rationality, can you not make such a sound that easily breaks me down? Patrice's charming face blushed like a ripe apple. If it wasn't for the blanket that Wu Yan tossed to the ground when he forcefully removed her clothes, Patrice would have pulled up the blanket and buried her face in it. No matter how calm and farsighted Patrice was usually, her behavior at this moment was no different from an ordinary young lady. She didn't know that such behavior would easily make a man lose his rationality. After confirming that Patrice's illness was completely cured, Wu Yan couldn't help but extend his arm and embrace her naked body. Patrice's heart skipped a beat. Only then did she recall that she wasn't wearing a single piece of clothing. Her body subconsciously struggled. But at this moment, Wu Yan's hand had already slid up and down Patrice's soft body and occupied a high spot. Don't do this. Patrice's voice began to tremble. And my illness has been cured. I got it. Wu Yan laid down beside Patrice. Her back is facing him as he sniffed the fragrance of her hair. At the same time, his naughty hands started rubbing Patrice's sensitive spots, including her full and round breasts. But I worked so hard to treat you. Shouldn't you give me a reward? I am not muck. Patrice grabbed Wu Yan's wrist, but she couldn't break free from his grip. She could only move his hand around her body. Patrice's heart skipped a beat as she tried to move his hand around her body. Then, Wu Yan rubbed his teeth against Patrice's earlobe. Shall I call you Patrice? Patrice's trembling heart pounded rapidly. Apart from Remilia and Fran, no one else called her Patrice. To be more precise, no one had a good relationship with Patrice. Even Marissa was the same. Now a man whom she had only known for a few days actually wanted to call her that. If it was the Patrice of the past, she wouldn't mind even if others were to call her that. However, she would never agree to it. But at this moment, Patrice considered seriously. Then, she spoke in a mosquito-like voice. It's better than anything else. This could be considered a disguised agreement. Wu Yan's actions became even more rough as he caressed the soft body in his embrace. When Patrice's breathing became louder, he whispered in her ear. Patrice, I want you. Patrice's heart skipped a beat. When she reacted, she pleaded. Don't, okay? Why? Wu Yan asked softly. If you say you don't have a favorable impression of me, I won't believe it. Indeed. If Patrice didn't have a favorable impression of Wu Yan, when Wu Yan attempted to strip her naked, she would have made a move even if she knew she couldn't win. But the truth was she did resist, but she didn't make a move. After hearing Wu Yan's words, Patrice had to admit it even if she didn't want to. Ever since she was devoured by the Book of Souls in the library and had intimate contact with Wu Yan had left a faint shadow in her heart even if she wasn't willing. After all, Patrice had never been so intimate with anyone before. How could she not care? But while she cared, it was impossible for her to fall in love with Wu Yan after just 2 to 3 days of interaction. But Wu Yan did occupy a certain position in her heart. This position might rise in the future, but it wasn't to the point where Patrice was willing to give up her body. Therefore, facing Wu Yan's question, Patrice could only plead. You let me think about it, okay? Chapter 1767. You. Let me think about it. All right? Hearing Patrice's reply, Wu Yan turned silent. Think about it? The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring. If she still said think about it, then there was an 80% chance that it was hopeless. However, it was better than a rejection, right? Since Patrice didn't reject him outright, It meant that Wu Yan was still worthy of her consideration. Moreover, touching her soft body, Wu Yan could clearly feel her hesitation. Apart from hesitation, there was also a trace of fear. This wasn't strange. Even if Patrice had lived for a long time and was knowledgeable, how could she not be afraid of the most important first time of her life? Since that was the case, Wu Yan could only sigh inwardly. He let go of Patrice's alluring body and stood up. Phew! Patrice heaved a sigh of relief. She shrunk her naked body and looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. You. Leave first. I know, I don't need you to remind me. Wu Yan appeared to be furious. He snorted and walked towards the door with a hint of irritation. Although he didn't force her, Wu Yan was still furious that she rejected him. After all, Wu Yan was under the influence of Yonglin's medicine, and was in a state where he could easily get angry. Patrice didn't have the heart to see Wu Yan leave. She blurted out a sentence without much thought as she watched Wu Yan's departing figure. I will think about it and give you an answer next time. Wu Yan paused for a moment, but not for long. In the next second, he raised his feet and opened the door to Patrice's room. He left without turning back. However, Patrice wasn't dejected at all. Instead, her expression relaxed. If she wasn't wrong, Wu Yan should have nodded slightly before he left. The irritable atmosphere in the room also eased up. Am I going to be bullied by him in the future? She looked around her room and looked at her clothes that were scattered all over the floor. She felt her body burning from the intimate contact she had just had. Patrice lowered her head and whimpered helplessly. I should be resisting and hating him. Why can't I resist at all? After walking out of Patrice's room, Wu Yan took a deep breath and suppressed the restless lust in his body. He also suppressed the uncontrollable rage. One had to admit that Patrice was a stunner. Be it appearance or figure, Patrice was top-notch. She wouldn't lose to anyone Wu Yan had ever met. Even if she lost to others, it could only be in other aspects. It definitely wouldn't be in terms of looks and figure. In addition, due to her long years of illness and her constitution, under Patrice's calm and steady personality, there was also a delicate character. Once that calm and steady exterior was peeled off, one would see a frail young lady that no one else could see. She usually gave off a wise and calm vibe, but at certain moments, she would reveal a weak side. Coupled with her outstanding appearance and figure, if this wasn't a stunner, then what was? Facing such a stunner, to be able to hold back when she showed her weak side and was stripped naked, Ling Yan thought. Wu Yan started to admire himself for not losing control of himself and devouring this stunningly beautiful creature. Of course, after being rejected by Patrice, Wu Yan felt somewhat disappointed, and this sense of loss was transformed by the irritable feeling in his heart, turning into complete anger. If Patrice didn't say those words before she left, Wu Yan would probably be looking for someone to vent his anger. Wu Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath before bitterly laughing out loud. Fortunately, I only got angry easily today. If I was as arrogant as yesterday and jealous as yesterday, after being rejected by Patrice, I would probably force myself on her. Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan attempted to calm himself down. It's best if I don't interact with too many people today. Otherwise, if I can't suppress my irritation, I might get into a fight. Thinking of this, Wu Yan decided to return to his room and sleep. Unfortunately, before Wu Yan could take a step forward, a figure flew over and landed in front of Wu Yan. It was the little devil who was sorting out the books. Lord Bai. Seeing Wu Yan standing in front of Patrice's door, the little devil unwillingly used an honorific and spoke in an unfriendly tone. Where's Lady Patrice? Wu Yan sensed the unfriendliness in the little devil's tone. However, he knew why the little devil was behaving in such a manner and shrugged. She's in the room. The treatment just ended. Is that so? The little devil's eyes lit up and she hurriedly asked. Then Lady Patrice's illness. Seeing the little devil's expectant expression, Wu Yan smiled. Don't worry, she's fine now. Really? The little devil jumped on the spot and almost cheered. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and stared at Wu Yan. Lord Bai, you didn't take the opportunity to do anything to Lady Patrice, right? Take the opportunity to do something. Wu Yan glanced at the little devil and spoke with a smile that wasn't a smile. What do you think I'll do to Pukey during this time? Patrice? Little Demoness glared at him. Her heart was filled with displeasure. Why is Lord Bai calling her so intimately? Did you get Lady Patrice's approval? The imp's tone is obviously hostile, making Wu Yan, who had a hard time suppressing his anger, feel pissed off as well. Although you are Pukey's familiar, aren't you overstepping your boundaries and protecting her a little too much? Wu Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Imp. Since he is a head taller than Imp, he looked down at her from a commanding position. Since you're afraid of your mistress being taken advantage of, why didn't you chase that unfortunate black and white rat out of the library? It's not that I didn't want to chase that black and white rat out. The little devil shouted angrily. I just couldn't defeat that black and white rat. Oh, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. In other words, you think you can defeat it? The little devil's angry expression froze on her face. Soon after, she deflated like a deflated balloon. Can't. Then don't make me angry. I'm in a state where I get angry easily. Wu Yan smirked as he thought of pranking her. Besides, if Patrice becomes my lover, I will be your male master. And no. The little devil made a funny face at Wu Yan. Lord White, you've only known Lady Patrice for a few days. How could you possibly win her heart? Is that so? Wu Yan revealed an unreadable smile. The little devil had a bad premonition. Then, since your mistress has just recovered, why don't you take a look at her condition? He didn't wait for the imp's reaction, and headed straight for the entrance of the library. Imp looked at Wu Yan's departing figure with a suspicious look. She turned around and opened the door to Patrice's room. She entered the room after doing so. In the next moment, the little devil's screams echoed throughout the library. Lady Patrice, why aren't you wearing any clothes? A little devil, why are you here? Lord Bai just left the room and Lady Patrice isn't wearing any clothes. Could it be that you? And no, it's not like that. It's not what you're thinking. Yua, Lady Patrice really found a master for me. I said it's not like that. Patrice's panicked shriek and the little devil's sorrowful cries echoed throughout the library. Wu Yan, who was walking towards the entrance of the library, smirked. Who asked the little devil to be so ignorant, and almost triggered the irritation that Wu Yan had suppressed with great difficulty. Moreover, Wu Yan wasn't lying. Patrice said that she would consider whether to follow Wu Yan. If she decides to follow Wu Yan, wouldn't Wu Yan become her master? I'm just stating the truth, although it's only a possibility. After messing with the little devil, Wu Yan's mood improved. He walked out of the library and headed towards Remilia's room. Chapter 1768. The next day, on the balcony of the second floor, Remilia and Fran were sitting opposite each other. One of them looked bored, while the other was lying weakly on the table. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't look like their usual self. They looked lazy from the bottom of their hearts. Of course it was daytime. For vampires who only moved at night, daytime was equivalent to night. It wasn't strange for them to be so lethargic. Only Zuyi, who was standing on the side with a tray in his hand, knew that the two vampire sisters weren't lethargic because of the weather. Sigh. Remilia rested her chin on her hand and looked at the clear sky outside. Scarlet Devil Mansion has been noisy for the past few days. It's so quiet today that I'm not used to it. Zuyi couldn't help but think to himself, as expected. Remilia was lethargic because Wu Yan wasn't here. Zuyi found this to be inconceivable. Did his young mistress already see Master Bai as an indispensable part of her daily life? Thinking of this, Ziyi hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, Young mistress, do you need me to wake Master Bai up? Wake him up for what? Remilia turned her head away. The medicine on him from the moon is still working. Who knows what he'll do today? Just let him sleep. It'll save him a lot of trouble. Zuyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's true. Fran, who was lying on the table, looked up and glanced at Remilia. Suddenly she said, Sister really isn't honest. Ha! Remilia was surprised at first, and then looked at Fran with dissatisfaction. Fran, why are you talking about sister like that? Fran is just telling the truth. Fran said with a grunt. Don't think Fran doesn't know. Sister has been looking forward to brother feeding sister like that day, right? That's not true. It's not like that. Remilia panicked and glared angrily at Fran. I'm not a child. I don't look forward to being fed by that guy. Really? Fran giggled. Then Flan will tell Big Brother that Big Sister doesn't want Big Brother to feed her. From now on, Big Brother only needs to feed Flan. That fellow is the housekeeper of the Red Devil Mansion. Remilia's expression became unnatural. Since you're the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, it's only right for you to feed your master once or twice, right? So Big Sister is admitting that you want Big Brother to feed you. Fran muttered. Sure enough, it's because Big Brother didn't feed Big Sister in the morning. That's why you look so listless. Fran. Remilia glared at Fran. If you keep talking, I'll get angry. What? Fran puffed up her cheeks. Fran is just telling the truth. You. Remilia was incomparably furious, but she couldn't say anything. Her adorable face was dyed with anger from being too agitated. Hey Luoyi. However, at this moment, Fran ignored Remilia. She turned around and looked at Luoyi as she spoke pitifully. You really can't wake Big Brother up? Second young miss. Luoyi replied hesitantly. It's rare that Lord Bai didn't cause any trouble today. Let him stay in the room. Perhaps it's not bad. But Big Brother isn't here. Fran feels so bored. Fran laid down on the table again. Fran wants to go out with Big Brother. Second young miss, please endure for a few more days. Luoyi comforted her. When Lord Bai gets better, I'll definitely take you out to play. Plus, Big Sister can take you out to play too. Remilia said sourly. Why must that fellow take you out to play? Fran tilted her head in confusion. But Big Sister can't bask in the sun, right? How can you take Fran out to play? Then I'll take you out to play tonight. No. There's nothing fun at night. That's not it. There's a lot of fun at night. What's so fun about that? We can have a banquet. Why are we having a banquet again? Luoyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the two little sisters in front of him. One was distressed while the other was helplessly listening to her. Once upon a time, Remilia had always hoped to live a peaceful life with Fran like this. However, reality gave her a cruel situation and forced her to lock Fran in the basement. Now Remilia got what she wanted. She got the life she always wanted to live. And all of this was because of Yakumo Bai. It was inconceivable. And it was brought by a mysterious person. Thinking of this, Luoyi couldn't help but want to see Wu Yan. He cautiously said, Young miss, I think we should wake Lord Bai up and see how he's doing. It'll be better for us to plan. Hearing this, Flan lifted her head and looked at Remilia expectantly, which made Remilia, who was already tempted, feel a little annoyed. Go ahead if you want to. Okay. Wake Big Brother up. Fran cheered and jumped down from her seat. She took Luoyi's hand and ran inside. Luoyi, let's go wake Big Brother up. Second young miss. Luoyi hurriedly called. I told you to slow down. Remilia muttered unhappily as she watched Fran take Luoyi's hand and leave. Seriously, all of you only know how to think about that guy. Red Devil Mansion, Remilia's room. Big Brother. Standing at the door of the room, Fran gently knocked on the door with her small hand while calling out in a crisp voice. Big Brother. Get up. Fran's knocking and calling were met with an indescribable silence. Big Brother. Fran thought Wu Yan didn't hear her and raised her voice. Are you still not awake? There was still no response from the other side of the door. It was silent. Big Brother. Get up. Fran's voice carried a hint of coquettishness. You can't sleep too much. It wasn't until Fran knocked on the door for the third time that a weak, cotton-like voice sounded from the other side of the door. Let me sleep a little longer. Big Brother, what's wrong? Hearing Wu Yan's weak response, Fran worriedly stood on her tiptoes and twisted the doorknob. Are you sick? At the same time, the sound of the door being unlocked was heard. Seeing this scene, Zuyi also became somewhat worried. Although they have only known each other for less than 3 days, from the first morning Wu Yan stayed in Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakuya knew that Wu Yan is very lazy in the morning, and he hates it when people disturb his sleep. That's why the door is usually locked. But now the door was unlocked. What's going on? Lord Bai. Luoyi felt that something was wrong and took Fran's hand and pushed the door open. I'm coming in. Luoyi entered the room with Fran, but as soon as they entered the room, Luoyi was stunned. That's because she saw Wu Yan lying on the bed with his arms and legs spread out. His eyes are half closed, he's not sleeping at all. His blanket was kicked off the bed, but he didn't pick it up. No matter how she looked at it, it's weird. After all, Wu Yan wasn't the kind of person who kicked the quilt and didn't bother to pick it up. Besides, Wu Yan's expression was completely normal. There was no arrogance, jealousy, or irritation like before. There was only laziness and his breathing was normal. He didn't look like he was sick. Moreover, at this time, Wu Yan's state was not so much that he was sick. It was more like he had just run 10 laps around Fantasyland and was too tired to get up. Lord Bai. Luoyi felt a little strange and asked tentatively, Are you okay? Big brother, are you sick? Fran climbed onto the bed and touched Wu Yan's forehead. Are you feeling unwell? I'm the true ancestor of vampires. I can't even die. How can I be sick? Wu Yan humphed weakly. He raised his hand, but before he could lift it more than 10 centimeters, he slumped back down. I just want to sleep a little longer. I want to rest more. I want to stay at home and in bed. I don't want to go anywhere. After saying that, Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he didn't think he was convincing enough. 10 seconds later, he snored softly. Luoyi and Fran looked at each other and got up. They were speechless when they saw Wu Yan sleeping. Chapter 1769. Scarlet Fiend Mansion, Remilia's room. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zuyi once again gathered in the room. They looked at the sleeping Wu Yan and sighed. For the past 3 days, Wu Yan caused trouble almost every single day. Although the Scarlet Devil Mansion can't be said to be in a state of unrest, it's definitely not a peaceful one. Now Wu Yan was lying on the bed in an extremely obedient state. He wasn't even willing to move an inch. It was a stark contrast from before. Remilia, Patrice, Fran, and Zuyi weren't used to it. However, one thing was for sure. Wu Yan's current state wasn't normal either. Although he wasn't making a ruckus, isn't it abnormal for him to be too quiet? What's more, Wu Yan's current state is more like a half-dead than a peaceful one. Anyone can see that there's something wrong with him. Then, what's going on this time? Remilia said in a helpless tone, her face full of annoyance. Could it be because he hasn't sucked blood for a long time, and is finally experiencing a side effect? However, he also said that the vampire true ancestor doesn't need to rely on blood to survive. Even if he doesn't drink a drop of blood for the rest of his life, there won't be any abnormalities. Patrice shook her head as she pressed on the nightcap on her head. So there's only one possibility for such an abnormal state. Is it the medicine of that perpetual moon person again? At this point, Remilia's helpless tone turned into one of helplessness. But he was so noisy for the past 3 days. Why is he suddenly so quiet today? On the first day, Wu Yan didn't cause any trouble, but because of his arrogant behavior, Remilia almost went berserk. Sakuya even went so far as to erect an impenetrable wall between the two of them. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's timely realization, he's afraid that sooner or later, the people of Scarlet Devil Dojo wouldn't want to get close to him anymore. The next day, due to his jealousy, Wu Yan became hostile towards Remilia. He escaped from the Scarlet Devil Mansion, causing a commotion in the Scarlet Devil Mansion. He even started a barrage game with Marissa. If it weren't for Patrice and Alice coming to the rescue, Marissa would have gotten a few bruises by now. On the 3rd day, which is yesterday, Wu Yan started causing a ruckus early in the morning. He sent Marissa scurrying all over the place while sending the Scarlet Devil Mansion into a state of panic. Luckily, Wu Yan knew his limits. In order to avoid trouble, he hid in his room and slept for the whole day. Otherwise, it wouldn't end up like this. Today, Wu Yan was lying on the bed in a half-dead state. Even with so many people surrounding him, he wasn't willing to say a word. He was shaken awake several times, but he still continued to sleep. Compared to the past 3 days, the contrast was too great. It was natural for Remilia to have doubts. In response to Remilia's question, Patrice pondered for a moment before speaking. Actually, I have a guess about the effects of the moon person's medicine. Guess. Apart from Fran, who laid on the bed and had her attention on Wu Yan, Remilia and Zuyi turned their attention to Patrice. Lady Patrice, Zuyi said with uncertainty. You mean to say that you know what happened to Lord Bai for the past 4 days? It's not hard to understand if you think about it. Patrice glanced at Remilia and Zuyi. The moon person from the Eternal Pavilion said that the medicine Lord Bai swallowed could trigger the most fundamental sin in his heart. This so-called fundamental sin, if I'm not mistaken, should be the 7 deadly sins. 7 deadly sins? Remilia and Dark Knight froze at the same time. The 7 deadly sins refer to the 7 original sins that are the root of all sins. Patrice recalled and slowly explained. They are known as sins that all intelligent life cannot avoid. They are divided into pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. They are the root of all sins. Arrogant people will be arrogant, conceited, and condescending. They will despise everything they see, whether it is strong or weak, whether it is a man or a woman, whether it is a human or a beast. They will feel that they are insignificant. Arrogant people will not bother to communicate with them, or even approach them. Envious people will be envious, jealous, and resentful of what others have but they don't have. Be it money, looks, or even an excellent partner, if they don't have it, or if they have it but can't win against others. Envious people will want to use the power they have to plunder, rob, or even destroy everything. Envy is the foundation of the 7 deadly sins, and the shadow of envy can be found in the other 6 deadly sins. Furious people will be extremely irritable. Facing such a person, even a word that he doesn't like would trigger him to vent his anger and revenge. He would vent his anger without any reason. Such a person is also the one who would easily hurt the things around him or her. Zhang Tai said as he looked at Zhang Tai with a cold expression. On the other hand, lazy people have nothing to pursue in their lives. If we insist on pursuing something, then the only pursuit of lazy people is sleep and rest. Even if they are hungry, they will consider sleep and rest first. Even if they are thirsty, they will also consider sleep and rest first. To sum it up, they are lazy. Patrice said so much in one breath. Then, she shifted her gaze to Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground. Don't you think that Haku's performance in the past 4 days is related to the 4 original sins? Remilia and Zuyi nodded in agreement. On the first day, Wu Yan's arrogant attitude was a display of arrogance. Even Yonglin, who was one of the top 5 in strength and influence in Fantasy Village, was looked down upon by him. Wasn't that arrogant? On the second day, Wu Yan was extremely jealous. Even though Zuyi was only fulfilling his duty, he developed enmity towards Remilia. Even a quarrel between Patrice and Alice caused him to resent Marissa. Wasn't that a display of jealousy? On the third day, which was yesterday, even though Marissa's carefree attitude was infuriating, not to mention the fact that she had ruined Wu Yan's plans, Wu Yan was only dissatisfied at most. How could he be so angry that Marissa was forced to flee from the Scarlet Devil Mansion? And today, Wu Yan was in such a half-dead state. Wasn't that a display of laziness? The moon dwellers of Eternal Pavilion once said that the medicine Haku consumed would last for 7 days. Patrice sighed. Thinking about how Bai has been changing her appearance every day for the past few days, and then thinking about how the moon people's medicine in the Forever Pavilion can trigger the most fundamental evil in a person's heart, I think the effect of the medicine should be to induce one of the 7 original sins in the person who takes it in 7 days. This, Zuyi said in astonishment. That is to say, Lord Bai will commit the 7 original sins of pride, jealousy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust in 7 days, right? That's right. Patrice nodded heavily. The 7 sins will all manifest in these 7 days, and it seems like it's not something Bai can control. It's something he naturally wants to do. So to be honest, I'm really surprised that Bai can suppress the 7 sins while he's in the state of the 7 sins. Patrice wasn't the only one astonished. If Yonglin knew about this, she would probably be astonished as well. After all, no matter who it was, everyone would commit at least one of the 7 original sins. Even a newborn would subconsciously crave food and commit the sin of gluttony. Who could say that they would never commit these 7 original sins? Even the perfect and confident head maid, Black Knight, would sometimes be arrogant, jealous, and furious. To a certain extent, Patrice's thirst for knowledge was also a form of greed. Jealousy and fury would also occur at times. It was just that the degree of jealousy and fury differed. As for Wu Yan, he naturally couldn't avoid it. However, Yonglin's medicine amplified and strengthened the sins of the 7 deadly sins, causing Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins to be stronger than anyone else's. That's why so many things happened. Then his current state is due to the influence of the sin of sloth? Remilia looked at Wu Yan, who is still snoring. She felt a headache coming on. There's no other way. Zuoyi, you will take care of him today. Zuoyi bowed slightly. Yes, milady. Chapter 1770. Thus, apart from Lai Yi, who stayed behind, Remilia, Patrice, and the reluctant Fran left the room to do their own things. Opening his eyes with great effort, Wu Yan gazed at the departing figures of Remilia, Fran, and Patrice. He appeared to be half dead, but that was only because he was too lazy to speak. However, Wu Yan had clearly heard their conversation. In fact, Wu Yan had more or less guessed it. The so-called most fundamental sin that Yonglin mentioned was the original sin of the 7 deadly sins. Just like what Patrice had said, the 7 deadly sins were the root of all sins. No one could avoid committing at least one of the 7 deadly sins. If anyone could avoid all 7, then that person would be a saint. Therefore, the 7 deadly sins could be said to be human nature. Since it was human nature and unavoidable, how could one control it? That's why when Wu Yan committed pride, envy, wrath, and today's sloth, he didn't notice that he was in a state of triggering the original sin. He even went as far as to vent his inner sin when he was in a state of triggering the original sin. Because this was a sin that everyone would commit. Wasn't it an unavoidable sin? Because of this, when Wu Yan realized that something was wrong with his condition, he was able to suppress the sin that was his nature. This was the reason why Patrice said that she would be surprised, and also the reason why Yonglin might be surprised as well. Of course, Wu Yan didn't feel that it was strange. Indeed, human nature couldn't eradicate the deadly sins. However, in people's hearts, there were things more important than their own lives. Facing these things, even the most arrogant person would be biased. Even the most jealous person would consider gains and losses. Even the most furious person would be soft-hearted. Even the most lazy person would try to work harder. Therefore, under the baptism of the sin of pride, Wu Yan, who intended to take Seiko Yi as his own, would rather resist than submit when he realized that this would cause Seiko Yi to leave him. Therefore, under the baptism of the original sin of jealousy, enmity and killing intent towards Remilia arose. Wu Yan, who sensed that he might harm Remilia, would rather run away than comply. Therefore, under the baptism of the cardinal sins, even if he was angry at Patrice for rejecting his request, he would rather hold it and then force her to do anything. Therefore, under the baptism of the original sin of laziness, if something happened to anyone in the Red Devil Mansion today, Wu Yan would rather work hard than watch it happen. That was the bottom line. It was a bottom line that even human nature could not touch. Wu Yan believed that if any of the girls by his side were to face the same situation as him, they would definitely be able to suppress the 7 deadly sins. Even if that would put an excessive burden on his mind, it would still be the same. Lord Bai, Luo Yi, who had disappeared from the room, abruptly appeared on the edge of the bed, holding a tray full of dishes in his hand. His blue eyes looked at Wu Yan. Lord Bai, you should eat something first. Wu Yan clearly heard Sakuya's words, but he's too lazy to open his eyes. He's also too lazy to respond. He continued to lie there without any reaction. Seeing this, Luo Yi shook his head with a smile. He bent down and shook Wu Yan's body. Lord Bai, even if you want to sleep, please eat breakfast first. However, no matter how hard Luo Yi shook, Wu Yan's snoring was still the same. He had no intention of waking up. Sigh. Luo Yi sighed. It was impossible for Wu Yan to not wake up after shaking him like this. He should be too lazy to open his eyes, right? It had to be said that Yonglin's medicine was indeed overbearing. Although laziness was one of the 7 deadly sins, and was an unavoidable nature, laziness was also divided into degrees. Taking a break was laziness, doing nothing all day was also laziness. It was clear which was more important. However, Yonglin's medicine increased this laziness to the extreme, making people feel lazy to even reply. Wasn't this tyrannical? Luckily, Yonglin's medicine isn't able to bestow extreme laziness. Wu Yan, who is suffering from the sin of laziness, would find breathing a very troublesome task. Otherwise, there would be a good show to watch. Luo Yi had no choice but to say this. Then, Lord Bai, let me feed you, okay? As soon as Luo Ye's voice fell, Wu Yan lazily opened his eyes, but he did not move. He was lying straight on the bed, looking like a living dead with all his strength sucked out. This made Luo Yi angry and amused at the same time. This also made Sakuya realize that ever since she met Wu Yan, her relationship with Wu Yan seems to have gotten a lot richer. Without saying anything more, Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed and put the breakfast on the bedside. He helped Wu Yan up a little, and then picked up the bowl and spoonful of porridge. Scooping up half a spoonful of porridge, Sakuya carefully tested the temperature of the spoonful. She hesitated for a bit before putting the spoonful of porridge in front of Wu Yan's lips with great care. Lord Bai, have some porridge first. Looking at Sakuya reaching over and raising the spoon in front of him, treating him like a patient, even the lazy Wu Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. He couldn't help but open his mouth and gulp down the porridge in front of him. The next moment, the warm liquid flowed into his throat from his mouth and into his body, warming up Wu Yan's stomach. Since the porridge was made by Luo Yi, there must be no problem with the taste. However, Wu Yan did not care about the taste of the porridge. While drinking the porridge spoonful by spoonful, his eyes were fixed on Luo Yi, who was constantly blowing the porridge in the spoon and carefully feeding it to him. This is the first girl to feed Wu Yan ever since he got the system and came to Silveria. Ever since his fate changed, this is the first girl to feed him. Even Ikaros did not have this opportunity. Now Luo Yi was feeding him in order to take care of him. How could Wu Yan not look at her? Maybe it's a psychological issue, but Wu Yan and Nagaya felt like this meal was going on for a very long time. Although it was long and no one spoke during the process, the whole room was wrapped in a warm atmosphere. Even Wu Yan and Luo Yi felt as if their hearts had melted. They felt particularly warm. Under such circumstances, looking at Wu Yan, who looks like he's expending a lot of energy to open his mouth to eat, Sakuya's beautiful blue eyes unknowingly lost their usual stern and cold aura. Instead, it's replaced by gentleness. Her movements also became gentler and gentler. Unfortunately, no matter how long the meal was, it would end eventually. After the meal, Wu Yan flopped onto the bed like a puppet with its strings cut. He didn't even bother to adjust his posture. He closed his eyes and in less than 10 seconds he didn't move at all. Luo Yi shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She put the empty bowl on the tray and stood up. Just as Luo Yi was about to take the tableware to the kitchen to wash, a very soft voice entered Luo Ye's ears. Thank you. Luo Ye's body froze on the spot. Wu Yan, who was completely still, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Luo Yi, who was frozen on the spot. In his heart, an impulse drove him to suppress the sin of laziness and let him speak. Fran is my sister, Remilia. I am also very willing to treat her as my sister. And you, I also want to treat you as my family. A very important family member. After saying these words, Wu Yan simply closed his eyes and really did not move. Luo Yi stood there for a long time without responding. After a long time, she turned around and lowered her head to look at Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed. A very beautiful smile appeared on her face. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed again. Her blue eyes stared at Wu Yan's sleeping face. As if she could not help herself, she reached out her hand and stroked Wu Yan's face. Luo Yi is just a servant. I am not qualified to be Lord Bai's family member. Luo Yi is young lady's maid. If Lord Bai becomes young lady's brother, then Luo Yi will be Luo Ye's young master. After saying that, a peaceful smile appeared on Luo Ye's face. At that time, Luo Yi will do her best to serve you. Luo Yi did not care whether Wu Yan heard this or not. After gazing at Wu Yan for a while, she packed up her things, gently closed the door and walked out. Chapter 1771. Time passed quietly. At some point, Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed like a corpse, opened his eyes. He stared at the ceiling blankly as if he's in a state of sluggishness. He's not sleeping anymore. Since yesterday, in order not to cause trouble for the people around him, Wu Yan went back to his room and slept soundly. Plus today's half a day, that is to say, Wu Yan has slept for more than 30 hours. From a physiological point of view, if one's body was not in a weak state and overslept every day, the body would automatically reject sleep when it reached a certain level. If one continued to sleep like this, it would even cause a stabbing pain in the head. That's why, under the influence of the sin of sloth, no matter how lazy he is, he couldn't make himself close his eyes after sleeping for so long. Naturally, he couldn't fall asleep either. However, because of his lazy mentality, Wu Yan did not want to find anything to do, nor did he want to get up. He was not even willing to turn over and change his position. However, just lying on the bed and doing nothing felt particularly uncomfortable. Therefore, after finding that there was no way to fall asleep, Wu Yan finally made up his mind. Go out and stay for a while. Of course, walking is too troublesome, shopping is too tiring. Wu Yan just wanted to find a place to lie down and enjoy the scenery outside. Unwillingly, he mustered up a bit of energy and used all his strength to summon the mana in his body. Resisting the urge to slack off, he chanted a few incantations that are hard to understand. Buzz. The next moment, the magic of space transfer in the room worked. The fluctuations of space rippled out little by little and wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Not long after, Wu Yan completely disappeared from the room, leaving no trace or sound. It was noon. The sky was clear and sunny. Wu Yan quietly appeared on a grassy plain in Fantasy Village. As soon as he appeared, he was lying down on the grassy plain as if he had been lying there since the beginning. He did not look out of place at all. A gentle breeze blew, causing the grass around him to sway and bring fresh air. Wu Yan, who was too lazy to move, could not help but take a deep breath. His face, which was originally filled with laziness, was now filled with a trace of contentment. Excluding those monsters, fairies, demon spirits, and other non-human creatures, the fantasy village was actually a very magical place. It wasn't like the real world, where there were skyscrapers, car pavilions, and houses, where there was a trace of noise that a city should have. It wasn't like some bustling cities and villages, where there was garbage and dirty industrial gas everywhere, and there was no traffic or exhaust gas. In terms of the environment, it was simply a paradise. It is an environment like this. Wu Yan has never seen such a place except in Sao. However, there is a setting in Sao. It is an imaginary world. Even if you want to throw garbage, it will turn into pieces like dead players and monsters. It is impossible to pollute the environment. However, Fantasy Village is real. Thus, Wu Yan really likes Fantasy Village, this utopian environment. Not to mention, he also likes Fantasy Village. There are many magical places in Fantasy Village. Of course, there are also places with bad environments in Fantasy Village, but Wu Yan has never been there. Therefore, unknowingly, Wu Yan had such an idea. If there is a chance, he must explore the entire Fantasy Village. Suddenly, Wu Yan frowned. Wu Yan has the taser ability and excellent spatial sensing ability. When he wants to set up defenses to prevent sneak attacks, he will subconsciously fill his surroundings with electromagnetic waves to turn himself into a wide-area radar, or directly sense the space around him. It is similar to an individual entering water. When the individual is in the water, he will squeeze the water away from the area he occupies to increase the water level. Although the addition of an individual in a space would not increase the density of the space, it was an undeniable fact that the individual occupied a position in the space. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan can feel it. Whether it's the electromagnetic waves around him, or his perception of the space around him, everything is telling him that something is wrong. Someone is around. There is obviously someone around, but Wu Yan did not hear or sense anyone approaching him. Only the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing are telling him that there is someone around him. Wasn't this a little too strange? Does the person have the ability to conceal himself or eliminate his presence? Thinking of this, Wu Yan is slightly interested in the existence that is approaching him. Wu Yan closed his eyes and suppressed the laziness in his heart. He blocked all the 5 senses that are affecting his detection. He increased the release of electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability to the limit. This time Wu Yan sensed it. Thanks to the electromagnetic waves and his perception of space, Wu Yan could feel it. In a corner around him, an individual caused the electromagnetic waves to reflect and occupy the space in that corner. Following the electromagnetic waves and spatial sensing ability, Wu Yan opened his eyes and looked at the corner. However, in that corner, Wu Yan did not find anything. No, it should not be said that he did not find anything. Instead, something, or an ability, is preventing Wu Yan from finding that existence. This made Wu Yan squint his eyes and smile. No matter what kind of existence it is, since it can cause electromagnetic waves to react and occupy that space, then no matter how good its hiding ability is, it can't prevent Wu Yan from discovering this existence. Because even if Wu Yan can't find this existence can't escape the system's perception. Immediately, Wu Yan activated the system's perception ability and scanned the corner. Then Wu Yan was stunned. Under the system's perception, the existence that was hiding itself and preventing Wu Yan from discovering it was finally exposed. It was a petite young girl who was standing under a tree in front of him. She raised her head and seemed to be observing something. She was a petite girl with shoulder-length gray hair with a tinge of light green and green pupils. The girl's age looked like a child of about 10 years old. She wore a small yellow blouse with a green collar with 2 white lines running through it. Between her collarbones, chest, and near her heart, there was a light blue diamond-shaped button. Her lower body was a green skirt with 2 white lines running through it. The skirt was painted with a branch of an unknown plant. The girl's sleeves were black, and her shoes were also black. There was a purple heart-shaped pattern on them. She wore a crow feather hat on her head, and there was a light yellow ribbon on the front left of the hat. It was a very simple outfit, but it gave people a different feeling. The real difference was that in front of the petite girl's left chest, there were 2 tubes extending out. One went around her right shoulder and connected to the heart of her left foot. The other formed a heart shape on the left side of her face and connected to the heart of her right foot. Her eyes were tightly shut. There was no doubt that this petite girl who looked less than 10 years old was not a human, but a monster. And it was a monster that could hide from Wu Yan's senses and even cognition. He could only rely on the reflection of electromagnetic waves and sense of space to find her existence. Gu Ming's love. Level 82. Receiving the feedback from the system, Wu Yan muttered in a daze. Gu Ming's love? In this silent environment, Wu Yan's voice spread out clearly. Carried by the wind, it went into the ears of the petite girl named Gu Ming's love. Gu Mingni turned around and looked at the source of the voice. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes are still flashing with the system's perceptive sense. Gu Mingni revealed a surprised expression. It was natural for Gu Ming's love to show a surprised expression, because under normal circumstances, no one should be able to discover the existence of Gu Ming's love. But from the eyes of the person lying there, unwilling to move, Gu Ming's love did indeed see it. The person who had never seen it before and didn't know when it started had definitely discovered the existence of Gu Ming's love. This made Gu Ming's love surprised. Chapter 1772. When it came to Gu Ming's love, there might not be many people who knew about it in the fantasy heart. However, when it came to Gu Ming's love sister, there were many people who knew about her. The fantasy town was actually divided into the surface world and the underground world. The surface world was the residence of demons, fairies, demons, and other non-human races and humans. The underground world was the old hell, an underground city that was excluded by hell. Because the underground world was once the ruins of hell's underground city, there were countless resentful spirits left in the underground world. Gu Ming's love sister built a villa on the ruins of the scorching hell. She lived there and managed the existence of those resentful spirits. That villa was called Earth Spirit Hall, and Gu Ming's love sister was called Gu Ming Di Ju. Gu Ming Di Ju and Gu Ming's love were monsters of a race called Ju. It was a race that had the ability to read minds. They could see through people's hearts and know what any living creature was thinking. Originally, Gu Ming's love was the same as her sister Gu Ming Di Ju. They had the ability to read minds and were monsters that could see through people's hearts. However, Gu Ming's love sensed that this ability caused others to hate and fear her. Therefore, she voluntarily closed her third eye that could read minds and sealed her heart. Therefore, the third eye that hung on Gu Ming's left chest was tightly closed. Because of this, Gu Ming's love would not be hated and feared by others. However, losing the ability to read minds and sealing her heart also caused Gu Ming's love to be unable to grow for a long time. In other words, this was a girl who was very similar to Flan in all aspects. Although Gu Ming's love had lost the ability to read minds, but in exchange, Gu Ming's love had unexpectedly obtained another ability. The ability to control other people's subconscious mind unconsciously. This ability, from a certain point of view, it was even stronger than the ability to read minds. By manipulating other people's subconscious mind, Gu Ming Di Lian was able to move without being noticed by others. In an unconscious state, as long as she did not enter the field of vision of others, Gu Ming's love would lose all sense of existence and would not be noticed by others. Even if she entered the field of vision of others, her sense of existence would be abnormally low, like a stone, and would not attract others' attention. Even worse, once Gu Ming's love left other people's sight, they would immediately forget about it. If Gu Ming's love wanted to, she could even manipulate this ability to the extent that no one would be able to recognize her existence even if she stood in front of them. Unfortunately, no matter how much Gu Ming's love tried to reduce her presence, her existence would not disappear. Therefore, electromagnetic waves could react to Gu Ming's love. If they could sense space, they could also sense the existence of Gu Ming's love in the space where she was standing. Of course. However, in this case, even if others knew where Gu Ming's Di Lian was, they would not be able to find her. This was because no one knew of her existence. But Wu Yan had the system's perception. Under the perception of the system, even if Yukari secretly used a gap to hide on the side, she would still be discovered, let alone Gu Ming's love of Earth. Gu Ming and Di Lian would not know these things, and it was impossible for them to know. Naturally, Gu Ming Di Lian was surprised, but after the surprise he became excited. This was the first time someone had been discovered by others when Gu Ming did not take the initiative to contact others. Before that, Gu Ming's love had met many people and met many people. However, all of these people were unable to discover Gu Ming's love of Earth. Even the absolutely invincible witch Boli in the fantasy village was the same. Under such circumstances, Gu Ming's love of Earth became a little excited. She ran to Wu Yan's side, who was lying on the green grass, and stuck her head out, smiling so much that her eyes narrowed. "Can you find me?" Gu Ming's love's voice was very clear, like dewdrops falling to the ground, very pleasant to the ear. Other than that, Gu Ming's love also had an extremely cute and exquisite face that was definitely not inferior to Furan's. She was an extremely cute little loli, and she would definitely make all lolicons go crazy. Was Wu Yan a lolicon? If someone asked Wu Yan this question, Wu Yan would definitely give him a look of disdain and firmly deny it. However, Wu Yan had to admit that he could not help but dote on cute little girls. This was a lolicon. If it was any other time, looking at Gu Ming's love, who was standing beside him, lowering her body and sticking her head out in front of him, looking at him with a pair of beautiful eyes and a happy expression, Wu Yan first glanced at Gu Ming's love's faintly discernible view under her skirt because she was standing, then he closed his eyes and stopped talking. It was not that Wu Yan did not want to talk. It was that Wu Yan was too lazy to talk. Gu Ming's love's cheerful smile froze, and then she shouted out in dissatisfaction. "Brother, why don't you talk to Love of Love? Didn't you find her?" Hearing this, Wu Yan opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Gu Ming's love, who still did not notice that her skirt was exposed. He still did not speak, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Ming's love, telling her that he really found her. Seeing this, the dissatisfaction on Gu Ming's love's face disappeared and was replaced by curiosity. "Brother, can't you talk?" Don't you have the strength to talk? Don't tell me he hates Lian Lian? Hey, can you talk to Lian Lian? The curiosity on Gu Ming's face turned into a pitiful expression. There's no one to play with Lian Lian, and there's no one to talk to Lian Lian either. Lian Lian finally found someone to notice Lian Lian. If brother ignores Lian Lian, Lian Lian will be sad. Because she could control the subconscious, no one could discover the existence of Gu Ming Di Lian. Even Gu Ming Di Lian's sister, Gu Ming Di Ju. If Gu Ming Di Lian did not want her to discover, Gu Ming Di Ju would not be able to discover her. Coupled with the fact that he had sealed his heart, it could be said that basically, no one would accompany Gu Ming in love. He was the same as Furan. Loving Gu Ming was also lonely. Of course, Gu Ming Di Lian, who had sealed her heart, would not even feel lonely. She would do whatever she wanted to do and say whatever she wanted to say. When she wanted to be happy, she would be happy, but the next moment, she might be sad, painful, or depressed. At this moment, Gu Ming Di Lian felt that Wu Yan might not talk to her because he hated her and made her feel sad. Therefore, at this moment, Gu Ming Di Lian would really show her sad emotions. It was precisely because he understood this that Wu Yan could not ignore Gu Ming Di Lian no matter how lazy he was. He could only squeeze out a sentence weakly. I don't hate you, I just don't want to talk. Seeing that Wu Yan was finally willing to talk, Gu Ming Di Lian's eyes lit up, and her eyes immediately curved into a crescent moon shape. Brother, you don't hate Lian Lian, right? Then why don't you talk to Lian Lian? After saying that, Gu Ming Di Lian bit one of her fingers and said as if she had suddenly understood. Is it because you're hungry and don't have the strength to talk? After saying this, Gu Ming Di Lian seemed to have thought of something. She turned around and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Seeing Gu Ming Di Lian skipping away, Wu Yan did not ask her to stay. Anyway, in the fantasy village, for the time being, Gu Ming Di Lian had not met anyone who could find her. Naturally, she would not encounter any danger. Let her be. However, not long after, Gu Ming Di Lian actually ran back. However, this time, Gu Ming Di Lian ran back with a pile of fruits. Putting the fruits on the ground at the side, Gu Ming Di Lian picked up one of them and fed it to Wu Yan's mouth. She lay beside Wu Yan and crossed her little feet, her face full of joy. Here, after eating this, brother will have the strength to talk and play with Lian Lian. Sure enough, she's a girl who does whatever comes to her mind. She didn't even know if Wu Yan was really so hungry that he didn't have the energy to speak. She even planned to feed him, and after feeding him, he still has to chat and play with her. Is he treating Wu Yan like a pet and feeding him to the dogs? If it weren't for the fact that Wu Yan was too lazy to roll his eyes, he would have rolled his eyes at Gu Ming Di Lian. Why aren't you eating? Gu Ming Di Lian shook the fruit in her hand and tilted her head. Isn't this delicious? As she spoke, Gu Ming Di Lian brought the fruit in her hand to her mouth and took a bite. She puffed up her cheeks cutely and chewed. Oh, delicious. As she said this, Gu Ming Di Lian actually started to eat the fruit herself. After eating one, she continued to eat other fruits, completely forgetting that she was planning to give them to Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan speechless. Chapter 1773. Why do you keep lying here? Why don't you talk? Why don't you move? Why? On the not-so-vast grassland, Gu Ming Di Love sat beside Wu Yan, who was lying down. She kept crossing her little feet and holding her cheeks, asking questions with great interest. Wu Yan was too lazy to answer Gu Ming Di Love, but Gu Ming Di Love was still talking. Looking at her interesting face, she seemed to be enjoying it. She didn't care why Wu Yan didn't answer her questions at all. Come to think of it, Gu Ming's love was very interested in the first person who could discover him without his consent, even if the other party did not pay attention to him at all. Why don't you talk? Gu Ming Di Love tilted her head and looked at Wu Yan's mouth with her big watery eyes. She reached out and touched it. Are you a monster who can't talk? First of all, I'm not a monster. Second, didn't I just say that I don't want to talk? Wu Yan didn't say this sentence out loud. He just opened his eyes lazily and let Gu Ming Di Love touch his mouth with her slender little hand. Not long after, Gu Ming Di Love gave up and puffed up her cheeks angrily. If you don't talk to Lian Lian, she will be angry. Lian Lian will be angry. Gu Mingdi Love said this and tried to pretend to be angry. But in Wu Yan's eyes, she looked like she was making a joke. It was just like making a funny face. It was exceptionally cute. If it wasn't for the influence of the sin of laziness, Wu Yan really wanted to talk to Lian Lian for a while. But unfortunately, the laziness from the bottom of his heart made Wu Yan really not want to move his lips. He could only look at Gu Mingdi Love with his eyes narrowed, and there was a funny expression in his eyes. Wu Yan didn't talk, which made Gu Mingdi Love a little discouraged. What should I do to make you talk? In fact, Wu Yan really wanted to tell Gu Ming's Love to wait until tomorrow. Then he would have the energy to talk to her. Gu Mingdi Lian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. Lian Lian has thought of it. As long as I bring you to Earth Spirit Hall to see Sister, Lian Lian will be able to talk to you. Gu Mingdi Lian had closed his third eye and sealed his heart. Although he had obtained the ability to control his subconscious, he had also lost the ability to read minds that was unique to the demon race. However, Gu Ming still had the ability to read minds. That was why he was hated by those who did not want their minds to be read. However, for those animals who could not speak, Gu Ming's Dijue was the best person to communicate with. After all, Gu Ming could read minds. Even if animals could not speak, they could still communicate with Gu Ming's Diju. How could they not like Gu Ming's Diju? Now, Gu Ming's Love must have treated Wu Yan as a mute pet and planned to bring him home, so that Gu Ming's Love could read his mind and communicate with Wu Yan, right? Doing what he thought was one of the characteristics of Gu Ming's Di Lian, who had sealed her heart. Therefore, Gu Ming's Di Lian immediately jumped up and shook Wu Yan's body. Hey, Lian Lian has thought of a way to talk to you. Go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian Lian. Hearing that, Wu Yan was also quite tempted. He really wanted to take a look at the underground world. Moreover, he could see Gu Ming's Di Lian. It should be very interesting. However, the laziness in his heart prevented him from having such an idea, because Wu Yan did not want to move at all. Hey, go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian Lian. Gu Ming's Di Lian kept shaking Wu Yan's body. Earth Spirit Hall has a lot of delicious food and many pets. It's very fun. Unfortunately, Wu Yan was not even willing to adjust his position that was being shaken by Gu Ming's Di Lian. He only glanced at Gu Ming's Di Lian, who was unhappy and still ignored her. Could it be that not only can you not speak, you can't even walk? Gu Ming's Di Lian loudly shouted in Wu Yan's ear. If you don't get up, Lian Lian will attack. Attack? If people who were familiar with Gu Ming's Di Lian heard this, they would definitely be scared to death. Don't think that Gu Ming's Love is harmless just because of her adorable appearance. Putting aside the fact that Gu Ming's Love has reached the 9th level of strength, Gu Ming's Love is a true monster. Even if she has lost her heart, she has not lost her monster nature. Therefore, Gu Ming's Di Lian would not hesitate to kill people. If she really went crazy, she would even kill people without any purpose. Just like Fran, Gu Ming's Di Lian was also a very dangerous existence at certain times. In Fantasy Village, Fran, Gu Ming's Di Lian, and another little girl were known as the 3 great monsters of Fantasy Village. They would not even blink when it came to killing people. If Gu Ming's Di Lian was angered, Gu Ming's Di Lian would not be merciful. Plus, she had the strange ability to control the subconscious. She was definitely not any less dangerous than Fran. However, Wu Yan still looked indifferent. He lazily half-opened his eyes and looked at Gu Ming's Di Lian. Then, he closed his eyes. Clearly, compared to being killed, Wu Yan was more inclined to be lazy. He was the true ancestor of vampires. He would not die no matter what, right? With this thought, Wu Yan did not want to move even more. He had to admit that he was really lazy to the point of anger. You really don't know how to walk? Gu Ming's Di Lian angrily straightened her body. Then let Lian Lian take you back to Earth Spirit Hall. With that, Gu Ming extended his hand and an invisible wave of energy rippled through Wu Yan's body. It was so subtle that it couldn't be any more subtle, and its presence was reduced to a level lower than that of a rock. Under the influence of the formless ripples, Wu Yan was surprised to find that his body was uncontrollably standing up. This was Gu Ming's Di Lian's ability. the ability to control other people's subconscious in an unconscious state. Under the effect of this ability, Wu Yan seemed to have entered a state similar to sleepwalking. His body wobbled as he moved. Only then did Gu Ming's love smile happily. She turned around and skipped forward. Follow Lian Lian back to Earth Spirit Hall. As Gu Ming's Di Lian walked, Wu Yan followed uncontrollably. Right now Gu Ming's Di Lian was controlling Wu Yan's subconscious. She wanted Wu Yan's subconscious to control his body and move according to Gu Ming's thoughts. It was basically the same as sleepwalking. However, Wu Yan's consciousness was still clear. It was very easy to get rid of this sleepwalking state. He just needed to control the body controlled by his subconscious. However, that would not only be very laborious, but with Wu Yan's current lazy mentality, he was not willing to do it. Plus, he had no reason to do it. Wu Yan originally wanted to see Earth Spirit Hall, but he was too lazy to move. Right now, he did not need to control his body and his body could go to Earth Spirit Hall on its own. Didn't this mean that Wu Yan could go to Earth Spirit Hall without moving? Killing two birds with one stone. Wu Yan didn't have any reason to take back control of his body, so he followed behind Gumming Di Lian, who was bouncing around and wobbling on his feet. Strictly speaking, the underground world did not belong to the fantasy village. That was the world where the wraiths lived. It used to be a part of hell, but was later expelled by hell. It became a lawless place where the wraiths could do whatever they wanted. While the wraiths were running wild, Gu Ming's Di Lian stood out. Gu Ming's Di Lian, who was hated and feared by all humans and monsters, came to the underground world. In the underground city of the underground world, he built a villa above the ruins of the scorching hell, which was Earth Spirit Hall. There were many pets living in Earth Spirit Hall. They could not speak, but because of Gu Ming's Di Lian's mind-reading ability, he liked her pets who could communicate. Gu Ming's Di Lian handed all the work of managing the wraiths and the temperature of hell to these pets. He lived in Earth Spirit Hall with nothing to do. Under Gu Ming's Di Lian's lead, or rather control, some time passed. When Wu Yan could not help but feel sleepy, they came to Earth Spirit Hall. This was a chessboard-like villa with red bricks and stained glass everywhere. It had a strong Western style. Once he entered the villa, Wu Yan saw a huge furnace in the courtyard. There was a skylight above it to dissipate heat. Because there were ruins of the scorching hell below Earth Spirit Hall, the floor of Earth Spirit Hall was very warm. Walking on it, Wu Yan felt that even the soles of his feet were hot. It was very comfortable, and he could not help but want to sleep on it. At this time, Gu Ming's Di Lian brought Wu Yan into the inner courtyard of Earth Spirit Hall. They came in front of a door. Chapter 1774. Sister. Arriving in front of the door to the inner courtyard of Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Ming's love first yelled with a happy tone. Then he stood on his tiptoes and struggled to twist the door handle, opening the door. The next moment, a room that isn't too dark but it isn't too bright either. It's made up of white and pink, and it's filled with the scent of a young girl was revealed in front of him. The room was rather spacious, comparable to Remilia's room in terms of size, but the structure of the room was rather simple. There was a bed in the corner of the room. There were bookshelves to the side of the bed. The bookshelves were filled with books. Although they could not compare to the underground library of the Red Devil Hall, there were still many of them. At first glance, it gave off the feeling of a study. There was a pure white round table in the center of the room. There were a few chairs around the round table, and there were some fruits and snacks on the table. At this moment, a petite girl sat at the round table. She held a thick book in her hands, and her eyes were glued to it as she read it seriously. She was a petite girl with light purple shoulder-length hair, and a pair of dark red eyes. Her appearance was delicate, and she was as cute as a doll. The girl was wearing a loose, light blue blouse with a lot of pleats. She wore a pink skirt that reached her knees, revealing only her calves. She wore a red hairband on her head and a pair of white socks on her feet. She didn't wear any shoes. Around the young girl, a few faint yellow lines with rainbow-colored light wound into circles, surrounding the young girl. The circles were all connected to the young girl. In front of the young girl, at the connection point of the circles, an eyeball was floating there, just like Gu Ming's love of Earth. No, there was still a difference. The eyeball that floated in front of Gu Ming's love was closed, while the eyeball that floated in front of the girl was half closed. There was a pupil that seemed both black and dark red, making for an extremely strange sight. However, this strangeness was covered up by the girl's quiet and gentle temperament. Looking at Gu Mingdiju, who was sitting in front of the round table with a quiet and gentle temperament, holding a book and reading quietly, Wu Yan could not help but smile faintly. A monster that could read people's minds, Gu Mingdiju. One was in existence that could read the thoughts of others. Regardless of whether it was monsters or wraiths, it was feared by all. On the contrary, it was loved by animals that couldn't speak. It gradually turned its residence into a house for fire cats, hellcrows, and other pets. Speaking of Gu Mingdiju, she was actually quite a pitiful person. Because he could read other people's minds, he was rejected and hated by others. Because he could not live in harmony with humans and monsters, Gu Ming escaped to this underground world. As a result, Gu Ming was also hated by the monsters and wraiths in the underground world. No matter who it was, they did not want to interact with this monster who could read minds. This was because in front of Gu Mingdiju, no one had any secrets to speak of. They could not hide their true nature and thoughts in front of Gu Mingdiju, even if it was a vengeful spirit who could not speak. The reason was simple. Even if it was a spirit that could not speak, Gu Mingdiju could still read their minds. Because of this, even the wraiths in the underground world avoided Gu Mingdiju. Because of this, Gu Mingdiju effectively used the wraiths' fear of him to manage the wraiths that remained in the ruins of the scorching hell. As the wraiths could not hide anything from Gu Mingdiju, they were extremely afraid of Gu Mingdiju. Therefore, they did not go against Gu Mingdiju's will and obediently followed his management. Under these circumstances, only pets that were not scheming and were not afraid of having their minds read could accept Gu Mingdiju. Therefore, Gu Mingdiju built Earth Spirit Hall here, and handed the management of the underground world, wraiths, and the courtyard to his pets. He hid in Earth Spirit Hall, and was completely isolated from the outside world, giving up on communicating with anyone. Gu Mingdiju was lonely. Fortunately, Gu Mingdiju did not have a lonely heart. However, Gu Mingdiju was truly lonely and was not accepted by anyone. He was a pitiful young lady who lived in a world that only belonged to himself. In this underground world, there was basically no one who would come to visit him. Earth Spirit Hall only had Gu Mingdiju, and many other pets. Similarly, there would not be any guests, and there would not be anyone who would specially come to visit Gu Mingdiju. Compared to Gu Mingdiju, who was always wandering outside, Gu Mingdiju was the one who had always been in a lonely environment. Wu Yan even suspected that ever since he came to the underground world and built Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Mingdiju had never left his territory. Because of this, Wu Yan wanted to come to Earth Spirit Hall. This was because if he did not take the initiative to look for Gu Mingdiju, Wu Yan might never see this young lady again. Sister. Different from Wu Yan, who had a lot of thoughts in an instant, Gu Mingdiju, who had sealed her heart and did not think about anything, walked into the room happily. She waved at Gu Mingdiju, who was reading a book. Sister. I'm back. Diju? Gu Mingdiju lifted his head from the book in his hand. He looked at Gu Mingdiju with a gentle look in his deep red eyes. When he saw Wu Yan wobbling behind Gu Mingdiju flinched, and he was surprised to see Wu Yan. Earth Spirit Hall basically did not have outsiders coming to visit. Now an outsider came in behind Gu Mingdiju. Gu Mingdiju was very surprised. However, Gu Mingdiju did not lose his composure. After a moment of surprise, he put away his expression and closed his book. He nodded at Wu Yan in a friendly manner. You are? When facing Gu Mingdiju, Wu Yan did not say anything. It was the same for Gu Mingdiju. Sister, this person can't talk and he can't walk. Gu Mingdiju happily answered Gu Mingdiju's question. So, Diju brought him back. You're the one who brought her back? Gu Mingdiju was stunned again. Then he saw that Wu Yan was moving uncontrollably. He showed a look of understanding and looked at Gu Mingdiju reproachfully. Diju, how can you control people so casually? It's very impolite, do you know that? But Diju really wants to talk to him and play with him. Gu Mingdiju took her sister's hand, and shook it like a spoiled child. Although he can't talk, and he can't walk, he can find me. It's very interesting. He can find you? Gu Mingdiju looked at Wu Yan, who was like a walking corpse, in surprise, and said with uncertainty, "You mean when you were moving uncontrollably? He cracked your unconsciousness without your consent and found you?" Yes, yes, Gu Ming said in a clear voice. Interesting, right? This time, Gu Mingdiju looked at Wu Yan seriously. As Gu Mingdiju's sister, Gu Mingdiju knew clearly how powerful Gu Mingdiju's ability to control other people's subconscious was. It could be said that in an unconscious state, Gu Mingdiju's sense of existence was weaker than anything else. No one would pay attention to her at all. Even if it was Gu Mingdiju, if Gu Mingdiju didn't want to be discovered by her, she wouldn't be able to discover Gu Mingdiju. The man in front of her could discover Gu Mingdiju's unconscious actions. This was the first time Gu Mingdiju had encountered this. At that moment, Gu Mingdiju met Wu Yan's pair of deep wine-red eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She was slightly absent-minded. When she realized that she was staring blankly at the opposite sex, Gu Mingdiju blushed and looked at Gu Mingdiju as if she was avoiding it. "You said that he can't talk, and he can't walk?" "Yes." At this point, Gu Mingdiju was a bit dejected. Lian kept talking to him, but he just wouldn't talk to her. Even when she invited him to Earth Spirit Hall, he ignored her. "Sister, help me take a look. Does he hate Lian? How can that be?" Seeing her sister's dejected look, Gu Mingdiju tenderly held Gu Mingdiju's hand tightly. Lian is so cute, no one would hate Lian. Then sister. Gu Mingdiju looked at Gu Mingdiju with hope. "Help me take a look. Why won't he talk to Lian? Gu Mingdiju hesitated at first, then nodded. The third eye on his chest floated up and opened slightly. He looked in Wu Yan's direction. R1152. Chapter 1775. In fact, if it was possible, Gu Mingdiju really did not want to take the initiative to read other people's minds anymore. After all, it was because he had the ability to read minds that Gu Mingdiju was hated and feared by humans, monsters, and race other than his sister and pets. As a result, he had been alone for a long time. Although according to Gu Mingdiju, the person in front of him not only could not speak, but also could not walk. He used his ability to read minds on him to facilitate communication. However, life with intelligence was ultimately different from pets. Pets were not scheming and did not know how to disguise themselves. Therefore, they did not need to be afraid of Gu Mingdiju reading their minds. But people were different. They were the same on the outside and inside. This word sounded simple, but in the entire underground world, the entire fantasy land, the entire world, and even the thousands of worlds, how many people could do this? And those who could not do this would not be able to disguise themselves in the face of Gu Mingdiju's ability to read minds. In addition, everyone more or less had their own secrets that they did not want others to know. One could imagine how many people rejected Gu Mingdiju's existence. Even Purple could not help but want to avoid Gu Mingdiju, let alone others. Because of this, the race who could not speak could not like Gu Mingdiju. They would only feel deep fear, disgust, and fear towards him. Gu Mingdiju could imagine that once he used his ability to read minds on the person in front of him, then, in the next moment, what kind of hostile gaze would the person in front of him cast on him? That was a scene that Gu Mingdiju had experienced thousands of times in his many years of existence. However, compared to not being hated by others, Gu Mingdiju did not want to disappoint Gu Mingdiju. Because Gu Mingdiju had already closed her heart. To become a person who would never be able to obtain himself, Gu Mingdiju felt. He had to satisfy his sister's request and take good care of her. At that moment, under Gu Mingdiju's pleading, Gu Mingdiju's hesitation only lasted for less than 2 or 3 seconds before it disappeared. His gaze was cast on Wu Yan. The third eye floating in front of Gu Mingdiju opened slightly and floated up, facing Wu Yan. Wu Yan's figure immediately seemed to be reflected in a mirror. It was reflected in the pupil of that eye. Buzz! Immediately after, the third eye that was floating in front of Gu Mingdiju's body flashed with a dark red light. This was the precursor to the activation of the mind-reading ability. According to his past experience, when his third eye shone, Gu Ming would be able to obtain all the thoughts of the person his third eye was aimed at. However, something unexpected happened. Beep, beep, beep. Almost at the same time that Gu Ming activated his mind-reading ability, a wave of blue-white electric arcs flashed around Wu Yan's body. They were like electric snakes that spread out in all directions. Ah! Gu Ming felt as if his third eye had been shone by a strong light, and he felt a stinging pain. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Ah! Gu Ming's love was unlucky and was touched by one of the lightning snakes. She cried out in pain and her small body fell forward. Lian Lian. Seeing this, Gu Ming Diju cried out in surprise again. This time, there was a little panic in his cry. Because it was too sudden, Gu Ming's love didn't have time to react. Looking at the ground that was getting closer and closer to her face, she couldn't help but close her eyes and wait for the pain to come. However, when Gu Ming's love fell to the ground, Gu Ming's love felt something. It wasn't a hard floor, but a warm and strong touch. Gu Ming's love opened her eyes in surprise. Then she saw it. Just now, she was hanging behind Gu Ming's love like a zombie, and her mind was read by Gu Ming Diju. It was Wu Yan, who was bursting with shocking electric arcs, who had fallen to the ground where Gu Ming's love fell. Gu Ming's love fell directly into Wu Yan's arms, so she didn't feel any pain. Lian Lian. Gu Ming Diju came back to his senses and quickly squatted down to feel Gu Ming's love's body. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I'm fine, sister. Gu Ming's love responded first, then she raised her head and looked at Wu Yan, who was acting as her cushion with a lazy expression on his face, and said happily, Did you save me, brother? Hearing this, Wu Yan glanced at Gu Ming's love in his arms disapprovingly. Then he closed his eyes lazily. He looked very cold, but it didn't arouse Gu Ming's love's disgust. Instead, it made Gu Ming's love's expression happier. In order to save Lian Lian, brother moved himself? Lian Lian is so happy. After saying this, Gu Ming's love rubbed her little face on Wu Yan's chest, and a longing expression appeared on her little face. Brother's body is so warm, and he smells so good. Lian Lian, this is too rude. Seeing Gu Ming's love's longing expression, Gu Ming's love looked at Wu Yan with a complicated feeling, and said reproachfully to Gu Ming's love, He saved you, you should thank him first. Hee hee. Gu Ming's love stuck out her tongue playfully, but she didn't do as Gu Ming's love said. Instead, she continued to rub Wu Yan's chest, like a child who was extremely dependent on her brother or father, and her face was full of joy. It smells different from sister's body, but Lian Lian likes the smell on brother's body better. This was the heartfelt words of a child who had been alone all year round, and no one close to her other than her sister. She had closed her heart, and she spoke directly. Although she didn't have a soul, but thinking about it, Gu Ming's love must have felt a different aura from Wu Yan's body than her sister's. For example, what Gu Ming's love gave Gu Ming's love was maternal love, but the aura she felt from Wu Yan's body was paternal love. Gu Ming's love seemed to have thought of this, and looked at Wu Yan with a more complicated gaze, but there was a faint joy in his eyes. Not only was he not afraid of Gu Ming's mind-reading ability, but he could also notice Gu Ming's love, whose presence was extremely weak when she was unconscious. How could Gu Ming's love not be happy when such a person appeared? In this case, the other party wouldn't hate her, or be afraid of her. He wouldn't neglect her sister, and they would be able to live together harmoniously, right? Could this be a gift from God to us sisters? With that thought in mind, Gu Ming's love looked at Wu Yan with friendliness and kindness, but at the same time, it was also full of doubts. Why can't I read his heart? Gu Ming's love aside, even Wu Yan himself was a little surprised. The electromagnetic shield brought about by the electric shock user's ability could resist the ability to interfere with the mind and spirit, but Wu Yan didn't expect that it could even resist Gu Ming's mind-reading ability. But after thinking about it carefully, Wu Yan was relieved. Although the electric shock user's ability was still at LV5, but as he continued to level up and become stronger, the electric shock user's ability was also constantly getting stronger. Gu Ming's mind-reading ability was also the ability to interfere with the mind and spirit, and Gu Ming's love was at most level 9, which was weaker than Wu Yan's. So it wasn't surprising that Gu Ming's love couldn't do anything to Wu Yan's electromagnetic shield. But Gu Ming's love was troubled by this. My ability is useless against him, so I can't communicate with him. What should I do? In the beginning, Gu Ming's love was the reason why he read Wu Yan's heart. But now, Gu Ming's love was also interested in Wu Yan, and he wanted to communicate with Wu Yan from the bottom of his heart. Then sister, what should we do? Gu Ming's love said worriedly. Are we unable to communicate with Big Brother all this time? No. There's no such thing, Gu Ming Diju said firmly. In order to save Love, he moved on his own, but Love, didn't you say that he couldn't move? Gu Ming looked at Wu Yan, who had his eyes closed, and nodded. I think it's not that he can't move, but he doesn't want to for some reason. Then it's very likely that he can talk, but he just doesn't want to. I think so. Gu Ming's love also remembered that Wu Yan did talk. Then what should we do? Don't worry, Love, sister also wants to communicate with him. Gu Ming's love stood up and looked outside. Although we don't want to leave Earth Spirit Hall, we can only ask for help from one person. Chapter 1776. Fantasy Village, Boli Shrine. Up in the sky, Marissa rode on her broom and flew over at an extremely fast speed. When she arrived above the Boli Shrine, she jumped down from the broom. Ignoring the fact that her skirt was fluttering wildly due to her jumping from a high altitude, Marissa agilely landed in front of the gate of the Boli Shrine and forcefully pushed open the gate. Yo, Ling Meng. I'm here to see you, Dizzy. Seated in front of a table with a quilt and drinking tea, Ling Meng appeared to have anticipated Marissa's arrival. She shot a glance at the carefree Marissa standing by the door, then ignored the grinning Marissa as she leisurely drank her tea. Marissa was petrified for a moment before she shouted with a face full of dissatisfaction. Hey, I came to see you out of goodwill. It's fine if you don't appreciate my kindness, but you actually ignored me. Isn't this too much? Like you said, it's you who wanted to see me. I didn't invite you here. It's my business whether I want to welcome you or not. If you're dissatisfied, you can leave. Aren't you being too cold to a friend who came to visit you? Marissa huffed as she tossed away the broom in her hand. She strode over to Ling Meng and sat down opposite her. You're just like that husband of yours. The last time I went to see him, I was also kicked out by him for no reason. So hateful. How many times have I told you? He's not my husband. Ling Meng closed her eyes and drank her tea in satisfaction. Also, compared to him, I didn't kick you out. I'm just ignoring you. That's already very good to you. I told you all were too cold. The more Marissa spoke, the angrier she became. The more she spoke, the more thirsty she became. She grabbed the teapot in front of her and wanted to pour the tea into her teacup. Stop it. At this moment, whether it was Marissa calling her too cold or ridiculing her relationship with Wu Yan, Ling Meng didn't seem to care. She roared and snatched the teapot from Marissa's hand. You. What are you doing? Marissa nearly jumped in fright as she glared at Ling Meng, who was looking at her warily. Are you not even willing to serve me a cup of tea? Can we still be friends happily? Do you think this is ordinary tea? Soul Dream glared at Marissa and took out a packet of tea leaves from the quilt. She pointed at the label on the packet and spoke in a flaunting manner. This is the most expensive and highest grade tea in the entire world. It's the highest luxury brand. The most expensive and high-grade tea leaves in the entire world? And there's even a brand? Marissa stared blankly for a moment before looking at Spirit Dream with a strange expression. In the past, didn't the Bori Shrine buy the cheapest tea leaves? Was there a need to bargain? Why did you buy such expensive tea leaves this time? When did you become so rich? Previously, when Yakumo-bai came to the Bori Shrine, she gave me lodging. Cough, cough, cough. When I came to the Bori Shrine, she gave me incense money. Ling Meng stuttered as she held the packet of tea leaves in her hand like it was a treasure. She then caressed it lovingly. So I spent a lot of money to buy these high-grade tea leaves. I enjoyed it. If Wu Yan were to find out about this, he would definitely complain about it. Ling Meng didn't mention the lodging. She probably didn't want others to know that the two of them stayed together in the Bori Shrine. However, Wu Yan had given Ling Meng an entire bag of gold coins. It was enough to demolish the entire Bori shrine and rebuild a bigger one, not to mention buying a few packets of tea leaves. Yet Ling Meng treated buying tea leaves as a luxury. Should I say that Ling Meng is stingy? Or should I pity her for not having a good life in the past? Regardless of whether she was being stingy or pitiful, Ling Meng didn't intend to let Marissa drink the high-grade tea leaves she bought extravagantly. She waved her hand at Marissa. I plan to enjoy these tea leaves for a long time. I won't let you drink them. If you want to drink some tea, go to the warehouse and get a cheap packet of tea leaves. Go make your own tea. Aren't you being too unreasonable? Marissa slammed the table and stood up. Treating me like this, aren't you afraid that I will be sad? Sad? Ling Meng pursed her lips as if she heard a strange word. How could a mere Marissa have such a delicate emotion like sadness? You. Marissa's delicate body trembled as a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Since we've reached this point, we can only duel. No. Ling Meng refused without hesitation. I don't want to do something so troublesome. Then prepare to take a shot from my magic cannon. Marissa pulled out the 8 trigrams furnace from her magus hat and shouted. Let me take care of your tea leaves as well. Hearing this, Ling Meng could no longer maintain her calm. As if her lover had been snatched away by Marissa, she pounced on Marissa with a fierce expression. You rat. Don't even think about touching the most expensive tea leaves I've ever drunk in my life. I don't care. You're just a mere Ling Meng. Drown in your tea leaves. Stop right there. It's innocent. Ah. You actually attacked my chest for a packet of tea leaves. Fine. Watch me. You. Where are you touching? Hissy. So flat. What did you say? Suddenly, the lucky red and white and the unlucky black and white started a dispute over a bag of tea leaves. Then they started to hate each other because of the dignity of women. The two of them completely disregarded their own image and started to wrestle and roll on the ground. Not long after, the clothes on Spirit Dream and Marissa's bodies became messy. Their skirts also flew up, revealing their beautiful scenery. If there was a man present, his blood would probably spurt out from his mouth, right? But Ling Meng and Marissa still felt that this wasn't enough as they started ripping off each other's clothes. As a result, the red and white magus attire and the black and white magus attire flew all over the place. In just a short moment, both Ling Meng and Marissa had ripped off each other's clothes, leaving them completely naked. At this moment, Marissa seized the opportunity to ride on Ling Meng's body. Sorry to disturb. Just as Marissa was about to give Ling Meng a headshot to silence her, a soft voice sounded from outside the door. The door to the Bori shrine slowly opened. Ling Meng and Marissa's bodies stiffened like clockwork puppets. Cracking sounds rang out as they turned their heads and looked towards the entrance of the shrine. In the next second, several figures appeared before their eyes. One of them was a petite girl with pink shoulder-length hair who opened the door. She had a pair of crimson pupils and a pair of eyes that were connected to each other. She had a dumbfounded expression on her face. One of them was a young girl with pink shoulder-length hair who was looking at Spirit Dream and Marissa with a curious gaze. Floating in front of her was a petite young girl with light green eyes and shoulder-length hair. There was also a man who hung behind the two petite girls like a walking corpse. His gaze was cast into the interior of the shrine, looking at the naked Ling Meng and Marissa. A sluggish expression appeared within his wine-red eyes. The trio of one man and two women stood at the entrance of the shrine and looked at the petrified Ling Meng and Marissa. The entire scene was silent for more than 10 seconds. Until 10 seconds later, Gumming Love broke the silence with a curious expression on her face. Are you guys playing a game? Gumming Love finally reacted. Her face turned red and she quickly covered Gumming Love's eyes. Love, you can't look. Wah! Gumming Love struggled. Why can't Love look? That's right. This is definitely not something you can't look at. Marissa jumped up from Ling Meng's body and hurriedly explained. You've misunderstood. The truth is definitely not what you see. I just want to do it with Ling Meng. The crowd fell silent once again. Do it. Gu Ming Dilian, whose eyes were covered, tilted his head in confusion. It's fine. You can fire as many times as you want. Gu Mingdiju stammered. He reached out his hand and slammed the door of the shrine shut. We'll disturb you later. You can continue. Within the shrine, Ling Meng and Marissa's roars rang out at the same time. I said you've misunderstood. Chapter 1777. Why would a demon from the underworld come to the surface, and even come to the Boli shrine? After a series of commotion, Princess Lingmeng, who had put on her clothes, looked at Gu Mingdijue, who was sitting opposite her with an unfriendly gaze. She then looked at Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground with a lazy expression. The unfriendliness in her eyes turned into a murderous glint. You bastard! Don't tell me you've caused me trouble again? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it was not his idea to come here to look for you. It was my idea. Gu Mingdiju first lowered his head in a well-behaved manner to express his apology. Then his gaze landed on Ling Meng and Marissa. The third eye in front of him blinked slightly, allowing Gu Mingdiju to reveal an expression of understanding. So both of you know him. I'd rather not know him. Princess Lingming's tone was extremely nasty. However, Wu Yan, who was too lazy to speak, did not take it to heart. It was natural for Princess Lingming to be angry. After all, Princess Lingming had just given Wu Yan a huge benefit. The beautiful scene of her naked body was deeply engraved in Wu Yan's mind with his complete memory ability. He did not mind Princess Lingming's nasty tone. But, what's the little brother from Yakumo's family throwing a tantrum again? Marissa did not mind that she was seen naked and came to Wu Yan's side. Perhaps she had forgotten that she was beaten up by Wu Yan before. She patted Wu Yan's chest vigorously. Your temper was so bad yesterday, but today you're unwilling to move even if you die. Isn't this contrast a little too big? What? Who cares what's wrong with Big Trouble? Princess Lingmeng said with a face full of displeasure. What I care about is... You care about why we came to find you, right? The third eye in front of him flashed a dark red light. Gu Mingdijue, who read Princess Lingming's thoughts, smiled softly. We just want to ask for help from the witch of the Bori Shrine. We want you to help us see what's wrong with this person. Why is he not talking or moving? We didn't expect you to be so familiar with him. And... Gu Mingdi felt suspicious. Yakumo-bai, the image of this person in your heart is clearly not the person who doesn't speak or move. How did it become like this? Since you can read minds, then you should know that I don't know. Ling Meng glared at Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, and snorted coldly. No matter what, take this Big Trouble away from me. I don't want to cause any more trouble for me. Hey, Ling Meng. Marissa seemed to have thought of something. He made a sound. Do you think the condition of the Yakumo family's little brother has something to do with that? That? Princess Ling Meng frowned. What do you mean? Medicine? Marissa didn't have time to finish her sentence. Gu Mingdiju exclaimed in surprise. Did he take the medicine given by the Forever Pavilion doctor? Marissa, who was about to speak, was choked by Gu Mingdiju's interruption. Her expression became gloomy. I have a mouth. Can't you let me speak for myself? Hey. What's with the medicine given by the Forever Pavilion doctor? Why haven't I heard of such a thing happening? Princess Ling Meng asked with a trembling expression. This guy, don't tell me he did something troublesome without me knowing? Well, I don't know much about it. I heard it from Patrice at the Scarlet Devil Mansion last time. Marissa said with a vexed expression. Because of that medicine, the Yakumo family's little brother's condition has been very abnormal these past few days. He came looking for me twice. The first time, we played a bullet screen game, and I was almost sent flying. The second time, I was beaten until I covered my head and ran away like a rat. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I really want to get back at him. Patrice? Scarlet Devil Mansion? On the side, Gu Mingdiju, who was reading Marissa's mind, also obtained some information about Wu Yan. His expression became thoughtful. So he's not only the head of the Yakumo family, he's also the housekeeper of the Scarlet Devil Mansion. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Lian doesn't understand at all. Gu Mingdiju, who was kneeling beside Wu Yan and hugging one of Wu Yan's arms, complained. Lian just wants to talk to brother. Can you let Lian Lian talk to brother? I said, I don't care what will happen to this guy. Princess Ling Meng's expression became uncertain. The next second, she slammed the table. No. I can't let this guy stay here any longer. Marissa and Gu Mingdiju were both shocked. Why? On the other hand, Gu Mingdiju's expression became speechless after the third eye in front of him blinked. He doesn't want to move right now, he doesn't even want to talk. So you don't have to worry about him causing any trouble. His existence itself is a problem. Princess Ling Meng unceremoniously said words that could strike anyone's heart. She even grabbed her own familiar. Can you understand what it's like to have your broom break more than 11 times during your first encounter with someone else? Gu Mingdiju. Marissa. Sure enough, I should have treated this guy back then. Princess Ling Meng muttered to herself. Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but go crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was too lazy to move, Wu Yan would definitely grab this immoral red-white and beat her 20 times. Of course, Wu Yan didn't consider the question of whether he could beat the invincible Princess Ling Meng in the fantasy village. Gu Mingdiju, who was always cheerful and lively, grabbed one of Wu Yan's hands and rubbed against the back of his hand. He actually sighed. When will Lian Lian be able to talk to brother? On the other side, the Scarlet Devil Mansion was also in chaos. Young Miss. Ruoyi changed his usual cool and unrestrained image and rudely opened the door to a room and walked in. On the bed in this room, Remilia and Fran were hugging each other and snoring loudly in their sleep. Remilia reluctantly agreed to stay in this room with Fran before the influence of the 7 deadly sins in Wu Yan's body disappeared. Even though she knew that Wu Yan was affected by the 7 deadly sins, for safety reasons, Patrice still advised Remilia and Fran not to stay in the same room with Wu Yan for the time being. Fran expressed all sorts of dissatisfaction towards this. Remilia appeared to be unconcerned, but she was a little disappointed in her heart. Of course, only Remilia herself knew this. Remilia and Fran woke up as soon as they heard the door open. What's wrong? Remilia jolted awake and stood up. Did something happen again? If nothing had happened, Tsuyoshi would not have been so rude as to open the door to Remilia's room when she was resting. Oh. Fran rubbed her eyes and yawned listlessly. Is it dark? After following Wu Yan, Fran was used to moving around during the day and sleeping at night. But these days, Wu Yan didn't have time to take care of Fran, and Remilia moved around at night. So Fran followed Remilia and returned to her old routine of sleeping during the day and moving around at night. Young mistress, Ruoyi bowed and hurriedly explained. Lord Bai is missing. Missing. Remilia was stunned. Fran also came back to her senses. Brother is missing? Yes. Ruoyi lowered his head as if blaming himself for neglecting his duty. When I went to Lord Bai's room, I noticed that he wasn't in his room. The fairy maids in Scarlet Devil Mansion also stated that they didn't see Lord Bai walking around. Plus, Lord Bai is still under the influence of the 7 deadly sins. Ruoyi felt that it would be better to report this to young mistress. That guy. Remilia quickly changed her clothes. I thought that since it was due to laziness, nothing would happen today. Who knew that something would happen? Lord Bai should have gone out by himself. Otherwise, it's impossible that we didn't notice anything. Patrice walked out from the door and calmly analyzed. I think that Lord Bai went out for some reason. But due to the sin of laziness, he didn't bother to tell anyone and left on his own. That's why no one noticed that he was missing. But don't worry. Patrice took out a grimoire. Just in case, I set a tracking mark on Lord Bai's body. Hearing this, the anxious looks on the girls' faces eased up, and they followed Patrice out of the room. Chapter 1778. Fantasy Village Bori Shrine. Get up. Ling Meng, Marissa, Gumming Dijue, and Gumming Delian grabbed Wu Yan's limbs one by one. They tried to pull Wu Yan up from the ground, in an attempt to make him stand up like a corpse. It was a pity that even though Soul Dream was invincible in the fantasy village, without any cheats, Soul Dream's physical abilities were basically not that strong. Marissa was a standard mage. Aside from being good at fighting, her only strengths were her misfortune and stealing. However, no matter how weak Ling Meng and Marissa's physical strength was, they were more than enough to help a person up. Not to mention, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were also helping them. From their appearance, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were very petite. Their physical strength was definitely weaker than Ling Meng and Marissa. However, unlike Ling Meng and Marissa who were humans, Guming Diju and Guming Di Lian were demons. No matter how weak their physical strength was, a demon's physical strength was generally stronger than a human's. Under normal circumstances, with the four of them working together, they should be able to move a rock the size of an ordinary person. However, the result was very strange. Even if Ling Meng, Marissa, Guming Diju, and Guming Di Lian used all their strength, they were unable to help Wu Yan up from his lying position. In fact, Ling Meng and Marissa's faces were filled with malevolence in order to exert their strength. However, they were defeated by Wu Yan's 100 kilograms weight. As for the reason, it could not be any simpler. Wu Yan was not willing to get up. With the four girls around him exerting all their strength, Wu Yan maintained his state of having his limbs ripped apart. He yawned as if bored. His face had a lazy expression that made it hard for anyone to muster up any energy just by looking at him. Ha ha ha. Not long after, the group of girls collapsed on the ground, panting. Why? Princess Ling Meng gasped for air as she moaned weakly. Why do I have to do such a troublesome thing? This little brother can't be a monster transformed from some mountain, right? Marissa collapsed to the ground, exhausted. As expected, none of the people who came out of Yakumo's family are normal. Compared to Ling Meng and Marissa, Guming Diju's face was also filled with powerlessness. However, that powerless expression was not because he had used up too much energy, but because his heart was tired. I thought that the Bori shrines which would have a solution. Who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Looks like I'm still too naive. Hee. Gu Ming's love's face was full of joy. She laughed happily. It's so fun. It seemed that Gu Ming's love was treating this as a game. Hey. Princess Ling Meng kicked Wu Yan forcefully. Hurry up and get up. Wu Yan glanced at Ling Meng indifferently before continuing to act as a corpse. For the current Wu Yan, as long as he did not need to expend any effort, everything that Ling Meng and the others had done to help him recover was just something to pass the time. Where did your courage from yesterday go? Marissa attempted to goad him into action. If you have the ability, get up like yesterday and chase after me. After saying that, Marissa waved the broom in her hand with an arrogant look, as if saying, even if I give you 100 seconds, you won't be able to catch me. In response, Wu Yan glanced at Marissa and ignored her. Don't even give me the same look of disregard as Ling Meng. Are you two husband and wife? Marissa screamed as if she had gone mad. She then froze. That's right, you two are husband and wife. No. Ling Meng hatefully glared at Marissa. Her gaze towards Wu Yan became dangerous. If you don't get up, I'll throw you out. However, Wu Yan continued to ignore Ling Meng. He was like a dead pig that was unafraid of boiling water. Ling Meng was so angry that she screamed and took out her coins. If not for Marissa stopping her, Ling Meng would not have minded giving Wu Yan one. It seems that even the witch of the Bori shrine can't do anything. Gu Ming sighed and stood up from the ground. Since that's the case, I'll make a trip to the Forever Pavilion. You want to go to the Forever Pavilion? Ling Meng turned her gaze to Gu Ming Diju as she began to ponder. Could it be that Yakumo Bai has some special relationship with this underground world's demon? Just as this thought rose in Ling Meng's mind, Gu Ming seemed to have sensed it. The third eye in front of his body blinked and looked towards Ling Meng. He shook his head. I only met him today. We haven't even exchanged a single word. What special relationship can we have? Hearing this, Ling Meng's heart was filled with suspicion. Since the two of them had not even exchanged a single word, why would this underground world's demon come to the surface for a total stranger? Why would he go to the Forever Pavilion? The third eye in front of Gu Ming Diju blinked once again, causing Gu Ming Diju to be silent for a moment before he said this. Lian Lian seems to like him a lot. I also want to talk to him. That's the reason. Ling Meng was stunned. He went to the surface, went to the Bori shrine, and even planned to go to the Forever Pavilion. Just to talk? Gu Ming had also read this thought from Ling Meng's mind. However, this time, Gu Ming did not reply. A human like Ling Meng would never be able to understand the loneliness in Gu Ming Diju's heart. Naturally, she would not be able to understand how special Gu Ming Diju's existence was to Gu Ming Diju's mind-reading ability, to not fear Gu Ming Diju, and to not hate Gu Ming Diju's existence. Moreover, Gu Ming's love also liked Wu Yan a lot. Even if it was for Gu Ming's love, Gu Ming would not be stingy and waste some time and energy to go to her. Then we'll take our leave first. Gu Ming bowed politely and waved at Gu Ming's love. Lian, it's time to go. Yes, Gu Ming's love jumped up. Just as he was about to release his ability on Wu Yan and ask him to follow him, a commotion came from outside the door. Ling Meng! A childish shout rang out, followed by the sound of disorderly footsteps. Is Yakumo Bai with you? Brother! Before Ling Meng could reply, another tender voice rang out. Then the door to the shrine was forcefully pushed open. A petite figure with a pair of broken crystal wings on her back entered everyone's sight. Of course it was Fran. Her wine-red eyes scanned the interior of the shrine and stopped abruptly on Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground lazily. Fran was delighted and pounced on Wu Yan. Brother! Outside the door, Remilia, Patrice and Zuyi appeared. They sighed in relief when they saw Wu Yan lying on the ground. However, this relief did not last long. Seeing Fran pouncing on Wu Yan, Gu Ming's love was startled for a moment before pouncing on Wu Yan and glaring at Fran. Who are you? Fran finally noticed the girl who looked about the same age as her. She also noticed the girl hugging Wu Yan tightly while glaring at her. She had a curious look on her face. I'm Fran, who are you? You can call me Lian. Gu Ming's love replied, but immediately puffed up her cheeks. Why are you calling brother? Why are you calling brother? Fran tilted her head in confusion. He's my brother. Of course not. Gu Ming's love yelled out as if she was jealous. Brother should be Lian's brother. Let alone Fran. Even Ling Meng, Marissa, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight were stunned when they heard this. Of course, after being stunned for a while, Fran's expression began to become angry. Of course not. Brother is Fran's brother. Of course not. Gu Ming's love retorted. Brother is Lian's brother. Brother is Fran's brother. Brother is Lian's brother. Brother is Fran's brother. Brother is Lian's brother. You. Fran hugged Wu Yan tightly. Her wine-red eyes were bloodshot. Are you trying to steal brother from Fran? I'm not robbing you. Lian hugged Wu Yan tightly. Her green eyes were filled with a hint of bloodlust. Brother was found by Lian, so he should be Lian's brother. As the two of them confronted each other, the atmosphere suddenly became dangerous. Chapter 1779. Looking at the two cute little girls who were lying on the body of the same man and glaring at each other with a look of anger, but their eyes also flashed with a look that made people shudder, everyone present knew that things were not going well. Who were these two little girls? One was a young vampire whose mental state had been unstable for 495 years. She had been looking for others to play with. Who knew how many people she had played with and how much blood she had stained her hands with? The other was a monster whose mental state had been sealed for many years. She had been wandering around like a lonely ghost and was not discovered by anyone. However, she was still able to kill innocently. To put it bluntly, Fran and Gu Ming's love were definitely more dangerous than anyone else in the fantasy village. That was because if he encountered other monsters, he might be able to try to talk and make them spare him. However, if he encountered these two little girls, if he was lucky, he might be able to escape. But if he was unlucky, no matter what he said, it would be the same thing. Death. Therefore, these two little girls who looked less than 10 years old had the title of Ghost Sisters. Similarly, due to their unstable mental state and sealed mental state, they were much stronger than others. Regardless of whether it was Fran or Gu Ming's love, they were both stronger than their elder sister. Although Fran's mental state had stabilized, Gu Ming's love wasn't a monster who liked to kill. However, if you were to compare these two little girls, their mental state would be like that of a child. In other words, if you angered these two little girls, then when they fought, these two little girls would definitely not be merciful. Remilia and Gu Ming's love, who clearly understood how dangerous their younger sister was, immediately took a step forward. Fran, love. Stop. Elder sister. The killing intent in Fran and Gu Ming's love's eyes instantly disappeared, and they looked at each other. Both of them snorted coldly. They turned their heads away. One had to admit that their actions were really cute. Seeing that Fran and Gu Ming didn't get into a fight, Spirit Dream, Marissa, Patrice, and Little Knight couldn't help but feel relieved. Even Wu Yan, who was secretly observing everything, let go of the words that he had been trying so hard to restrain his laziness. One had to know. In terms of strength, aside from Ling Meng, there was almost no one present who could suppress Gu Ming's love. The ability to subconsciously control one's subconscious was too strange and terrifying, not to mention Fran, who also had a terrifying ability. After all, in the past, Flan and Gu Ming's love might have been on the same level. But now, Flan's level was much higher than when she was mentally unstable. If she really went crazy, even Ling Meng would have a headache. At this moment, Remilia and Gu Ming's love looked at each other and started sizing each other up. Unlike Flan and Gu Ming Di Lian, who were strangers to each other, or perhaps they were acquainted but had forgotten each other, Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju more or less knew each other's identities. The Master of Earth Spirit Hall? The owner of the Red Devil Mansion? Remilia and Gu Ming Di Ju spoke at the same time and smiled at the same time. However, this smile quickly froze on Remilia's face and disappeared on Gu Ming Di Ju's face. Weren't you wondering why we, the underground world's demons, would appear here and seem to be related to your butler? Gu Ming Di Ju spoke slowly as if he was narrating a story. Actually, I just found out that Ba Yunbai is the steward of the Red Devil Mansion. Although, as the master of the Red Devil Mansion, you seem to be treating her as more than just a steward. Remilia choked and couldn't say anything. Were you thinking that the rumor of the Earth Spirit Hall's master being able to read minds was true? And she's harder to deal with than you imagined? Gu Ming Di Ju, who had been acting calm and gentle earlier, actually revealed a somewhat sinister smile. Actually, I also heard that the Red Devil Mansion's master has the ability to control fate. Compared to this illusory ability, my ability is a bit weak. Remilia's mouth began to twitch. You were wondering why Yakumo Bai would be with a monster like me who has the ability to make people hate me, right? The third eye in front of Gu Ming Dijue's body flashed with a dark red light, causing Gu Ming Dijue to narrow his eyes. Isn't it a bit rude to look at someone like that on our first meeting? You're the one who's rude, right? Remilia finally couldn't hold back and followed her inner thoughts. She expressed them as soon as they appeared. You also know that this is the first time we've met. Would anyone tell me everything that's on their mind during their first meeting? I am very sorry. Despite saying that, Gu Ming Dijue didn't look very apologetic. He glanced at Gu Ming Dijue, who was hugging Wu Yan as if declaring her ownership of him. He bitterly laughed. After all, my sister doesn't seem to like you guys too much. Remilia looked at Wu Yan, who was lying there powerlessly. A trace of anger appeared on her face. You're thinking that it's fine to cause trouble outside. But why did you have to provoke a demon of unknown origin? Gu Ming felt that he had exposed Remilia's worries once again. You can't blame him for this. It's our problem. Haha. Remilia laughed coldly. Since you have the ability to read my mind, then do you know what I'm thinking right now? Gu Ming Diju's third eye flashed slightly. Then Gu Ming Diju's expression darkened. I know he's the butler of your Red Devil Hall. It's natural for you to take him away. It's not impossible for you to stop him from interacting with us. Gu Ming Diju looked straight at Remilia. But if you do that, Lian will be unhappy. That's why I can't let you do that. Even if you don't treat him as a butler, it's the same as your sister, or as an older brother. As soon as she said that, many people looked at Remilia with strange gazes. Who treats him as an older brother? Remilia panicked at first. Then anger appeared in her eyes. Although I've heard about how annoying you are, I didn't expect you to be so overbearing. Do you want to go against the Red Devil Hall? The Red Devil Hall is indeed powerful, but my Earth Spirit Hall is not to be underestimated. Gu Mingdiju said, unwilling to be outdone. I only hope that Remilia, you won't do anything that will make things difficult for both sides. Make things difficult? Remilia snorted coldly. How am I making things difficult for you when I take away my own butler? Gu Mingdiju didn't say anything. He only looked at Remilia. His third eye kept blinking. It made Remilia feel like she was being stripped naked. She wasn't used to it. When Remilia couldn't help but want to make things difficult, Gu Mingdiju smiled. So you're saying that you're jealous of Ba Yunbai for having a younger sister outside and treating her like an older brother? Remilia's eyes widened. She lowered her head and her body trembled. Blood even appeared on her body. Gu Mingdiju seemed to have predicted this situation. Or rather, he could see through Remilia's thoughts. His third eye flashed with a bright light. Just as the masters of the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall were about to make a move, Ling Meng jumped out in a frenzy. I say, you vampires and demons that only know how to cause trouble for others. Do you want me to treat all of you? The bloody light on Remilia's body and the light in Gu Mingdiju's third eye froze. In the fantasy village, Remilia and Gu Mingdiju didn't have to listen to anyone but Ling Meng. Otherwise, Ling Meng wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. I knew it. You'll only bring me trouble. If it wasn't for you, these people wouldn't have nearly started fighting. Ling Meng directed her anger at Wu Yan. Get out. If you want to fight, then go outside and fight. As long as you follow the rules of the rune card, I can't be bothered with you. Thus, no matter if it was the people from the Red Devil Hall or Earth Spirit Hall, they were all chased out of the shrine by Ling Meng. Even Marissa was implicated and chased out. Chapter 1780. Under Ling Meng's outburst, all the girls who came to the Boli Shrine, regardless of whether they were here to visit, ask for help, or find someone, were all chased out. Bang! As the girls were all chased out, the shrine's door also let out a loud bang, showing the owner's anger. However, Remilia and Gu Ming didn't have the leisure to care about Ling Meng. They stood outside the shrine and looked at each other, the atmosphere between them gradually becoming more and more oppressive. On the other side, Wu Yan was directly thrown out by Ling Meng. He fell on the ground not far from the shrine. Fran and Gu Minglove seemed to have made up their minds not to let go. Even though Wu Yan was thrown out, they still buried themselves tightly in Wu Yan's arms and stared at each other like their sisters, appearing extremely adorable. On the other hand, Wu Yan was deeply complaining in his heart. Earlier, Ling Meng had clearly worked together with the others, and even after using all her strength, she was still unable to lift him up. How could she throw him out just like that? Also, Wu Yan really didn't know who he had offended. Under the baptism of the sin of sloth, Wu Yan thought that today would be the most peaceful day since he drank the Yonglin medicine. Who knew that he could actually make the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall, the two major forces in Fantasy Town, fight each other because of him while lying down without moving? Could it be that he was really like what Ling Meng said? That his existence was a problem? Thinking of this, Wu Yan didn't have the energy to complain anymore. He didn't care about Fran and Gu Minglove, who were lying on top of him and fiercely glaring at each other. He raised his head and looked to the front. There, the atmosphere between Remilia and Gu Minglove was getting more and more oppressive and worse. If he continued to let things go on like this, they would definitely fight. Regarding this, Wu Yan was under the baptism of the sin of sloth. Even if he didn't want to see such a scene, he couldn't be bothered with it for the time being. One could imagine how great the influence of the sin of sloth was on Wu Yan. On the other hand, Patrice and Ziyi didn't seem to intend to interfere or stop it. They quietly stood by the side and observed Remilia and Gu Minglove while observing Fran and Gu Minglove. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Under such circumstances, no one present noticed it. On a tree not far from the Boli Shrine, a figure quietly hid his tracks and hid there. It was a girl who didn't seem to be able to see the light of day from all aspects. The young girl had black shoulder-length hair. She wore a white blouse and a black pleated skirt. She wore a red hexagonal hat on her head. She had a pair of raven wings on her back. She looked very delicate. She could be considered as a rare beauty. But at this moment, This beautiful girl was sneakily hiding at the side with an excited expression on her face. He was also holding something that was really hard to see in Fantasy Village. It was a camera. Looking at the girl holding the camera and hiding in the gap of the tree, as if she was looking for a good angle, it was obvious that this girl was doing something. Secretly taking photos. Seeing this scene, it was believed that as long as it was a person from the Fantasy Village, there was no way they wouldn't know who this girl who was sneakily taking pictures was. Takeshimaru, a monster from the Crow Tengu race. Of course, it was to expand the popularity of Takeshimaru to the level of the entire Fantasy Village. It wasn't the identity of the Crow Tengu monster, but Takeshimaru's other identity. Reporter. One was good at secretly taking photos and fabricating. They would often fabricate unwarranted matters into gossips and turn them into newspapers, sending them to the reporters in the entire Fantasy Village. In other words, rather than calling Takeshimaru a reporter, it was better to call him a paparazzi. And the people and monsters in the Fantasy Village also thought so. But there was no doubt that once it was published in the newspaper, 9 out of 10 reports would be false. Similarly, 9 out of 10 reports would tarnish the reputation of the person who published it, causing the person's popularity to soar. I didn't expect that Yakumo Yukari would run out of her own crack and wander around the Fantasy Village. I actually missed so much news. Takeshimaru was vexed. Not long ago, the most mysterious monster sage in the entire Fantasy Village, Yakumo Yukari, brought her Shikigami and their Shikigami to wander around the entire Fantasy Village. As a responsible paparazzi, how could Takeshimaru not be interested in such an unusual thing? And so Sensei Marifumi followed the shifter sage, Yakumo Yukari, and trailed behind her in an attempt to find out the purpose of her mindless stroll through Fantasyland, or if there was any inside information worth reporting. However, after spending a few days following Yakumo Yukari, Takeshimaru was speechless. Yakumo Yukari didn't have any ulterior motives, nor did she have any inside story worth reporting. She was just traveling around the Fantasy Village. Takeshimaru, who had spent a few days following Yakumo Yukari and hadn't published any news in the past few days, was furious. As the creator of Fantasy Village and the Sage of the Demons, Yakumo Yukari had spent more time in Fantasy Village than anyone else. Naturally, she was the most familiar with Fantasy Village. Now, she was bored out of her mind and decided to take a vacation in Fantasy Village? Had he lived for too long and gotten Alzheimer's disease? Takeshimaru kept criticizing Yukari in his heart. Little did he know that Yukari had been away from the Fantasy Village for a while. Yukari's feelings for the Fantasy Village were incomparable to others. She had stayed in the Spalier world for so long. Now that she was back, even the smartest person would miss it. That was why she was traveling around the Fantasy Village. Of course, no matter how well-informed Saimaru was, it was impossible for him to know about this matter. Therefore, he thought that Yukari's action was of great significance and wasted a few days to follow her, but in the end he didn't get any benefits. The author of the life-shooting pill, who had been depressed for a long time, was finally excited at this moment. The time I wasted on Yakumo Yukari, and I haven't been able to report on her for the past few days. This time, I have to make up for it all. Takeshimaru's eyes burned with passion as he giggled. The masters of Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were jealous of a man and fought over a woman's favor. The sisters of Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall had an intimate relationship with a man. The identity and truth of a mysterious man. That's enough material for me to make up for the past few days. But Takeshimaru looked at Wu Yen, who was lying on the ground lazily under Furan and gumming. Who is this man? Takeshimaru came here after returning from Yukari's place. Takeshimaru, who was the most well-informed, didn't know that the man in front of him was the master of Yakumo family and the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion. That's why the news spread among the demons and humans. Regardless, let's take a picture first. Thinking of this, Takamayaru set up the camera in his hand. At the same time, Remilia and Gumming's confrontation reached a critical point. Don't tell me you're going to keep this up? Remilia said in an unfriendly tone. He's the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion. I'm bringing him back. Do you want to come with me? Since he's the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion, You two will have a lot of time together in the future. I'll have to return to Earth Spirit Hall sooner or later. Gumming smiled faintly. So lend me your butler for a while. As the master of Scarlet Devil Mansion, you won't be so stingy, right? Just as he finished speaking, Guming Diju laughed out loud. I see. You don't want your brother to be taken away? There is a limit to my patience. Remilia raised a hand, and a blood-red mist spread out from it. Her eyes shone with a cold light. If you read my mind again, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Could it be that Yakumo Bai became the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion because you taught him a lesson? Guming Diju sighed. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I want Yakumo Bai to stay in Earth Spirit Hall. As soon as he said this, the blood mist in Remilia's hand became even thicker. In other words, you want to steal him from me? I just want to ask you, what will it take for you to give Yakumo Bai to me? Gumming looked at Remilia with a faint smile. Of course you won't agree if I say that. So, I can only ask the person involved. Guming turned around and looked at Wu Yan after he finished speaking. Hey, do you want to return to Earth Spirit Hall with me? Chapter 1781. Hey, do you want to come back to Earth Spirit Hall with me? When Guming Dijua said that, everyone's eyes were on Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground. Among them, Remilia's eyes carried a threatening glint, while Guming's eyes carried a hint of expectation. Patrice and Zui Yi, who had been quietly watching the development of the situation, couldn't help but have ripples in their eyes. They looked like they wanted to say something, but couldn't. Only Marissa, who was hiding at the side, looked like she was watching a good show, grinning foolishly. On the other hand, Takeda Maru, who was hiding on a tree not far from Bori Shrine, was stunned. I was just casually saying that and plan to write about it when I get back. I didn't expect Remilia and Guming Dijua to really be fighting over a man. Once again, it was emphasized that 9 out of 10 paparazzi reports would be false or exaggerated, and these reports would usually tarnish the reputation of the person who published them. Thus, Takeda Maru only thought that if the scene of Remilia and Guming Dijua was taken as a picture, it would be enough to create a scandal. He didn't really think that Remilia and Guming Dijua were fighting over a man. Who would have thought that this time, the script in Shwamara's head would come true? Okay. On the other side, Guming Dijua was extremely excited when he heard his sister's words. He then looked at Wu Yan with a face full of hope. Hey, brother. You can go to Earth Spirit Hall with Lian. Brother won't go with you. Guming's love had just finished his words. Flan vehemently denied it. She looked at Wu Yan as if she was going to cry at any moment. She pleaded in a pitiful manner. Brother, you won't go with them and leave Flan behind, right? Under the various gazes of the girls, no matter how lazy Wu Yan was, he felt his scalp tingle and the pressure was immense. To be honest, whether it was Scarlet Devil Mansion or Earth Spirit Hall, for Wu Yan there was no difference. In the Red Devil Mansion, there were Remilia and Fran, these two cute vampire sisters. Earth Spirit Hall also had the adorable sisters Guming Diju and Guming Dilian. In the Red Devil Mansion, there was the perfect and elegant head maid and the intelligent Mumu. In the Earth Spirit Hall, there was also the Hell Crow and the two-faced cat lady. The Red Devil Mansion had a group of beautiful fairy maids, but the Earth Spirit Hall also had a group of pets that could transform into humans at any time. From this aspect, the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall both had their own merits. No one could say who was better. It could be considered a comparison between different people. However, Wu Yan didn't really want to stay in Earth Spirit Hall for long periods of time. After all, Fran was his summoner and was related to him. In the fantasy village, other than Purple, it was the best. The Red Devil Hall also treated him well. Because of the medicine of the 8 Will Yonglin, he had caused so much trouble, but they had never really despised him. More importantly, Patrice and Zoye's relationship with him was more or less unclear. It could develop at any time and reach a shocking level. In addition, Wu Yan truly treated Remilia as a younger sister. Compared to the Earth Spirit Hall that he just came into contact with today, there was no need to consider which one to choose. However, Wu Yan didn't say these words. because he was too lazy to say it. Seeing Wu Yan's half-dead state, the girls finally remembered what kind of state he is in. They bitterly smiled at him. This question, for now we won't get an answer. Guming Diju glanced at Remilia. What on earth happened to make him like this? After asking this question, Guming Diju didn't expect to get an answer from Remilia. He directly used his mind-reading ability to check Remilia's heart. The mind-reading ability wasn't to read memories, but to read what the target was thinking at the moment. Therefore, Guming felt that there is no way to directly obtain information related to Wu Yan. He must first probe the other party with words. This way, even if the other party doesn't want to answer, the other party will instinctively come up with an answer. Then Guming Diju would be able to read what the target was thinking because of his words. Laziness of the 7 deadly sins? Guming Diju, who successfully obtained the answer, finally understood. So it's not that he can't move or speak, but that he's too lazy to move or speak. No one answered Guming Diju's question, but Guming Diju didn't need to use his mind-reading ability to know the answer. Guming Diju immediately became distressed. What should I do now? Sister. Guming Diju, who was lying on Wu Yan, turned to look at Guming Diju and pouted. Can't brother return to Earth Spirit Hall with us? Isn't that obvious? Remilia crossed her arms. He's my butler. Of course he won't go anywhere else. Why do you want to steal brother from Fran? Fran, who was lying on Wu Yan with Guming Diju, looked at Guming Diju with a face full of anger. Brother is Fran's brother. Because he was able to discover Lian and nullify sister's ability. He's very interesting. Guming Diju didn't have any thoughts and answered all the questions. So Lian wants him to play with Lian and sister. Otherwise, sister will be very lonely in Earth Spirit Hall by herself. Guming Diju was startled by Guming Diju's words, and a gentle expression appeared in his eyes. On the side, Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi also looked at Guming Diju. Alone in Earth Spirit Hall? Fran seemed to recall the lonely memories she had when she was alone in the basement. She said in a dejected tone. That is indeed very scary. Fran is most afraid of loneliness. But Fran became spirited and said firmly. Fran still can't give brother to you. Why? Guming Diju muttered unhappily. Why can't you give brother to me? Because. Fran answered without hesitation. Brother is Fran's most important family member. He's as important as sister. The entire place fell silent. Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi all fell silent when they heard Fran's sincere words. Marissa, who was watching the show, couldn't smile anymore. Even Guming Diju looked at Fran with a complicated expression. It seems like I'm doing something very bad. So you do know your place? Remilia said in a mocking tone, but her expression soon turned serious. Although I'm not as determined as Fran, Yakumo Bai is also a very important member of Red Devil Hall, so I won't let you take him away. Hearing Remilia's words, Guming felt a sense of resistance rise within him. Why didn't I meet someone worth being with? With this thought in mind, Guming also blurted out a sentence. I don't know what's going on, but I won't give up before he rejects me personally. Then what do you want? Do you want to take him through a duel? Remilia's eyes were filled with hostility. I'm willing to accompany you anytime. No, Guming Diju said. If it's a duel, you won't be able to defeat me. What? Remilia was about to fly into a rage, but Guming explained it to her. Although we're on par with each other in terms of strength, don't forget that Shaman Boli said that we must abide by the rules of rune cards, or else she will interfere. And if we were to duel using the rules of rune cards, I have the ability to read your mind. Whatever rune card you think of and what effects the rune card has, I will be the first to know. Guming Diju suddenly smiled. This way, I can prepare a rune card to counter you and use up all your rune cards. Then you'll lose for sure. Even so, do you still want to duel using the rules of rune cards? This time Remilia was speechless. Indeed, in a situation where their strength was on par, this duel was too disadvantageous for Remilia. No matter how confident she was, she didn't dare to say that she would win. I don't want to use this method to defeat you. Guming Diju hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's why I hope you can wait until tomorrow when the effects of sloth have worn off. Then we can fight for Yakumo Bai's ownership. Remilia, Patrice, and Zai exchanged glances and nodded heavily. All right. Chapter 1782. Underground World, Earth Spirit Hall. Pushing open the door to his room, Guming Dijua held Guming Dilian's hand and walked into his room together. They came to the round table in the middle of the room and sat down. He seemed to be happy. It was an expression that Guming Dijua hadn't shown for many years. Sitting opposite Guming Diju, Guming Dilian stretched out her small hand to take a fruit from a plate on the table. She swayed her small feet that could not reach the ground and ate the fruit. She looked at Guming Diju opposite her and giggled. Sister, you seem to be in a good mood. Really? Guming Dijua tilted his head and touched his face. Do I look like I'm happy? Yes. Yes. Guming's love nodded hard. I haven't seen sister this happy in a long time. Maybe. Guming Dijua didn't deny it. He said with anticipation. Sister really wants to be friends with Ba Yunbai, who can avoid being affected by sister's mind-reading ability. Friends. To Guming Dijua, that was something that was out of reach. Now there was hope to get it. Even though Guming Dijua was used to seeing all kinds of people and the dark side of people, he couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, this was the first time Guming Dijua met someone who could avoid his mind-reading ability. It was the same as Guming Dijua. Guming Dilian, who met someone who could discover her for the first time, said excitedly. I also want to play with brother. Sister, let's go play with brother when the time comes, okay? Okay. All right. Guming smiled dotingly. When Ba Yunbai can move, we'll invite him to Earth Spirit Hall and play with us. Yeah. Okay. Guming's love immediately cheered and jumped down from the chair. She ran around the room happily. At this time, two figures walked in from outside the door that wasn't closed. They were two young girls with outstanding looks. Walking at the front was a woman with long red hair. Her long scarlet hair that reached her waist was tied into two ponytails that hung on her left and right sides. The girl was wearing a black dress with green pleated lace around the collar, sleeves, and arms. She was wearing a black dress with green pleats at the bottom. Her hair and the ends of her braids were tied with a black ribbon. She looked unusually lively. She had a pair of black cat ears on her head and two black tails sticking out from her back. There were some blue flames beside him. It was a vengeful spirit without much intelligence. Flaming Cat's Phosphor. In the underground world, there was a type of cat that lived in flames. Its name was Flame Cat. The Flaming Cat Phosphor was the most powerful of the flaming cats. Together with the other flame cats, they were Guming's pet and were active in Earth Spirit Hall and the underground world. Because the Flaming Cat Phosphor had the ability to speak and communicate with corpses and souls, Guming left the vengeful spirits in the scorching hell to the Flaming Cat Phosphor to manage. Walking at the back was a young girl with long brownish-black hair that reached her waist and legs. Her hair was tied into a single ponytail with a dark green ribbon. She was slightly taller than Flaming Cat Phosphor. This girl was wearing a green and white dress, and one of her hands was equipped with something that extended to her shoulder. It looked like a mortar barrel, and there was a dark red gem embedded in the front of her chest. She had a pair of black wings that looked like a crow's spread out behind her back. Spirit Crow Lu Kong. In the underground world, other than the flame cats that lived in flames, there was another type of bird that looked like a crow. It was called the Hellcrow. Like the Flaming Cat Phosphor, Spirit Crow Lu Kong also had an outstanding ability among the Hellcrows. It turned into a human form, and was an extremely powerful Hellcrow. Together with the other Hellcrows, it existed as Guming's pet. However, Spirit Crow Lu Kong was no longer an ordinary Hellcrow, because in Spirit Crow Lu Kong's body, there was a god called Yatatoru. The crimson gem that seemed to be inlaid on Spirit Crow Lu Kong's chest appeared because of the god that had Yatatoru residing in his body. With the god that had Yatatoru, Spirit Crow Lu Kong's strength had already surpassed the level of an ordinary Hellcrow. It even surpassed Guming's master, Spirit Crow Lu Kong. It had extremely powerful strength. Moreover, Spirit Wu Lukong also had the ability to control nuclear fusion. Therefore, Gu Ming handed the job of controlling the firepower in the scorching hell to Spirit Crow Lu Kong. He asked Spirit Crow Lu Kong to constantly adjust the firepower to prevent the scorching hell from erupting. Flaming Cat Phosphor, Spirit Crow, and Lu Kong, who just walked in, saw Gu Ming's love running around the room with a face full of joy. They all stopped in their tracks and were surprised. What's wrong? Love. Spirit Crow Lu Kong was the first to be curious. You look very happy. Did something good happen? Love isn't the only one who looks happy. Master seems very happy too. Flaming Cat Phosphor looked at Gu Ming Diju in surprise and asked curiously. Master, did something happen? In the past, when Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong came to Gu Ming Diju's room, they would only see Gu Ming Diju quietly reading a book. Because he had the ability to read minds, he could understand other people's thoughts through normal conversations. Therefore, to Gu Ming's Diju, compared to the act of reading, which could only be understood through reading, the latter was more interesting. Because of this, Gu Ming Diju liked reading. In the Lonely Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Ming Diju could only read to pass the time. Flaming Puss, who knew its master's hobby very well, was surprised when it saw Gu Ming Diju holding his chin instead of holding a book and smiling faintly. Don't tell me there's something good to eat? Spirit Crow Lu Kong tilted his head and complained angrily. You must be hiding something good. Idiot! Flaming Cat Phosphor called out rudely, and then showed an evil smile. That's right. There is something good to eat. For example, crow wings or something. That kind of thing. Spirit Crow Lu Kong's body trembled and looked at Gu Ming Diju with fear. That kind of thing is not delicious at all. I didn't hide any crow wings. Ah Kong, don't listen to Ah Lin's nonsense. Gu Ming Diju said helplessly, but the smile on his face did not fade. It's just that something good happened today. Something good? Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong became even more curious after Gu Ming Diju said that. What good thing? My sister and I have made friends. Gu Ming threw himself at them, his eyes curved into crescents as he smiled. It's my brother. My sister's friend. Your brother? Master's friend? This time, Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong were stunned. Friend? That Gu Ming Diju, who was hated by all humans and monsters, who no one was willing to get close to and who only animals liked, had a friend. Brother? That Gu Ming Diju who sealed his soul, and no one could discover his existence in an unconscious state? What kind of game was this? Alin. Ah Kong. Gu Ming Diju suddenly became serious and looked at Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong. If I have something very important for you to do tomorrow, will you do it? Something very important. Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong unconsciously straightened their backs and replied in unison. As long as it is Master's order, we will complete it no matter what it is. Is that so? Gu Ming Diju smiled. His smile gave Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong a bad premonition. Gu Ming Diju's next sentence also proved that the two girls' thoughts were correct. Then, what if I ask you to mate with a man? Mate! Flaming Cat Phosphor and Spirit Crow Lu Kong cried out involuntarily. Mate? Does that mean he wants me to mate with someone else? Gulp. Flaming Cat Phosphor swallowed his saliva and said weakly. Master, you can't be serious, right? Gu Ming Diju only smiled and did not answer. However, Flaming Cat Phosphor and the idiotic Spirit Crow Lu Kong understood. If it was necessary, Gu Ming Diju would definitely give such an order. At that moment, the two flushed and panicked, making Gu Ming Diju and Gu Ming Diju laugh like silver bells. Chapter 1783. The next day, this time, Wu Yan used less than 3 seconds to wake up from his daze. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Yan woke up from his dream. His wine-red eyes stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before he recalled what happened before he fell asleep. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Yesterday, under the influence of the 7 deadly sins laziness, he spent the entire day lazily thinking about what he had experienced. From meeting Gu Ming's love, getting to know Gu Ming's Dijue, to almost starting a war between Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall because of him, it was more exciting than anything else. Until now, Wu Yan still can't believe it. He didn't say a single word, didn't express a single intention, didn't even do a single action. He was just a minor character within a minor character, and yet, he was able to cause such an incident. Fight for Yakumo Bai's ownership? Recalling what Gu Ming's Dijue said before he left yesterday, Wu Yan's expression turned strange. When did my charm become so great? Although that was what he said, Wu Yan could more or less guess why Gu Ming's Dijue was so obsessed with him. Of course, if Wu Yan could guess, Remilia, who had lived for 500 years, would naturally be able to guess as well. After all, Remilia was not as unmotivated as Ling Meng. She was indifferent to everything. Remilia knew a little about Gu Ming's Dijue's experience. However, knowing was one thing, and even sympathizing with him, but that did not mean that Remilia would compromise. Therefore, in response to Gu Ming's Dijue's plan to fight for Wu Yan's ownership, Remilia returned to the Red Devil Hall, and gathered all the members of the Red Devil Hall, including Hong Meiling, in the main hall. A serious battle conference was held. However, Wu Yan, who watched the entire battle conference with Luo Ye's help, expressed that it was not a battle conference, but brainwashing education. Our Red Devil Hall will not be bullied by others. Although Earth Spirit Hall is very powerful, our Red Devil Hall will not be manipulated by others. Tomorrow's battle, our Red Devil Hall can only win. Don't lose. Focusing on these three themes, Remilia spoke eloquently and passionately for 3 hours. In the end, this so-called battle conference did not talk about any strategy at all. It was just to raise the morale of the people of the Red Devil Hall. Remilia's mood was also unusually high. Therefore, Wu Yan was thinking that this Remilia had once been defeated in the battle to conquer Fantasyland. Her ambition to conquer the moon had also been crushed. This time, Gu Ming Dijue's invitation to battle should have stimulated the battle fanatic hidden in Remilia's heart. Under these circumstances, Wu Yan almost believed that Remilia only wanted to enjoy the contest with Gu Ming's Earth awareness. She did not care whether he would be taken away by Earth Spirit Hall or not. Unfortunately, Wu Yan did not know that before this so-called battle conference, Remilia had complained in front of Patrice and San Yi for an entire hour. She complained that Wu Yan should not have gone out yesterday, and caused Earth Spirit Hall to take a fancy to him. Perhaps there will be a good show to watch today. Wu Yan sighed. He turned his head and looked to his side. There, Fran was sucking on one of her thumbs. She was sleeping very soundly while her other hand was tightly hugging Wu Yan. Thinking about it, this little girl was probably really worried that Wu Yan would leave her and go to Earth Spirit Hall. Shaking his head with a smile, Wu Yan gently pried Fran's hand away from his body. He then pulled out her thumb from her mouth and began to shake her awake. Hugging the dozing Fran, Wu Yan walked out of the hallway and arrived at the Red Devil Mansion's main hall. But when he walked out of the hallway, Wu Yan was stunned. He saw that in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, there were 2 neat rows of fairy maids dressed in maid uniforms on both sides of the hall. Their faces were filled with awe, as if they were ready to attack, waiting there. At the end of the staircase, Patrice and the little devil stood on the left and right as if they were guards. Remilia floated behind the two with a proud smile on her face. One had to admit that this display was very imposing. Forget about Wu Yan. Even the sleepy Fran was startled awake. Her eyes were filled with astonishment when she saw the imposing display of power in front of her. But, she opened her mouth in the next second as if she understood something. It must be Big Sister's idea again. It was apparent from her words that Remilia had done many similar things in the past in order to display her majesty. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel worried. When Gu Ming Dijue and Gu Ming Dilian arrive, would they fight with Remilia because of this display? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan teleported to Patrice's side with a space transfer. Xing. The instant Wu Yan appeared, everyone focused their attention on him. That aggressive aura also came crashing down on him. When they realized that the one who came was the butler of Scarlet Devil Mansion, they calmed down and returned to their normal state. Remilia shot a glance at Wu Yan's arrival and ignored him. Fran, come over too. It was apparent that Remilia wanted Fran to use her identity as the second young mistress of the Red Devil Mansion, to put on a show of extravagance. If it were in the past, even if Fran was obedient, she wouldn't be too enthusiastic. But today was an exception. Because today was the important day to decide if her big brother would leave her. Fran's enthusiasm was definitely the greatest in the entire Red Devil mansion. Got it. Big sister. Fran replied loudly. She flew up to Remilia's lower left side and hovered there. Wu Yan, who was ignored by Remilia, couldn't help but protest. I'm not like yesterday where I can't be bothered to speak or move. I have my own will. Ignoring his own will, and casually using his own rights to compete with others. What was this? However, if Wu Yan were to protest in such a display of extravagance, it would be equivalent to embarrassing Remilia, and it would be worse than death for her. Therefore, Wu Yan could only approach Patrice helplessly and ask softly, "Is there a need to put on such a display?" Patrice seems to have gotten used to Wu Yan whispering into her ear. She held a book in her hand, and replied with an emotionless expression. "This is Remy's idea. She said that it wasn't easy for him to come to the surface world, and we need to give him a grand welcome." "This is a grand welcome? I think it's a show of strength." Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. "What about Leoi?" Patrice opened her mouth, and was about to say something. Suddenly, her eyes flickered and she lifted her head to look at the door at the end of the hall. "They're here." The instant her voice sounded, the door to the Red Devil mansion opened. Leoi, who was dressed in maid attire, walked in with a carefree attitude with 4 young ladies behind her. Aside from Ziyi, the one walking at the front was Guming Diju, who had a gentle and steady temperament and a calm expression on her face. Following behind Guming Diju was Guming's love, who had a curious expression on her face. She kept looking around, up and down. At the back, 2 girls who had never seen each other before walked side by side. They followed behind Guming Diju and Guming Dilian, as if they were escorting them. They walked with steady steps, step by step. Walking on the left was a cute girl with cat ears and 2 cat tails. She was dressed in a pitch-black western dress and had her hair tied into 2 ponytails. This young girl was surrounded by some indigo flame-shaped spirits that were hard to see with the naked eye. A pair of witty eyes were wandering around, and one could tell at a glance that she was a restless person. The one on the right was also a cute young lady. It was a young girl with long, dark brown hair tied into a ponytail with a green ribbon. She had a pair of black, crow-like wings on her back and a cannon in one hand. Her chest was embedded with a crimson gem. Compared to the cat-like young lady, this young lady was more unrestrained as she observed her surroundings. It was as if she was very reckless and made people subconsciously lower their guard against her. However, those with keen senses would be able to sense that this young lady carried an aura that made people's heart palpitate. Chapter 1784. Guming Diju. Guming Di Love. Ling Wu Lu Kong. Flaming Cat Phosphor. The group of 4 from Earth Spirit Hall finally arrived at the Red Devil Mansion. Seeing Mo Yi bring the group of 4 into the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, he stood at the side of the entrance and made an inviting gesture to Guming Diju, Guming Di Love, Ling Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor. On both sides of the hall, the 2 rows of fairy maids immediately bowed. "Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion." The orderly voices echoed in the air above the Red Devil Mansion. In addition to the extravagance, Ling Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor couldn't help but be frightened. They seemed to straighten their backs. Only Guming Dijua and Guming Dilian, one's expression did not change, while the other was still curious. They did not care about the 2 rows of fairy maids who brought a strong aura. They continued to walk forward and stopped at the bottom of the stairs. At this point, the originally aggressive atmosphere immediately became tense. Remilia lowered her head and looked at Guming Dijua. Guming Dijua, on the other hand, raised his head slightly and looked at Remilia. Their gazes met. Just when the others thought that the 2 of them would start a conversation, Guming Dijua turned his head and looked at the side of the platform above the stairs. Wu Yan was standing there. "Ah!" Guming Di Love exclaimed in a small voice, then her eyes lit up. With a cheering gesture, she shouted excitedly, "Brother! You finally moved. You're not lying on the ground anymore." Hearing this, Wu Yan felt a little depressed. He didn't want to lie on the ground on purpose, nor did he want to stay motionless. It was the influence of the sin of laziness. At the same time, Wu Yan felt a little sad. Strictly speaking, yesterday, Wu Yan only said one sentence to Gu Mingdi love. He clearly only said one sentence, but she was now calling him brother so intimately. This progress. Isn't it too fast? Of course. Although he's sad, he's also quite fond of Gumming Daikairan, this innocent and pitiful little girl. So, Wu Yan sighed inwardly. He activated a trace of magic power. He used a small mind communication magic to send a message to Remilia. Next time, if you ignore my will and do something like this again, I'll kill you. I will spank you in front of the entire Red Devil Mansion. The arrogant smile on Remilia's face froze for a moment before she returned to normal. However, from the flickering glint in her eyes, she was probably afraid. It was only then that Wu Yan sorted out his emotions. He put on an impeccable smile and walked down the stairs. During the whole process, Gu Mingdi Ju, Gu Mingdi Love, Ling Wu Lukong, and Flaming Mao Lin's gazes followed Wu Yan's movements. The four of them had different expressions in their eyes. Gu Ming was looking forward to it. Gu Ming was very excited. Spirit Crow Lu Kong was very curious. Flaming Cat Phosphor was very cunning. Under the gazes of these four people, which contained different expressions, Wu Yan came to the front of Gu Mingdi Ju, who was standing at the head of the table. He put one hand on his left chest and bowed, performing a standard aristocratic etiquette. Welcome to the Red Devil Mansion, Miss Gu Ming. Seeing Wu Yan bowing with a courteous look, Gu Mingdi Ju, who was calm before, became a little uneasy. That you? Looking at Gu Mingdi Ju's uneasy look, Wu Yan couldn't help but secretly find it funny. He spoke softly. Just call me Bai. Hearing this, Gu Mingdi Ju realized that his performance was a little abnormal. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and smiled politely. I know Bai. Don't call me Miss Gu Ming. Call me Ju. And me. And me. Gu Mingdi Love didn't care about the gazes of the people around her. She ran over and hugged one of Wu Yan's arms, smiling happily. Brother, you can call me Lian Lian. Lian Lian. Gu Mingdi Ju scolded in a low voice. You can't be so rude. It's okay. Personally, I like Lian Lian's lively and cute look. Wu Yan waved his hand carelessly and patted Gu Mingdi Love's head. Then I'll call you Lian Lian. Okay. Under Wu Yan's pat, Gu Mingdi Love narrowed her eyes comfortably. Her pair of green eyes were filled with happiness. Gu Mingdi Love was not the only one. Gu Mingdi Ju, who had been watching Wu Yan, also seemed to have a hint of joy in his eyes. It seems like the Gu Ming sisters are in a good mood after being able to talk to Wu Yan, who didn't want to talk to them yesterday. On the other hand, Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were looking at Wu Yan as if they were sizing him up. Recalling the important thing that Gu Mingdi Ju had told them yesterday, their pretty faces turned slightly red. After the initial exchange, Wu Yan patted Gu Mingdi Love's little head lightly to make her let go of him. Then he extended a hand to Gu Mingdi Ju and revealed a bright smile. Young mistress has been waiting for everyone for a long time. Please follow me up. Looking at the hand that was extended in front of him, looking at the bright smile on Wu Yan's face, Gu Mingdi Ju's heartbeat began to speed up without anyone noticing. His gaze also began to drift. After a while, he gathered his courage and stretched out his hand cautiously, stuffing his palm into Wu Yan's hand. Feeling Gu Mingdi Ju's soft, jade-like hand in his hand, Wu Yan could not help but pinch it lightly. This made Gu Mingdi Ju's face turn even redder. It also made Wu Yan smile slyly in his heart. Gu Mingdi Ju seemed to be a little pure when it came to contact with the opposite sex. Wu Yan, who was thinking this, did not know that if it was not for the fact that he was immune to Gu Mingdi Ju's mind-reading ability, causing Gu Mingdi Ju to develop a strong interest in him, and even a little bit of affection for him, Gu Mingdi Ju would definitely not behave like this. Holding Gu Mingdi Ju's hand, Wu Yan was like a gentleman who wanted to invite others to dance. He lowered his body slightly and led Gu Mingdi Ju up the stairs. Gu Mingdi Ju originally puffed up her cheeks because Wu Yan went to hold Gu Mingdi Ju's hand, but did not hold her hand. However, when she saw Wu Yan and Gu Mingdi Ju walk up the stairs, Gu Mingdi Ju brought Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor and quickly followed. On the platform above the stairs, Remilia, who was floating in the air, watched the scene of Wu Yan holding Gu Mingdiju's hand and walking up the stairs. Her heart was so complicated that she did not know what to say. Just now, Wu Yan went down to welcome Gu Mingdiju as the butler of the Red Devil Hall, and acted politely. This made Remilia feel very proud, but now she was slightly unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy she was, Remilia still had to put on a posture. Otherwise, where would her dignity be? With Fran, Remilia slowly descended from the sky. When Gu Mingdiju arrived on the platform, Remilia and Fran also descended from the sky. The two of them looked at each other. Although they did not say that they were at each other's throats, the atmosphere was slightly tense. On the other side, Fran and Gu Mingdiju's emotions were expressed on their faces. They glared at each other and looked angry. Those who did not know would think that these two little girls were going to fight over some toy. Looking at this scene, Wu Yan opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, in the end, it turned into a long sigh. Forget it, let these two pairs of sisters make a fuss. At the same time, outside a window in the Red Devil Hall, a few figures were sneakily peeking inside. It's starting. Riding on her broom, Marissa did her utmost to suppress the urge to scream as she beckoned to the side. Come over and see. Shwamaru raised the camera in his hand and said eagerly. It's to record today's duel between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall. I did my job and did not report it yesterday. There must be a lot of material to write about today. This is great. Unlike Marissa and Shwamaru who wanted to watch a good show and secretly take photos, Princess Lingmeng was not interested at all and said lazily, "Why did I come here to do something like this?" "Mama, you should work a little harder too," Marissa said with a grin. "That's a duel between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall. Aren't you curious about what kind of duel they are planning?" "I'm not interested," Princess Lingmeng replied without hesitation. "If you have the time, why don't you go back to the shrine and drink tea? You can drink tea anytime you want. However, this is the only time such a good show will happen, Princess Lingmeng," Shwamaru advised. Moreover, this might turn into an event that ignores the rules of the rune card. Princess Lingmeng, if you don't look after it, it will be even more troublesome if something happens. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have come here. Princess Lingmeng snorted and looked into the Red Devil Hall. What a bunch of troublemakers. Chapter 1785. No one knew when it started, but the fairy maids had all left, causing the Red Devil Mansion's main hall to become silent. Only the girls on the platform were still confronting each other. Then, with Patrice, Black Knight, and Little Devil standing behind her, and Fran, who was staring at Gu Ming and Delilah, standing beside her, Remilia spoke confidently. "Since you're here to challenge me, then I'll let you decide how to fight for it." Remilia didn't say this to show how magnanimous she was. Instead, she wanted to show off her strong confidence in front of her opponent and suppress their momentum. Indeed, Remilia was a vampire who had lived for 500 years. Even though she looked young and tender, the powerful aura she emitted was indeed impressive. If it were another opponent, perhaps they would be suppressed by Remilia to the point of being unable to raise their heads and lose their sense of propriety. Unfortunately, Remilia's opponent this time was Gu Mingdiju. In terms of survival time, Gu Mingdiju wasn't below Remilia and might even surpass her. Compared to Remilia, Gu Mingdiju had experienced much more hardships. Because of his abilities, his understanding of human nature, and the human heart wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. In addition, Gu Mingdiju's ability to read minds allowed him to clearly see Remilia's intentions. How could Gu Mingdiju be confused? Thus, under Remilia's strong aura, Gu Mingdiju only half opened his eyes and his expression didn't change at all. No matter what, Bai is still the butler of the Red Devil Mansion. Since we're here to fight for his rights, we naturally have to abide by the rules of the Red Devil Mansion. So, the way to fight will be decided by the Red Devil Mansion, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Compared to Remilia, Gu Mingdiju didn't show absolute confidence. He also didn't show absolute arrogance. She used a gentle tone to ignore Remilia's forceful aura. This made Remilia feel like she had punched cotton, and her aura suddenly stagnated. Seeing that Remilia was the one being blamed, the momentum of their side took a hit. To the side, Patrice glanced at Gu Ming and said without any ripples, "Since this is a competition between the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall, and we seem to have more people on our side, it is only natural for us to make some concessions." This time, Gu Ming felt that he was slightly silent. With the ability to read minds, Gu Ming naturally knew what Patrice was playing at. Retreat in order to advance. This move of retreating in order to advance made Gu Ming unable to find any words to refute. He could only open his mouth helplessly. If I'm allowed to decide on the method of competition, then I'll definitely draw up a method of competition based on our advantage. For example, let yesterday's rune card duel continue. Are you sure you want me to decide on the method of competition? Hearing this, Remilia and the others looked at each other in dismay. It must be said that if it really evolved into a duel using rune cards, regardless of whether it was fair or not, with Gu Ming's desensibility, he would indeed be able to gain a huge advantage. If that's the case, Wu Yan might actually lose in the end. To suppress the opponent's aura and lower their own chances of victory? Only an idiot would do that. Remilia's mouth twitched as she said, "Don't worry." In other words, Earth Spirit Hall didn't come up with any strategy this time. You're only planning to receive whatever moves we throw at you? If the Red Devil Hall truly came up with a strategy for this competition, then it would be even more advantageous for me with my ability to read minds. Gu Ming looked at Patrice with a meaningful gaze. The Red Devil Hall does indeed have an outstanding think tank. Naturally, they would have considered this point. Therefore, I'm guessing that you won't come up with any strategy. If there is a strategy, it would be to counter each move as they come, right? I see. Patrice understood. Due to your ability, we can't come up with a strategy and can only counter each move as they come. On your side, due to our lack of strategy, you can't display your advantage and can only counter each move as they come. In the end, neither side made any preparations for this competition. With such a conclusion, both the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall members had a trace of helplessness on their faces. The so-called strategy, if it is truly well thought out and evolved to a certain extent, then it will return to the starting point. Haven't you seen that in many famous meetings, only a few square formations would be implemented in the end? This is a battle between smart people. Therefore, during the first battle on the moon surface, Devil Sage Yakumo Yukari fell for Yonglin's trap and lost. Therefore, during the second battle on the moon surface, Yonglin the Moon Mind was defeated by Yakumo Yukari and lost a lot of face. In a battle between smart people, if the difference between the two sides wasn't too great, then both sides would suffer great losses. This is what it means to be evenly matched. It is unknown whether to rejoice or cry misfortune. Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall were indeed evenly matched, but in the end, they returned to the starting point and neither side made any preparations. It can't be said that both sides were reckless, but both sides considered too much. Both sides had their own cleverness, which resulted in such a situation. Both sides felt helpless. Left with no choice, Patrice turned around to look at Wu Yan. He's trying his best to minimize his presence. He's acting like this has nothing to do with him. Since that's the case, you shall decide the method of competition. The moment she said that, the eyes of many girls present lit up and focused on Wu Yan. He originally planned to watch from the sidelines and intervene when the situation got out of hand. Apart from that, just like yesterday, Wu Yan was stunned by Patrice's words. He pointed at his nose with uncertainty. Me? Who else can it be other than you? At this point, Patrice's face was filled with annoyance. At the end of the day, this battle was started because of you, and the winner will get you. Isn't it reasonable for you to decide the method of the battle? Hey, I'm innocent. Wu Yan hurriedly tried to clear his name. Yesterday, I was just lying on the side for the entire competition. In the end, things turned out like this. Not to mention, in the end, I even had to give it to the winner like a prize. I'm still confused myself. Since that's the case, all the more reason for you to decide the method of competition. Gu Ming revealed a serious expression. It's true that we didn't ask for your consent before deciding to let the winner have you. Therefore, you have the right to use your own method to decide the winner between us. Wu Yan didn't expect this. He looked at Remilia. You're my butler. Even if I give you up, you shouldn't have any complaints. Remilia turned her head away despite her words. However, I'll allow you to make your own decision this time. Wu Yan laughed bitterly. He squatted down and patted Remilia's head. Remilia's body stiffened. She was about to explode when Wu Yan's gentle voice entered her ears. You really want to give me up? Not only did this simple sentence pacify Remilia, but it also softened her heart, causing her to stutter. You are my housekeeper. You are my possession. Of course I won't give you away. Is that so? Wu Yan said with a regretful tone. Just a housekeeper? Don't you think you're my brother? Remilia snorted softly and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Although it's only what you think, it's not like I can't tolerate you having such thoughts. Just a little. Fine. Wu Yan shrugged and he looked at Gu Mingdichen. What about you? Why do you want me? Strictly speaking, we just met today, right? Gu Ming felt that he was a little nervous and embarrassed. He said anxiously. I just want to be friends with you. That's right. After doing so many things, Gu Ming felt that all he wanted was to have a friend. Brother. Fran stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's left hand. Brother. Gu Ming's love also stepped forward and grabbed Wu Yan's right hand. For girls, two pairs of sisters all expressed their heartfelt desire. Their desire for Wu Yan. Chapter 1786. If Wu Yan could completely predict Remilia and Fran's desire for him, then Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdilian's desire for him truly surprised Wu Yan. It's not that Wu Yan didn't know why Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdiju desired him so much. He just didn't know that Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdiju desired him so much. Before meeting Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdinian, Wu Yan already knew what happened to Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdinian. However, he had to admit that knowing is one thing, understanding is another. In the end, Wu Yan still underestimated Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdilian's desire for friends and playmates. After all, Wu Yan only met the Gu Ming sisters yesterday, and the Gu Ming sisters also only met Wu Yan yesterday. They didn't even exchange a single word. They didn't interact with each other at all. They can only be considered as having met each other before. Even so, the Gu Ming sisters had shown such desire. It was easy to imagine how afraid they were of loneliness. At least, Gu Mingdiju, who still had a heart and knew the feeling of loneliness, was like this. This also made Wu Yan, who had always been certain that he wouldn't leave the Red Devil Hall no matter who won or lost in the end, feel conflicted. Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdilian desired him so much. Could he really bear to see them dejected and return to Earth Spirit Hall by himself? This thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind for a moment before Wu Yan eliminated it. If he went to Earth Spirit Hall with Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdilian out of sympathy, not only would he hurt Remilia, Fran and the others, Gu Mingdiju and Gu Mingdilian would definitely be unhappy. Therefore, sympathy was definitely out of the question. Wu Yan couldn't help but ponder for a moment when he thought of this. A few seconds later, he revealed a helpless expression. If you're like this, aren't you making me even more reluctant to see you two go against each other? I'm only retaliating. If it was in the past, I wouldn't give up until I destroyed Earth Spirit Hall. Remilia snorted. Therefore, these are two different matters. You only need to do as we say and decide on the way to compete. Please decide how you want to compete. Gu Mingdiju looked straight into Wu Yan's eyes, his dark red pupils revealing an unexplainable determination. No matter what kind of competition it is, we will do our best. Wu Yan was at a loss for words at first. Then an idea flashed through his mind, and his eyes rolled around. No matter what kind of competition it is, will you agree? Yes. Gu Mingdiju was the first to speak. This battle was originally for you, so you should be the one to decide the outcome. I see. Wu Yan nodded and turned to look at Remilia. In other words, the final victor should be decided by me? Hearing this, Remilia frowned. But thinking about it, compared to Earth Spirit Hall, Wu Yan was undoubtedly more attached to the Red Devil Hall. He should be more biased towards the Red Devil Hall, if he were to decide the victor, right? Thinking of this, Remilia agreed. That's right, the final victor will be decided by you. Well then, let me summarize. Wu Yan grinned and he snapped his fingers. Since I am the one to decide on the way to compete, the final victor will also be decided by me. The final goal of this battle is to see whoever can satisfy my requirements, satisfy me, attract me, and willingly follow me will be the victor, right? Hearing this, the girls from the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall looked at each other. Indeed, if this situation developed, wouldn't it be the same as trying to gain Wu Yan's favor? This made Remilia, Gu Ming, and all the other girls feel awkward, but they couldn't refute it. If possible, Remilia and Gu Ming both wanted Wu Yan to choose them. But if Wu Yan really did choose someone else, they couldn't force him, could they? As a result, even if they were said to be trying to gain Wu Yan's favor and coaxing Wu Yan to stay, the girls could only accept it. At that moment, Remilia and Gu Ming nodded their heads heavily. Yes. When Remilia and Gu Ming said this, a satisfied smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. Seeing this smile, Remilia and Gu Ming felt a chill run down their spines, giving them a bad premonition. In the next moment, Wu Yan's words caused Remilia, Gu Ming, and all the girls from the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall to be stunned. Then let's see if you can wear a maid uniform. For a moment, the entire place was deathly silent. Fran and Gu Ming's faces were filled with confusion, as if they didn't know what a maid uniform was. Patrice and Sanye's faces were stiff, as if they didn't know how to react. Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor's eyes were wide open, caught off guard by this sentence. Only Remilia and Gu Ming remained silent for a while before looking at Wu Yan. What did you just say? Remilia put on a fake smile. A dangerous glint flashed in her scarlet eyes. Try saying it again. That? A troubled expression appeared on Gu Ming's face. I don't understand. How will wearing a maid uniform help in this competition? That's what you guys said. Wu Yan shrugged helplessly. As long as you can satisfy me and move my heart, you will be the winner. Since that's the case, wear a maid uniform and let me see if you can attract me. This time, Remilia and Gu Ming were absolutely certain of it. Wu Yan, he's definitely trying to get us to please him. No, this was no longer just pleasing him, it was seducing him in disguise. What kind of joke is this? Remilia, the most prideful of them all, cried out in anger. You want me to wear a maid uniform? As the master of the Red Devil Hall, a vampire who had lived for 500 years, who had once ruled over a large number of demons in Fantasy Village, and almost obtained the ruling rights of Fantasy Village, Remilia, to wear a maid uniform? That was even harder than giving Lingming moral integrity. However, Wu Yan raised his brows and spoke provocatively. Are you planning to admit defeat? Wu Yan's provocation infuriated Remilia, but she couldn't say a word. After all, Remilia didn't want to admit defeat, nor did she want to wear a maid uniform. On the side, Zuoyi frowned and spoke. Lord Bai, isn't this too much? Without a doubt, Zuoyi was absolutely unwilling to see his master wear a maid's uniform. In any case, there's only us here, no one else. If no one says anything, no one will know what happened today. Wu Yan smiled. So isn't it interesting to try something you've never thought of before? Interesting? Zuoyi hesitated for a moment and asked with uncertainty. Is it because it's interesting that you want Miss to wear a maid's uniform? Faced with Zuoyi's uncertainty, Wu Yan spoke frankly. What else? You bastard. Just as Remilia was about to explode, a gentle voice with a hint of determination rang out beside her. If this can attract you, Gu Ming Diju said in a serious tone. I'm willing to cooperate. What? Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flame Catlin sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Remilia, Patrice, and Little Knight looked at Gu Ming in disbelief, let alone Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. Whoa. Gu Ming Diju's eyes twinkled like little stars. Big sister is so cool. Hearing Gu Ming Dilian's words, Gu Ming Dilian immediately felt a sense of satisfaction, and couldn't help but straighten his back. As long as Bai can follow us back to Earth Spirit Hall, I'm fine with it if it's just a maid uniform. Big brother won't follow you back to Earth Spirit Hall. Fran anxiously grabbed Remilia's hand. Big sister, you can't lose to her. Fran. Remilia's mouth twitched. Don't tell me you want me to wear a maid uniform? Big sister doesn't dare? Fran said angrily. Then let Fran wear it. How can I let you wear it? Remilia was startled. Her eyes were filled with struggle and hesitation. In the end, she glared fiercely at Wu Yan. You'd better remember this. Wu Yan was pleased with himself as the girls from Scarlet Fiend Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall glared at him. In the entire fantasy village, I'm probably the only one who can make Remilia and Gu Ming Diju wear maid uniforms. R1152. Chapter 1787. In that instant, the entire Red Devil Mansion fell into a strange silence. Wu Yan, Patrice, Zui Yi Fran, Guming Dilian, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Lin stood on the platform and looked at the scene in front of them in silence. Because in front of the seven of them, two petite girls stood side by side. Remilia. Guming Diju. However, at this moment, the two masters of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall had a faint blush on their delicate and cute faces. Of course, although Remilia and Guming Diju had a blush on their faces, the reason for the blush on their faces was different. The redness on Remilia's face was completely due to shame and indignation. Guming Diju's blush was purely due to shyness. There was no other reason. After half an hour of bashfulness, Remilia's cherry-colored goth lowly outfit had already disappeared. Guming Diju's original outfit had also been replaced with the most common outfit in the Red Devil Mansion. Maid outfit. The main colors were blue and white. She wore a white, pleated headband on her head. The skirt only reached her knees, and she wore white stockings on her feet. There was a white, apron-like hanging coat in front of her body. It was a standard maid's uniform. Furthermore, because there was no maid outfit in the Red Devil Mansion that could match Remilia and Guming Diju, the two petite girls were wearing maid outfits that were too big for them. It was loose, but it didn't reduce the charm of the two girls at all. Instead, it looked strangely beautiful. If one had to describe it, it was like a girl wearing a boy's shirt. It was clearly too big and could be worn as a skirt, but this way, not only did it not look out of place, it actually made the girl feel even more seductive. Right now, Remilia and Guming Diju were wearing loose maid outfits. They had the same feeling. Remilia lifted the maid outfit with a face full of shame and anger. As if he had been greatly humiliated, Guming Diju's face was filled with shyness as he tried to cover himself up. He did not allow his overly loose maid uniform to slide down and reveal his fair and delicate body. Everyone's reactions were also different. Fran and Guming's love, who had never seen her sister like this, looked at each other. Similarly, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor had never seen such a shy look on their master's face. He didn't close it for a long time. Patrice couldn't believe her eyes. It was another reaction that he had expected. He had a bitter smile on his face. As for Ruoyi, she stared straight at her family's eldest miss. Remilia's embarrassed and indignant appearance in her maid uniform suddenly raised her head and covered her nose, looking as if she would have a nosebleed at any moment. Wu Yan was the only one who didn't say anything. If the people of the fantasy village knew that the masters of the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall were wearing maid outfits, their jaws would drop to the ground. Sensei Maruvan, who was hiding outside the window, was so excited that he was trembling all over. He almost shook off all the feathers on his crow-like wings. His hands did not stop moving as he madly slapped at Remilia and Guming. Big news. This will definitely become a big news source. Did those two eat the medicine made by the moon people from Forever Pavilion? Did they eat something bad? Ling Meng tilted her head as though her worldview had been destroyed. Could it be that this is a mutation? Marissa giggled. Now, things seem to be getting more and more interesting. On the other side, under the different gazes of the seven people in front of her, Remilia felt as if she was doing some kind of shameful play. The color of blood continued to spread on her small face, causing her to involuntarily bare her fangs and cry out. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen others wearing maid outfits before? Everyone nodded in unison after Remilia yelled at them. Then they came to their senses and shook their heads in a daze. Remilia glared at Wu Yan when she saw how they still haven't reacted to the situation. I will remember today's humiliation. How is it? Gumming also looked at Wu Yan. He was a little hesitant but also very hopeful as he asked. Do I look good? Yes. Hearing this, Wu Yan looked at Remilia and Gumming in maid outfits without saying a word. An impulse surged in his heart. Of course, this was not an evil impulse. Instead, it was as if he had discovered something that he absolutely wanted, and he desperately wanted to obtain it. Under the influence of this impulse, Wu Yan's eyes shone with a strange light as he said this. Not enough. Not enough. Many of the young ladies were stunned. Not enough. What does that mean? Not enough. Amidst the stunned expressions of the girls, Wu Yan seemed to be holding back something as he yelled out in excitement. Give me another set of panties. The air instantly froze. Let alone Remilia and Gumming. Other than Fran and Gumming Love who tilted their heads in confusion, Patrice, Sakura, Spirit Crow, and Flaming Cat all froze on the spot as though they were petrified. Panties. Outside the window of the Red Devil Mansion, Ling Meng, Marissa and Fumimaru also cried out involuntarily. Then they looked at each other and fiercely pressed their faces against the glass of the window, their eyes wide open. Panties. Gumming mumbled in a daze. Then his face turned as red as a ripe apple. Remilia's scarlet eyes flashed with a bloody light as she stared at Wu Yan with killing intent. Do you want to die once? However, Wu Yan, who was controlled by an inexplicable impulse, did not cower. Instead, his aura surged as he declared with an unquestionable tone. Cut the crap. Do as I say. Under that inexplicable aura, the killing intent on Remilia's face disappeared. Her eyes even revealed a trace of timidity. Seeing Wu Yan so excited as though he was facing his idol, she couldn't help but gulp. However, Wu Yan's fanaticism wasn't over. Just Remilia and Gumming won't be enough. Wu Yan turned around to face Patrice, Black Knight, Ling Wu Lukong, Flaming Cat Phosphor and the other girls. His grin made the girls tremble in fear. You guys wear it too. We're going to wear it too. The group of girls cried out in surprise. We have to wear it too? Fran was a little confused as to what was going on. That panties. Everyone wear it together? Guming's face was filled with excitement. It seems to be very fun. Please don't joke around, Lord Bai. Buyi said in a threatening tone. If you go overboard and make everyone angry, Lord White will be the one at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Sakura's threat was useless against Wu Yan. Like a fanatic, Wu Yan said in an overbearing manner. Do you want to win or not? Even Sakura was stunned by Wu Yan's aggressive questioning. She couldn't say anything for a while. This guy, what's wrong with him? Spirit Crow and Flaming Cat were at a loss. Even Flaming Cat laughed dryly. Could it be that the guy that Master fancies has a problem with his head? This state. Only Patrice seemed to have thought of something amidst the fluster in her eyes. Could it be the original sin of greed? Greed. Many young ladies looked at Patrice in panic. Didn't he say not enough? Patchouli smiled bitterly. This is the word that is most suitable to explain the original sin of greed. Under the influence of this original sin, the idea of not enough will be deeply rooted in one's heart. I think it should be this idea that is affecting him now, making him start to crazily pursue what he wants. That means. Gumming Dijua said uneasily. The thing he's crazily pursuing is our attire? What kind of pursuit is this? Remilia roared furiously. However, compared to Remilia, Wu Yan's aura was much more intense. In short, just change for me. Seeing how Wu Yan is in such high spirits that he's about to flip out, the girls were overwhelmed by his ferocious aura. They shrieked and scattered like birds and beasts to change their clothes. Chapter 1788. The curtain of night quietly descended. Tonight, there was no moon or stars in fantasy paradise. There wasn't even a trace of light in the dusky night sky, not even a wisp of dark clouds. If it was in the morning, this weather would definitely be very clear. But at night, it was slightly depressing. To most of the demons who were active at night, this weather wasn't good. Even the vampires who loved the night were the same. Normally, even Remilia would have been dispirited in this kind of weather. But now it wasn't just Remilia. In the entire Red Devil Mansion, other than a group of fairy maids who were still working, all the other girls were dispirited. On the side of the round table in the Red Devil Mansion, Wu Yan was sitting in Remilia's usual seat, drinking a cup of black tea in satisfaction. Other than Wu Yan, the rest of them looked listless and fatigued. Remilia and Gumming-Di-Ju were also sitting in a seat, their bodies sprawled on the table as they fell into a deep sleep. Evidently, they were completely exhausted. Patrice was also sleeping in a seat. Apart from exhaustion, there was also a powerless expression on her face. Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor were sprawled on the ground with their eyes tightly shut and panting. It was unknown if they had fallen asleep or fainted. Even Fran and Love of Gu Ming, who were usually the most energetic, directly lay on the table and fell asleep exhausted. It was not hard to imagine what kind of torment they had gone through before. That was to be expected. For the entire day, these girls were under the influence of the sin of greed, and fell into a fanatical state of Wu Yan. From morning until now, they had been constantly changing clothes to satisfy Wu Yan's abnormal greed. Under this constant substitution, even if the girls present were not humans, their physical strength had not reached a state of exhaustion. Their mental fatigue was also much more serious than it looked on the surface. Therefore, they all appeared to be in a state of lying down. Looking closely, Remilia and Gumming-Di-Ju had unknowingly returned to their loose-made attire. Patrice wore extremely sexy pajamas, Fran and Gumming-Di-Ju wore a half-covered shirt, Spirit Crow Lukong wore a nurse attire without a hat, and Flaming Cat Phosphor wore a revealing black fur attire that looked like a swimsuit. With a pair of cat ears and a cat tail, she looked like a cat girl. The only one who was still conscious was Zuoyi, who stood at the side like a pillar. On her body, the maid uniform that she wore all the time, except for the apron, had completely disappeared. In other words, Buyi was currently in a vacuum state, and was wearing a genuine half-naked apron. This was also the reason why Zuoyi stood there without moving at all. His face was as calm as an ancient well, but his azure blue eyes were constantly flickering with shyness and the urge to flee. After all, if Buyi moved slightly, the apron that could barely cover the front of her body would be dislocated, and expose some parts that shouldn't be exposed. In fact, even if Buyi didn't move at all, just her exposed white shoulders, smooth arms, and soft thighs were very alluring. At the very least, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at Sakuya's direction from the start. Sakuya couldn't help but tense up her delicate body. Her eyes uncomfortably drifted around, not daring to meet Wu Yan's gaze. She only spoke when she couldn't take Wu Yan's burning gaze. Lord Bai, can you allow Buyi to bring the eldest young miss, second young miss, and Miss Patrice back to their rooms to rest? It had to be said that even in such a predicament, Buyi's performance was reasonable and well-behaved. She was worthy of the title of the perfect and elegant head maid. If she didn't have the trace of panic in her eyes, it would be even more perfect. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh inside. He felt even more satisfied with this. Without a doubt, Wu Yan possessed wealth that no one could compare to. He also possessed strength that allowed him to stand at the forefront of Fantasy Village. He also disdained authority. Thus, under the influence of the original sin of greed, Wu Yan wasn't greedy for money or authority. As a result, he vented his greed on things that were similar to play. It might sound laughable, but to Wu Yan, compared to money and authority, watching the members of Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall play in front of him was better than anything else. It was also very pleasing to the eyes. Bring Remilia and Flan back to their rooms. Then go to the library and inform the imp to bring Puki back to rest. Wu Yan wanted to ask Sakuya to do something else, but he remembered something else. He grinned and ordered her to do something else. Also, prepare a few rooms for the fairy maids to bring Ju and Lian to rest. Yes. Zuoyi suddenly felt as if he had been pardoned. His eyes turned, and his blue pupils turned red as he fully activated his time-stop ability. In the next instant, Remilia, Fran, Gumming-Di-Ju, Gumming-Di-Lian, Patrice, Lingwu Lukong, Flaming Catlin, and the other girls all disappeared. Even Black Knight was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Wu Yan shook his head and turned his gaze outside Red Devil Hall with an unfathomable smile. Oh! Outside the Red Devil Mansion, Taka Marufumi stretched his back and patted the precious camera in his hand with the same satisfied expression. He shook his head and said this. Today is truly a good day. Hearing this, even Soul Dream couldn't help but feel annoyed. I advise you not to publish these pictures in the newspapers. Otherwise, starting tomorrow, the Red Devil Hall and Earth Spirit Hall will definitely blacklist Crow. I am Crow Tengu. It's not a crow. Sensei Maru retorted, then laughed. Don't worry, I won't publish my underwear on the newspapers. However, there shouldn't be a problem with the maid uniform, right? Just don't cause trouble for me. Soul Dream waved her hand in disdain and warned. If you cause any trouble, I won't be merciful. I'll treat you. Indeed, if I fight Soul Dream in the fantasy village, I won't be able to win. However, I won't fight either. Sensei Maru chuckled. I'm faster than you. As long as you don't catch up to me, I'll be fine. Even if I can't win, I can still escape. One should know that in the fantasy village, Sensei Maruin's strength might not be comparable to those true champions, but in terms of speed, other than Yukari who could make use of gaps to appear anywhere, there was no one who could catch up to Sensei Maruin. Because she knew this, Ling Meng snorted coldly, and did not say anything else. However, Spirit Meng did not say anything. Beside her, Marissa's beautiful face turned stiff. She tugged at Spirit Meng and Sensei Marumi's clothes, causing one of them to reveal a displeased expression, while the other revealed a puzzled expression. What? Marissa didn't say anything and pointed forward silently. In the next moment, a voice that sounded like a laugh yet not a laugh rang out. To think that the two of you can hide outside and spy on us from morning till now. The faces of Ling Meng and Shooting Life Maru changed as they turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw Wu Yan, who was happily drinking tea in the Scarlet Devil Mansion, appear in front of the girls. He looked at the three girls with an amused expression while playing with the camera. Wait. Camera? Ah. Sensei Maru shrieked. That's my camera. I know. Wu Yan pursed his lips and tossed the camera to Sensei Maru. Sensei Maru caught the camera in a fluster. However, not long after, he shrieked again. Where are my negatives? Are you talking about this? Wu Yan held a small roll of film in his hand as he glanced at Sensei Maru. I'm confiscating this. Of course I'm confiscating it. Not only are there pictures of the girls from the Scarlet Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall wearing different kinds of clothes, there are even pajamas, shirts, panties, and aprons. Although there aren't many males in Fantasy Village, that doesn't mean there aren't any. Wu Yan doesn't want Sensei Maru to leak the pictures. Thus, after saying that, Wu Yan teleported and disappeared from the spot. Sensei Maru was left kneeling on the ground with a dazed expression. Today is truly a terrible day. In response, Ling Meng and Marissa turned their heads away, choosing to turn a blind eye. The two of them were also the ones who were often tricked by the news about the life-shooting pill. R1152 var wozoad config equals SID 23130 8 1036. Chapter 1789. Even Zuoyi, who never knew fatigue, felt a bit tired after such a farcical day. In order to defeat Earth Spirit Hall, and make them return in defeat, Remilia had mustered up all her strength. She planned to give Earth Spirit Hall a good slap in the face in today's battle. Who knew that things would turn out like this? Perhaps, Remilia herself was rather vexed as well. Not only did she fail to intimidate Earth Spirit Hall, she spent the entire day like a doll, constantly changing her clothes and doing all sorts of costume play. For Remilia, who was extremely prideful, this was a constant challenge to her sense of shame. But this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that even after being challenged to the limits of her sense of shame for an entire day, there was still no victor. Zuoyi could already predict this. Just how frustrated would Remilia be when she woke up the next day? Right now it was almost midnight. After sending Remilia and Fran back to their rooms, he closed the door to Remilia's room with a soft sound. Only then did Ruo Yi let out a rare sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He sized himself up with a glance. Since Ruo Yi always put his eldest daughter's affairs in the first place, he didn't have time to change his clothes at this time. In other words, Ruo Yi. She was still dressed in an apron, and she was not wearing anything at all. Seeing that every time he moved, the parts that shouldn't be exposed would be faintly discernible under the apron, revealing a little from time to time, Ruo Yi uncomfortably tightened the thin and slender apron, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. Just what was wrong with him? Why did he listen to someone else's orders and change into this? And the other party was a man. If this was in the past, someone told Ruo Yi would one day change into this because of a man's orders. Ruo Yi would rather choose to believe that he would one day be riddled with holes by his throwing knives than believe this. No, it should be said. Not just Ruo Yi, including Remilia and Guming Diju. No one would be willing to believe that they would be reduced to such a state, right? In fact, Ruo Yi himself didn't know why he obeyed Wu Yan's orders. He obediently changed into this shameful outfit. Even Ruo Yi himself found it hard to believe that he actually did it. On this point, Remilia and the others shared the same thoughts as Nai. After all, under normal circumstances, even if she lost to Earth Spirit Hall, Remilia would never compromise and do something so humiliating. Today Remilia had done it. That calm, taciturn, and knowledgeable Patrice had also done it. Even the demons of Earth Spirit Hall had done it. In the past, this was something that would never have happened. Everyone has really changed. Ruo Yi murmured with mixed feelings. Luckily that crow with a keen nose for gossip didn't come. Unfortunately, Zai guessed wrong. Sensei Maru did come and observed the entire process. However, the pictures of the girls in the Red Devil Mansion and Earth Spirit Hall that Fumaru took all day had become the collection of a certain vampire ancestor, who wanted to feast his eyes on them. Sigh. Ruo Yi sighed again and tightened the apron on his body. I should hurry and change. However, at this moment, some extremely subtle sounds entered Ruo Yi's ears. Ruo Yi frowned. His face was full of doubt. As an all-round head maid, Ruo Yi immediately recognized this small sound. It was the sound of some kind of pottery, or rather, some kind of fragile utensils knocking against each other. This sound seems to be coming from the kitchen? Ruo Yi was very suspicious. Is someone washing the dishes? Of course, no one would answer this question. At that moment, Ruo Yi didn't care that he was wearing an extremely seductive outfit. His eyes turned red and he instantly activated Time Stop, disappearing on the spot. Under Time Stop, Ruo Yi quickly passed through the hallway and arrived at Red Devil Hall's kitchen. But when she arrived, Ruo Yi was stunned. She was so stunned that she unknowingly deactivated Time Stop. In the kitchen, a figure was holding a piece of roasted beef that hadn't been processed yet, and was wolfing it down. It wasn't just beef. In front of that person, messy plates and bones were casually thrown on the ground, making the kitchen floor a mess. In this situation, the bones and plates were still increasing. The entire kitchen was filled with the sound of tableware clattering. The amount of food stored in the kitchen was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, while the number of plates and bones kept increasing. Even someone as indifferent as Ruo Yi could not help but be shocked by such a scene. Lord Bai. Yes. The person eating crazily in the kitchen was Wu Yan, who was tasting black tea with satisfaction. Ruo Yi was at a loss. When she reacted, she hurriedly ran forward. Lord Bai you. Before she could finish, Ruo Yi, who ran in front of Wu Yan and met Wu Yan's gaze, she got scared again. Wu Yan was biting a large piece of steak. He held a plate full of dishes in each hand. His mouth was greasy. His wine-red eyes were filled with an expression. Desire. Moreover, it was like a lone wolf who had been hungry for more than 10 days and found prey in the forest. It was a desire that released a strong green light. The eyes of a hungry wolf. Lord Bai? Looking at Wu Yan's wolf-like eyes, Ruo Yi couldn't help but ask nervously. What's wrong? Ruo Yi? Wu Yan bit down on the corner of the extra-large steak in his hand. He gobbled it down like a hungry wolf. His mouth chewed at an astonishing speed as he glanced at Sakuya. No. Nothing, I'm just hungry. After saying that, Wu Yan wolfed down his food again. That astonishing way of eating stunned Zui Yi. She hurriedly grabbed Wu Yan's hand that kept moving toward her mouth. Lord Bai, please slow down. I can't slow down. If Zui Yi stuttered because she was frightened by Wu Yan's eating manners, then Wu Yan stuttered because there was too much food in his mouth. Any slower? I'll starve to death. Zui Yi finally heard what Wu Yan was saying with his mouth stuffed with food. She raised her voice. You've already eaten a lot. You won't starve to death. Zui Yi wanted to stop Wu Yan's frightening eating speed, but Wu Yan's action of stuffing food into her mouth could be described as wild. Zui Yi didn't know how to reach out her hand, and appeared to be flustered. Lord Bai, please slow down. It's not good for your stomach to eat like this. Wu Yan completely ignored Zui Yi. Or rather, he wanted to but didn't have the time. He continued stuffing food into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yan ate the steak that was bigger than a pillow, leaving only some beef tendons that couldn't be chewed. The rows of dishes filled with food were also reduced to soup. Looking at the empty plates one by one, Ru Yi, who had the title of the perfect and elegant head maid, was actually startled for a while. Soon after, she finally remembered. Gluttony of the 7 deadly sins? That's right. It was now early in the morning. It could be considered that a day had passed. Of course, Wu Yan's 7 deadly sins had changed. This time, it was gluttony of the 7 deadly sins. What should I do? Zui Yi, who was caught off guard by Wu Yan's table manners, was probably the first time in her life that she was so flustered. Zui Yi didn't feel sorry for the food in the Scarlet Devil restaurant. She was just worried that Wu Yan's stomach would explode if he ate so much food. While Zui Yi was worried, Wu Yan grabbed another piece of steak. Zui Yi, who saw this scene, almost exclaimed out loud. That was because the steak was completely raw. Lord Bai. Zui Yi no longer cared about anything else and rushed toward Wu Yan. That's raw. You can't eat it. Let me eat it. Suddenly, the whole kitchen was in a mess. It was very noisy. Chapter 1790. Red Devil Mansion Hall. At this time, the sky was not yet bright, but the Red Devil Mansion was very lively. In the hall of the Red Devil Mansion, the fairy maids were lined up in 2 rows, as if they were in a relay race. They lined up from the platform of the Red Devil Mansion, all the way to the kitchen of the Red Devil Mansion. Among the 2 rows of fairy maids, 1 row was passing plates full of food out of the kitchen one by one, passing them out by a hair's breadth, to the round table on the platform at the end of the stairs. The other row was the opposite, responsible for passing plates with only soup left, back to the kitchen. In this relay race of plates, they were clearly just lining up and standing in place to pass plates. They did not even move, but the fairy maids in 2 rows still appeared to be panting and very anxious. Obviously, this scene had been going on for a long time. Upon closer inspection, one could see that on the round table at the end of the stairs, plates of steaming hot dishes were being brought over by a row of fairy maids and placed on the table. However, not long after, a pile of plates with only soup left were piled up to one side, and sent away by another row of fairy maids. The sound of plates knocking against each other constantly echoed, and the sound of chewing food also lingered in the air above the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. The 2 sounds seemed to form a pattern, and they kept ringing, unable to calm down for a long time. Under such circumstances, at the head of the round table, a person wolfed down the food like a wolf or tiger. He swept all the dishes in front of him into his mouth, and chewed with all his might. His throat swallowed up and down at a speed that made people afraid of overheating. It was very shocking. This person who was eating at an astonishing speed was naturally Wu Yan, who had fallen into the baptism of the original sin of gluttony. Under such shocking eating manners, Wu Yan's face had become completely oily, and his hands were also wrapped in grease. But he still ate the food in front of him like a beggar who had been hungry for more than 10 days. No. It should be said that he ate everything in front of him crazily. If there were still dishes on the round table in front of him, even if it was a plate, a chair, or even the table in front of him that could seat more than a dozen people, he would still be able to do it. Wu Yan would not hesitate to chew on it. Under the baptism of the original sin of gluttony, The food that Wu Yan wanted to eat. It wasn't just limited to food. To be precise, the original sin of gluttony was a desire to stuff everything in front of one's eyes into one's mouth. The desire to not let the mouth and tongue stop. Under the influence of this desire, even if the object was not food, as long as it could make Wu Yan's mouth and tongue not stop, Wu Yan would want to eat it. Therefore, it was fortunate that there was enough food in the Red Devil Mansion. Otherwise, Wu Yan would have already eaten the plates and chairs. While Wu Yan ate like a maniac, the fairies and maids around him looked at him in horror. Not far away, a series of messy footsteps could be heard coming from the corridor. Not long later, Ruyi, who had changed back into maid attire, brought the anxious Remilia, Fran, and Patrice out of the corridor. Even Guming Dijue, Guming Dian, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, and Flaming Cat Phosphor came out with them. When they arrived in the hall, the girls were shocked by the scene before them. When they saw Wu Yan's frenzied eating, they were even more shocked. So that's how it is. Patrice was the first to react and bitterly smiled. Even Ruoyi is so anxious. This situation is truly frightening. This is the original sin of gluttony? Guming Dijue looked at the greasy face of Wu Yan and shook his head. The root of humanity's sin is truly terrifying. It's not just humans. As long as it's a living being with intelligence, it can't escape the restraints of the 7 sins. Patrice pressed down on the hat on her head. If there is a person who isn't bound by the 7 sins, then I don't know if that person is a saint or a person without emotions. Enough, now isn't the time to discuss this. Remilia became anxious. We need to think of a way to make that guy stop. Hearing Remilia's words, Spirit Wu Lu Kong, who was following behind Guming Dijue, felt strange. Why do we have to make him stop? Can't we just let him eat if he wants to? Idiot. You really are an idiot. Flaming Cat Phosphor used a merciless tone to explain. The capacity of a human's stomach is limited. Even a normal monster is the same. Although I don't know if the man that caught Master's Eye is a human or a monster, but generally speaking, if he doesn't have any special abilities, his stomach will be filled to the brim with food. At that time, I'm afraid Bai's stomach will explode from all the food he ate. Remilia's voice became heavy. If that's the case, even if Bai has an immortal body, he won't feel good. But we can't stop him from eating, right? Guming felt as if he had completely forgotten his own position. He had shifted his original position from fighting with Remilia to standing on the same side as Remilia. Gluttony doesn't sound like a big deal. It's just a craving for food. But if this craving is the root of the 7 sins, then it's too terrifying. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Because under the influence of the original sin of gluttony, if they didn't let Wu Yan eat, or rather forcefully didn't let Wu Yan eat, then under that irresistible craving, Wu Yan would definitely do many crazy things. For example, he would destroy everything that stopped him from eating. For example, he would destroy everything that restrained him from eating. Furthermore, if he really couldn't eat, Wu Yan, who fell into an endless craving for food, would probably bite off his own tongue and swallow it into his stomach. Then he would chew on everything that his mouth could touch, even if that thing was a human. The sin of gluttony that had been raised to the extreme by the medicine of the Yonglin of 8 senses would turn Wu Yan into the most terrifying beast. He would eat everything in front of him and destroy everything that stood in his way. That would be much more terrifying than the arrogance, jealousy, rage, sloth, and greed from before. Therefore, they couldn't stop Wu Yan from eating, nor could they stop Wu Yan from eating. Now Remilia and the others were in such a difficult situation. Brother. While Remilia, Guming Dijue, and the other girls were in a difficult situation, Fran had come to Wu Yan's side at some point. She held a cup of water in her hand and brought it to Wu Yan. Brother, drink some water or you'll choke. Fran's words were filled with concern and worry, causing the craving in Wu Yan's heart that had not dissipated for a long time to ease slightly. His oily face squeezed out an ugly smile. Thank you, Fran. With that, Wu Yan fiercely swallowed the cup of water that Fran had brought over. He looked like he could swallow the entire cup at any time, and then continued to eat heartily. Remilia, Fran, Guming Dijue, Zui Yi, and the others all had worried expressions as they watched Wu Yan crazily eat. Even the spirit crow Lukong and the flaming cat Phosphor were slightly anxious. Only Guming Dijue, whose mind had been sealed, could not understand everyone's worries. He sat to the side without a care in the world, holding a plate of food on the table with his small hands and eating with Wu Yan. His face was filled with joy. In reality, Wu Yan knew better than Remilia and the others just how terrible his situation was. Although he really wanted to eat, Wu Yan's appetite did not increase with this desire. After eating so much in one go, his stomach was churning like a washing machine. The feeling of fullness in his abdomen attacked his nerves, causing Wu Yan great pain. Unfortunately, the desire to eat did not lessen at all, causing Wu Yan to become anxious. If he continued to eat like this, it would not be as simple as his stomach exploding, and he would die from overeating. Wu Yan was most afraid that if he persisted in this state for an entire day, he would become anorexic the next day. At that time, it would be really troublesome. What Wu Yan could think of, Remilia and Guming Dijue could naturally think of as well. At that moment, Remilia was the first to lose her cool. No, we can't let him continue eating like this. But we can't stop him either. Guming Dijue, who had read Remilia's thoughts, stopped her from rushing forward. Otherwise, Bai will definitely go crazy. Then what should we do? Remilia shouted angrily. Do you have a way? This. Guming Dijue was speechless. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.